he's the best of the best, and he's issuing the warnings, and he's got an eagle eye on the radar, as we all do. And again, if we're going to have any rotation, it's going to be right back in here in the rear flank of that inflow notch, possible rotation here. And again, up here, this is where some hail is falling, probably smaller hail. Again, that's around Independence, down toward Otaugaville. Independence is along US 82. Otaugaville, the town of Booth is right here. And again, that storm is coming in the direction of Prattville, and that's where we're probably going to see some hail. And maybe some strong winds. Understand the gust front. Bill, you got something? Go.
Yeah, James, if we can take WEX 05, I think it's pulled up. This is a tree that was down on Water Avenue east of Selma. That was a correction from what I told you earlier. But this is Water Avenue east of Selma from Kevin Henderson from a little while ago as he's traveling east of Selma.
Okay, and again, thanks to Kevin and our teams in the field. Again, you can see their streams up in the top box. I believe that's Kevin. That is Kevin's stream, and he is in the process of coming back to intercept this storm, moving back to the east from Selma, and he encountered that down tree just to the east of Selma. So the storm is clearly ramped up again, and we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Montgomery. But the question is, what do you do when there's a severe thunderstorm warning? The one thing, I don't like to drive in a severe storm. That's not advisable. I would not want to do it. Some do, but some don't. I think that I would prefer to wait this thing out, especially in case there's some hail falling. That's not a good thing with a car. But again, this will be affecting Interstate 65, which is right here, and it's a bad time. This is bad time of day. This is when most folks are going home. And I'm afraid it's going to be coming right through Montgomery at the rush hour 5 o'clock prime time here, and a lot of folks leave Montgomery and they travel north up Interstate 65. So just one thought, you might want to wait until the storm crosses and is east of I-65 if you're headed north up Interstate 65 or south coming down from Clanton. Just a thought. And again, the other concern we have with severe storms, the straight line winds can blow down trees, and if you got some pine trees that might come down easily, and if you live maybe in a trailer, again, you might just want to go to a local gas station, some fast food restaurant, some place that can offer shelter from this particular storm. It varies tremendously from case to case, and I got a tornado warning.
Yeah, looks like we just
tornado warning. I saw the red polygon here, so the Weather Service in Birmingham is now upgrading this to a tornado warning. We've got a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Watauga, Lowndes, and Montgomery counties. And this is the tornado warning polygon right here that just popped up on your screen. So we have a tornado that is possible now. And again, the rotation is increased. We've been watching that shear marker right here that's right on top of the Alabama River. And the tornado segment of the storm is moving a little to the right of the mean flow. And accordingly, that's the reason you see the polygon here defined to the south and east. This does include the city of Montgomery. So let's just talk about who's in and who's out. So again, we have a tornado warning that includes the city of Montgomery. It includes Hope Hall. This is Interstate 65 right here. This is US Highway 31 here. This is the southern bypass. That's US 331 going down toward Sprague. That's US 231 going down toward Pike Road down here. So again, the city of Montgomery, south down to Pitlala, Tyson, Hope Hall, Sprague, you are under a tornado warning. In Lowndes County, the tornado warning does not include Hayneville, the county seat, which is right here. This does include Lounsboro, which is here, and again, right on US Highway 80. And again, it's the closest location is the community of Whitehall, which is right here on the south bank of the Alabama River. So a possible tornado here moving to the east-southeast. Again, this seems to be more of a right-turning type storm. And again, that will clearly affect part of the Montgomery Metro, especially the southern part. The tornado warning does not include Prattville, does not include Millbrook. Watauga County, it's a small part of the county involved in this. And we'll take a look at some of the communities and the arrival times here. Again, you can see Hope Hall at 4:55. And again, this is not good because this is when folks are driving home. And goodness, so many people are leaving Montgomery going south down I-65 down toward Hope Hall. We've got the Hyundai plant here. And again, for those that are in that plant watching us, the plant operations, you need to go through your tornado plan right now. So for the Hyundai plant south of Montgomery, you need to go through that tornado plan now. I know it's the last thing you want to do on a Wednesday afternoon at 4:16. We've got, I do believe, Brett Adair. He is saying that he is right behind it. So, Bill, can one of y'all flip to Brett's stream on the? Okay, so this is Brett on the top box now. Okay, so Brett is right behind it, and we'll be watching his stream carefully. Brett is a seasoned veteran chaser, and he gets on these things quick, and we're thankful for his service today. So again, we've got the fixed Skycam at Montgomery, and obviously, JP, we're going to be wanting to turn that thing more to the southeast. You've got it, I think, southwest. You kind of got to look at due west. Let's go to the southwest, and we'll kind of watch that sector and see what that thing looks like. Again, the fixed camera at Montgomery is on the public television tower right by Patterson Field. Looking to the southwest, you can see the state capitol down below, the Capitol complex, the State House. And again, it just looks as if the core track is going to take it maybe south of downtown Montgomery. So that's kind of the direction we'll be watching. Now, it's too far to see anything on the fixed camera, but again, Brett is coming up on it. And let's see, do we have Brett's audio by any chance? Do we know?
We don't
okay.
currently. No.
We do not. So, and again, as soon as we can get Brett's audio, we'll be speaking with him. But we can see his stream, and again, he's coming right up on this thing. So
yeah, and I don't know if you've seen it. He's on. He's just to the north of Manila. Looks like on 14.
Okay.
Just kind of northeast of Selma. Just looking at his current location.
But again, you can see the inflow notch here. And the possible tornado is near the community of Whitehall. This is the Alabama River. It snakes through here between Selma and Montgomery. It's loopy, it's curvy. That's the boundary between Autauga County here and Lowndes County here. And again, the Weather Service believes that there is a strong enough evidence to support a tornado for a warning here. So again, this is a case where we want you to go about your tornado precautions now. That would be a small room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. As many walls between you and the tornado as you can. That's for a site-built house. Put on a helmet. Bike helmet is perfect. If you have kids play sports, motorcycle, batting helmet, football helmet, something to protect your head. That's a critical part of the tornado warning plan. So be sure you've got a helmet. And by the way, we should mention this is the first tornado warning here since March. We didn't have a single one in the month of April. So in the site-built house, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, no trailers. So which means if you live in a manufactured home, anywhere in here, and there's a lot of them, you need to go to a shelter now. You don't want to be hung up with this thing when it's too close to you. It's near Whitehall now. And again, that'll be coming across extreme northern Lowndes. The tornadic circulation is north of US 80. And again, to get your bearings straight, that's US 80 right here. All right. And again, that's the possible tornado moving to the east-southeast. And this most likely will be crossing US 80, maybe close to the Alabama 21 junction here that goes down to Hayneville, or maybe close to the Alabama 97 junction. But the main east-west highway in this polygon, it's US Highway 80. That's the road from Montgomery to Selma. And we don't want anybody on that road. Nobody on that road, okay? I know that you've got places to go and you've got people to see and you've got things to do. But we want you to just pull over and stop at a gas station, a fast food joint, something that can offer shelter. A car is a death trap during a tornado. So nobody should be along US Highway 80 between Selma and Montgomery at this point. And again, for Montgomery, from downtown Montgomery south, that's where the tornado warning polygon is in effect. The polygon does not include really anywhere north of the northern bypass. So again, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Understand that now for Autauga and Elmore. That includes Prattville, Millbrook, these places like that. You might see some strong winds and hail, but the tornado threat is farther to the south. Remember, when you're looking at a storm like this, this is what you're going to see. That's the gust front, shelf cloud coming in here. Your tornado is right there, all right? Inflow notch, tornado, moving like this. So if you're in Prattville, if you're in Wetumpka, Millbrook, places up here, you're going to have some pretty strong straight line winds, and you could see some hail. But the greatest concern for a tornado is going to be south of the Alabama River, south of the river. Possible tornado at Whitehall, moving down like that. And we're watching multiple sources, and we've got Brett Adair, who's up in the top box. Brett is coming up on that storm. And did y'all say he's on Highway 14, Drew?
Yeah, he looks like he's on 14 in between Selma and going towards Autaugoville.
All right, so we're going to have to get him on the other side of the river, which is going to be hard to do. There are no bridges here. You can't cross the Alabama River until you get over here to U.S. Highway 31. And I would imagine what Brett's going to do, he's going to get into Prattville, get on 31, you cross the river here, and then you can get down here and access this part south of Montgomery. So again, we're going to have Brett Adair intersecting this storm about the time it reaches the Montgomery Metro. And again, for the moment, Brett's up here on Highway 14. But again, that's your possible tornado right here. Very good looking structure. That's the classic kidney bean looking storm with the inflow notch, hook in the back. And again, that's moving to the southeast. Any reports, Drew, any so far from this thing?
I haven't seen anything yet. I was going to note that Kevin Henderson is actually a little bit further ahead than Brett. I just was looking at our tracking here on 14 heading towards Autaugoville. So he's a little bit further to the east, but not much. So they're kind of going in the same direction on the same road at this point, trying to get out ahead of it.
All right.
No, not seeing any reports coming in quite yet of anything that confirms any ground truth.
All right. So again, we're here for the duration, and we invite you just to please stay with us as we get video from our teams in the field. They have drones, dash cams. We got the fixed cameras, and it's going to be good. JP, how's the Montgomery camera looking?
Still can't see too much. Of course, we're looking to this west-southwest from downtown. The storm's still roughly about 15 miles away from the camera. Hopefully, as the storm gets closer, we'll just see a little bit better. Lightning has increased. Again, we're almost to 80 degrees, 79 degrees, so we're definitely in that juicy part of the state where the environmental conditions are pretty favorable for this. Hopefully, we won't see anything down, but we're keeping our eyes peeled.
Yeah, JP, can you zoom in to that RSA Tower and maybe go a little to the right? RSA Tower is the tallest building in Montgomery, and pan down a little bit and then go to the right. And want to watch those cloud bases.
And as we're panning to the right, we're looking about due west
right
now.
Yeah, just due west. And this is the segment where we could see some strong winds. I don't think we're going to, we're too far away to see a tornado at this point. Of course, we always watch those cloud bases, but this is going to be on the leading edge of this storm that's coming into the Montgomery Metro. And again, remember, if you're north of Montgomery, you don't have a risk of a tornado, but you do have a risk of strong winds and some hail. And again, there's pretty impressive cloud-to-ground lightning strike right there.
And what's really concerning is, we're at 4:24 p.m. We're approaching rush hour. Like you said, a lot of people are in their car, and this is just not what you want to see at this time of the afternoon.
Yeah, the timing is not good. And I look back on historic events where we've had real problems, and a lot of them have come during the afternoon drive time. Drew, you got any debris lofted there?
I don't think so at this point. I think we're getting so right here you can see this area right here, there's really no rain falling, and this is just kind of one of those things that's kind of hard to interpret sometimes. In that same area, you see a bunch of this blue. Normally, when you see the blue, a lot of times you get worried if you pay attention to this kind of thing. But this is just basically a clear area right now. You've got a lot of inflow, probably a lot of leaves and things like that being pulled into the thunderstorm, and also this little thing you see right here usually has to do with some hail within the storm, but nothing at this point that screams actual debris at this point. But I will say that reflectivity presentation getting a little bit more concerning looking there with the hook as it moves to the east there. James.
Yeah, so again, a severe storm that could produce a tornado if it's not producing one now. It could at any point. The velocities have ramped up. You see right here, the tornadic circulation is now east of Whitehall, just really along the south bank of the Alabama River. North of Lounsboro, the tornadic circulation still north of US 80. This is US 80 right here. That's the road from Selma to Montgomery. And again, your tornadic circulation is just south of the river, north of Lounsboro, and east of Whitehall. And again, it continues to move in the general direction here of the southern part of the city of Montgomery. All right. And again, Drew is looking at a large area of reduced CC, correlation coefficient, But that might be some side lobe stuff, or again, like Drew talked about, it could be a bunch of leaves or things being sucked into this thing. But clearly there's danger of a tornado being down here. All right, when Kevin Laws issues a tornado warning, you better pay attention. And he did issue this one at the Weather Service in Birmingham. Again, the southern bypass is right here. Northern bypass is right here. That's the eastern bypass. That's 231 headed to Troy, 331 headed to Laverne, 31 headed down toward Greenville, and there's Interstate 65 right here coming through Montgomery. So if by chance you're listening to me, maybe in, say, Greenville or Fort Deposit, and you're coming to Montgomery, just stop. We don't want anybody in a car when this thing comes through. Same thing if you're in Clanton and you're headed down toward Montgomery. We don't want you in a car. Nobody should be driving through this tornado warning polygon here for about the next 30 minutes. Okay, we'll let you know when it's in all clear. But again, nobody on US 80 east or west of Montgomery, nobody on Interstate 65 near Montgomery for the next 30 minutes. You need to be sheltered in Montgomery. That would be, again, in an office building. You want to be on the lowest level in a small bathroom, a hall, basement if you've got one. Many of the big buildings in Montgomery have them. And just stay there until we give you an all clear. Let's go back full screen, JP, to that camera in Montgomery. This is our fixed sky cam. Anything you've seen there?
Just an increase in the lightning output the last few minutes. Still can't see anything. Still a little far off from the camera. Again, roughly about 15 miles away, but that lightning has made a noticeable increase here the past few minutes.
All right. Again, to the north, it's terrible in Prattville right now. Just pouring rain. There could be some small hail. Looks like not necessarily large hail. And that heavy rain is about to cross over Interstate 65. This is Cobbs Ford Road right here. That's Interstate 65. Millbrook is here. Alabama 14 right here. And again, it's nasty up here, but there's no evidence of any tornado. Drew has the tornado indicated by that circle right there on radar. So again, Prattville, Millbrook, Wetumpka. Heavy rain, some hail, strong gusty straight line winds. The greatest concern, it's going to be the possibility of a tornado. And again, most likely that tornado is based on reflectivity north of Lounsboro, east of Whitehall. And again, moving in the direction of the city of Montgomery, or maybe just south of downtown Montgomery. But again, we stress what you do in this case, you have to respect the polygon. Respect the polygon. That means if you're in this, you do something about it. If you're not in it, that's fine. And again, you got a polygon up here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but the tornado warning polygon is down here in red. We do not see any purple. That means this has not been confirmed and that we don't see debris at this point. But again, our friend Darren Jones at the Weather Service in Birmingham, he says that this is likely on the ground. The Weather Service in Birmingham is increasingly concerned that this is down. And Darren wants us to strongly be sure that you go through your tornado precautions right now, okay? Right now. Don't wait. This is serious business. You know me for a long time. I don't use strong words that often, but we want you sheltered as this storm comes through. And again, the possible tornado, or again, it could be down right now. It could be down. Will be cutting across in areas north of US 80. It'll be coming out here close to Danley Field, the Montgomery Regional Airport, and could affect the southern part of the city of Montgomery, in the southern bypass here, Court Street, Perry Street. Goodness, used to work right there on Delano way back long ago in Montgomery. It's a great town, great people, and we've got to be sure that everybody is safe. So again, be real careful. So let's go back to the, and again, we're watching, just to get your bearings straight, we're watching, this is Brett Adair, right on the top box. Okay, so this is Brett Adair, and Brett is coming down Alabama Highway 14, and what he's going to do is come down across the river and hopefully get in a position down here south of this thing where you can safely look back into it. And Brett's done this a gazillion times. This ain't his first rodeo. He's good at this. And he'll do it safely. And we've got also Kevin Henderson in the same zone here on this one storm. And this is the only severe storm we have in the state. I want to stress that. We're not leaving anybody out. This is it. We have one severe storm. And again, there's a good chance we have a tornado that is down in northern Lowndes County near the south shore of the Alabama River, north of Lounsboro. And this thing is moving to the east-southeast, headed generally toward the southern part of the city of Montgomery. So let's take that Montgomery camera full. And JP, if you can, I want to go a little bit to the south, a little bit to the left. We're seeing the shelf cloud there to the north, and I understand that, but we want to kind of go back in that direction right there, and maybe go in a little bit tighter if we can, right above the State House, and kind of watching the cloud bases there. You've not seen anything, have you?
Keeping my eyes peeled, have not seen anything. Again, just that increase in the lightning output. And again, if you don't have to get out right now, please don't. We approach rush hour. This is just not good timing. We don't want anybody in a car that does not have to be driving right now around the state capitol.
All right. So again, Montgomery, I know you want to go home, but we just want you to stop and wait this thing out. Stay in your office buildings. Stay somewhere in a good place that can serve as a shelter. Lowest floor near the center, no windows. Let's go back to our triple box. And again, if you're just joining us here, we're live on the Alabama Network. It's 4:31. We have a tornado warning in effect now for the northern part of Montgomery County, the northern part of Lowndes County, extreme southern Autauga. This does not include Prattville. Prattville is here. There's your warning boundary right here, the tornado warning. Now, Prattville, the weather's horrible. Pouring rain, thunder, lightning, gusty winds, but the tornado threat is right there. And that's going to be passing well to the south of Prattville, again, coming into Montgomery, and we'll be watching all these cameras with great interest here in the next 15, 20 minutes as this thing comes on through. We've got Kevin Henderson and Brett Adair, both are on this storm. And we're going to be able to see both of their streams, and they do it safely. These guys, are, again, they've done this a long time, and they're very good at what they do. If you're up here in Elmore County, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Wetumpka, Millbrook, Deatsville, Marbury, Pine Level. It includes Holtville, Slap Out, if you will. So, Drew, what are your thoughts? You've been watching the radar here. It looks like we've still got pretty tight rotation there.
Yeah, still seeing some rotations, but still also getting, like you mentioned earlier, maybe some side load contaminations, making it a little bit harder to interpret there. But still good evidence that there is quite a bit of strong velocity signature in there, and we're definitely seeing good presentation in the reflectivity. Maybe even getting what's called a bounded weak echo region here, where you got a little bit of a lowering of the intensity of the reflectivity inside of some higher reflectivity. Something I think was also mentioned by the Weather Service here in the last few minutes. So still looking pretty rough on radar, not seeing anything that indicates things are getting any better. If we do a quick query on some of the higher velocities there, yeah, we're still, we've consistently been getting around 70, 80 mile per hour being detected by the radar, which again, at this level is about a little bit less than 3,000 feet off the ground. But everything indicating that we've got a storm that's spinning pretty good. Looking at the correlation coefficient, again, not sure yet. Let me just double check that right there. I don't think that's anything. I think that's a little bit too far out ahead. Yeah, so that's out. That little lowering we saw there is out ahead of the actual rain. So we kind of take that out. We strike that out. That's not debris, I don't think, but that's something we're kind of checking. And again, haven't seen any immediate evidence yet of a debris signature in the radar data, at least. James.
All right, so at 4:34, we are working a tornadic situation, a severe storm that could very well be producing a tornado now that is in northern Lowndes County, near the bank of the Alabama River. The Alabama River is right here. This tornado will be passing south of Prattville. US 80 is right here. Again, that's where 21 forks off going down to Hayneville. That's Alabama 97 right there. And this tornadic circulation will be coming into areas near Montgomery Regional Airport, Danley Field, and pretty close to the Southern Bypass down here, Southern Bypass in Montgomery. And again, this is afternoon drive. This is when many people are typically in their car. And you can do us a favor. You can be a hero. We cannot reach everybody. A lot of people don't pay attention to weather. And if you know somebody that might be in this polygon, whether they're maybe in a car or they're home, call them or text them. Let them know. Do something. All right, Bill, go.
WEX 05, James, this is Ryan Connor.
We're not up.
Sorry, I had it pulled up, and I'll pull it up again for you real quick here. This is Ryan Connor, who is just about to cross over 82 and 31 near Maxwell. Has a good view into the storm there. He got off at the Day Street exit off I-65, and he's going west. But, I don't see anything there that shows me there's a tornado there, but that's a really good look at the storm.
All right, let's take the Montgomery camera full, the sky cam in Montgomery. JP, what you got there?
I'm not seeing anything like a wall cloud or anything like that. Everything looks good so far. I don't really see any sort of lowering, anything like that. So hopefully it'll stay aloft as it has so far. Let's hope this trend continues.
Let's pull out, maybe zoom out a little bit and take a look at the broader view. Again, this is the storm coming into downtown Montgomery, and that way you can see the landmarks, the State House, the State Capitol building. Drew, what you got?
Yeah, just seeing our Skywatcher, Brian Falls, is listening to traffic on the radio and seeing that the Montgomery Airport is seeking shelter with heavy lightning at the airport, and they've also said that the governor's residence is relocating to the basement currently.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Again, wow, you saw that lightning strike. This is a severe storm that is capable of producing a tornado. It might be right now. That's coming into the southern part of Montgomery. This camera is on the Alabama Public Television Tower at Patterson Field, and you can see the chaos there. Bill, go ahead.
Rotating wall cloud, Union Street on I-85 from Weather Service chat, James.
All right, let's pan a little bit maybe to the left if we can, a little to the south, JP. And I would imagine it's going to be still pretty tough to see from this vantage point, but let's hold it right there. We'll just kind of hold it there. And again, I think that's going to give us the best perspective of looking at this coming into Montgomery, and that's looking to the west-southwest from the public television tower. And again, you can see the State House down below, the Alabama State Capitol, the rotunda at the intersection of Dexter and Bainbridge in Montgomery. And again, everybody should be sheltered. Everybody should be sheltered. Let's go back to the triple box. We have the tornado warning continues in effect now for the southern part of Montgomery. They are sheltering at Danley Field, Montgomery Regional Airport, which is right here. That's the southern bypass. That's Interstate 65 right here. Again, Court Street, Perry Street, Interstate 85 here, cutting through Montgomery. And again, it's not a good look. Again, a clear inflow notch right here. And again, the possible tornado is right here. And it's still hugging the Alabama River. This thing has been hugging the river. And it looks like it wants to stay in the northern part of this polygon. The polygon extends as far south as Pentlala. And if you're in it, stay sheltered. No doubt about that. But it looks like the greatest risk is going to be in the northern part of this polygon here. And that does include the city of Montgomery. Again, this is the northern bypass here, southern bypass here. Again, the northern bypass actually runs right up in here. And again, that would probably be Madison Avenue right here. But the bottom line, just listen, if you're in Montgomery, stay sheltered. That's the bottom line. We're watching, goodness gracious, the lightning is wicked here, and JP is watching this thing like a hawk. And JP, you've seen no evidence of a wall cloud so far.
No evidence yet, but we're keeping our eyes peeled. The temperature has dropped a little bit, down to 77 over a dew point of 71 downtown. But again, we're keeping our eyes peeled with the camera. I don't see anything notable yet.
All right. And again, we have our chasers in the field. And Drew, do you have, this is Kevin Henderson. Do you have his location by any chance? We were able to track them.
Yeah, they are. Seems like maybe running into some traffic. They're just east of Otagoville on 14, trying to get over towards Prattville and Montgomery, but they're making slower progress, I think, because of something.
Yeah, it's they're on the north side of the river, and the tornadic circulation is here on the south side of the river. They're close to it. It's pouring rain, of course. The weather's nasty up here. Millbrook, Prattville, it's just nasty. But again, the tornado potential is right here, hugging the south bank of the Alabama River. And again, you can see the tornado warning polygon continues to shrink as the storm moves on to the east. If you're in Lounsboro, Whitehall, you're clear from this. The risk of a tornado is ended. The risk is now basically coming right into downtown Montgomery. And again, we've got the Skycam here looking right back in through here. Anything from you, JP?
Taking a look at, there might just be some scud clouds there. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Again, we're looking basically southwest from this camera. Taking a look there, but it doesn't look like anything too organized.
Yeah, it's just some scud going up into the updraft. You can see the flags on the rotunda, the state capitol. That's the inflow coming into the storm. Let's expand that out a pretty good bit and just kind of look at a wide view here for just a second. And again, you can see that the shelf cloud is getting closer to Montgomery. So, and again, the lightning is just tremendous in this thing. Let's go back to the triple box. And again, JP, you might just want to zoom in and try and find some evidence of a wall cloud. We're not seeing it at this point. Watching the Weather Service chat. And at this point, we do not have any TDS at this point. No tornado debris signature. And it looks like, Drew, is the rotation weakened a bit, you think?
It may have here in the last scan or two. At least some of the inbound velocities have come down a little bit there. So yeah, you can see a few minutes ago, west of Mount Sinai, you had a little bit of a brighter green spot there with that little bit higher winds. As we move it to the current time, as it moves past there, looks like it's starting to come down. Although this, again, that could be one little artifact, but there's one little area there. Let me just check it against the, yeah, that's not in an area of high reflectivity. It's down this way. So still could be some really heavy winds. There probably is. I'm sure we're getting some really gusty straight line winds at least out of this. But yeah, it does appear that the rotational signature isn't maybe quite what it was a few minutes ago.
All right, but still, stay sheltered. And I just saw one report that apparently a deputy in Montgomery County reported a tornado on the ground. That was from one of our sky watchers that monitors scanner traffic. And again, you can clearly see right here, again, hugging the south bank of the Alabama River, what could be a tornadic circulation that's coming right into the western part of Montgomery. Again, this is U.S. Highway 31 right here, the old 31. Before we had the interstate, that's how you got to Prattville. And again, Interstate 65 is right here. And it just seems as if the circulation still wants to stay in the northern end of this polygon up here, which would include the city of Montgomery, unfortunately. And again, we've got eyes on it. We've got the Skycam looking right into it. In fact, let's take the Skycam full. JP, anything from your perspective?
Still good news so far. It looks like the storm's losing a little bit of organization. Perhaps the rotation is not quite as strong as it was. But from what I've seen, again, just a lot of lightning. Still not a drop of rain from the camera, so we'll keep watching it. But so far, so good.
Yeah, that'll change here very quickly. It's pouring, just pouring up in Prattville, Wetumpka, Millbrook, north of Montgomery. And again, the rotation, it's there on radar. Kevin Laws made a good observation down at the Weather Service in that we possibly there's not quite enough low-level turning to get these things on the ground. They need to really turn to the right in the path here for these things to get down, and this one has not done that so far. But again, we've had reports. Again, a deputy reported a tornado on the ground. We've had some reports of a wall cloud here, but from our camera perspective, we just can't see any evidence of a wall cloud or a tornado at this point, and the rotation seems to be a little broader, but still, remember, as long as that polygon is there, you stay sheltered. And I know you're fussing at me, you're not happy, it's time to go home, it's 4:44, you want to get home, but we just want you safe. The goal, every time we do this, it's no loss of life. I love numbers, I'm a numbers guy. The only metric that's important, it's no loss of life, 0 fatalities. And again, Drew, explain that rotation detector for those that have not seen this product.
Yeah, James. So basically, it kind of tries to distill the velocity product into something that might be a little bit easier to understand because you're just kind of looking at more of a bullseye. You know, where is the potential strongest rotation, or at least the strongest gradient, where you see a change in either wind speed or direction. And so, when you see the red here, that's usually a little bit stronger. Doesn't always indicate that there's a tornado or anything like that. But as we look at the trend here, you can kind of see there was a little bit more of that red there earlier. And then as we move further in time, closer to current time, it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did. And again, sometimes when you don't see it look as compact, looks a little bit more linear, then that could indicate that the overall rotation of the storm is a little bit broader, kind of like we've talked about here. So, that looks like it's probably a good trend that we're seeing that both in that rotation detector product, but also in our velocity products as well.
Right, Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, James, this is from Rachel Reed, who's at the Hyundai plant. You can see the storm with the distinct lowering there. You see a very distinct beaver tail coming in, the inflow into the storm, and the lightning is really, really intense. She says the inflow into the storm is really fast. So, it's really trying right there. This was a video from the interstate as well, showing what's going on. This was another look from the Hyundai plant, showing that the vault of the thunderstorm with the very powerful downdraft that's going on. And these were some earlier images. We're getting lots of images. You could easily have a rain-wrapped tornado inside all of this.
All right, let's go live to the full screen, our Montgomery camera. Ryan, JP, what have you seen there?
Nothing yet. Again, still dry. Hadn't started raining yet. Temperature is down to 75. It's dropped a couple of degrees. I'm looking at some of that scud out there, but so far so good.
Let's pan a little bit to the right, just a little bit to the right.
Yeah, I've been panning both directions, see if we see anything.
Yeah. Let's just hold it about right there. Again, that's a good shot of the core of this, the southwestern flank of the storm coming into downtown Montgomery. And again, it's in the process of moving into the city. And if we had a tornado there, we would be seeing it at this point, most likely. Keep in mind, many of tornadoes, of course, are rain-wrapped here. We know that. But we just have not seen strong evidence. But again, having said that, we've had reports. Again, this is coming from Montgomery Emergency Management, a report from Montgomery County Sheriff Dispatch. A tornado was seen coming into the west from Lowndes County into Montgomery County around Canaloo Road. And so we've had some reports of people seeing a tornado here. But again, we've not had any confirmed reports of damage, which is good.
Yeah, and you don't like seeing those cars down there. Driving.
No.
If you don't have to drive right now, I understand we're approaching rush hour, you want to go home, you're tired. Please don't get in the car if you don't have to till this storm passes.
Right, so let's quickly go back to the triple box. And again, let's go to velocity if we can, Drew. And again, the velocity is going to tell the story here. Again, there could be a rain-wrapped tornado in there. It's clearly this thing is spinning like a top. The question is there a tornado on the ground? We don't know that, but you have to assume that that's the case, and that rotation is going to be coming right into the southern part of the city of Montgomery. So again, from downtown Montgomery, Dexter Avenue, especially south, you need to be sheltered. Again, northern bypass up here. That's 231 going up to Wetumpka. Eastern bypass over here. Eastdale Mall is right here. You got Interstate 85 coming through the middle of Montgomery, which is right here. And again, we're watching the segment that's about to come into the southwest part of the city of Montgomery. The conditions have deteriorated down at Danley Field, Montgomery Regional Airport. And again, this thing is coming on in really fast, and the rain's going to be increasing at that camera site. Let's take Montgomery again full screen. We're going to try and just watch this, because at this point, I mean, we're looking into the belly of this thing. And there could be some hail with this storm as well. But again, the greatest concern, it's the possibility of a tornado. And it's 4:49. This is typically a time where everybody's on the road, headed home from all those office buildings, the state government. Again, this is not a prime time for this, but it is what it is. And we just ask you that you stay sheltered until the storm gets east of Montgomery. Give us about another 15 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes will give you an all clear, but I sure can't do that right now. You're basically in the middle of the danger zone as this storm comes into downtown Montgomery. So again, JP, you've not seen any evidence. You've got your eye on this thing.
No evidence Of a tornado or any sort of lowering yet, and just looking at just the big picture, there's only one other severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much Alabama, Mississippi. I mean, the whole system. There's not too, is an overall picture. Hopefully, these storms won't get out of hand. But looking at the Montgomery Skycam there, we just see the lightning continuing to give us a pretty good show, and it looks like the rain is starting to increase there as that rain shaft moves into the city. But it's just going to be really hard to see anything.
Yeah,
with that precipitation.
We're about to lose our visibility when the big downpour hits. We'll just see a lot of gray, and it's going to be hard to see much of anything. Again, that's as wide as we can get on the camera. Again, down below, that's Madison Avenue. In fact, if you look on the far left-hand part of the screen there, that's the press box at Crampton Bowl, just to give you a reference. And, of course, you can see the State Capitol complex there, and the rain is increasing in Montgomery. And again, we're watching this very, very carefully. The storm is rotating. I will tell you now, this storm is spinning like a top. The big question is there a tornado down? And I don't know that. It could be, and that's why you've got to stay sheltered. So let's kind of update the tornado warning. Lowndes County has been totally taken out. So if you're in Lowndes County, all clear for you from this storm. The tornado warning has been taken out for Lowndes County. The storm is now to the east, coming through the city of Montgomery. The tornado warning affects northern Montgomery County, and that's it for right now. And again, you can see the rain is increasing. Let's go back to the camera full screen, Montgomery. Ryan, thank you. That's, again, down below, that's Crampton Bowl. And soon we're going to be totally immersed in rain here, where you can't see much. But remember, most Alabama tornadoes are very hard to see. Most of our tornadoes are rain-wrapped. Our storms are HP, heavy precipitation, not the LP type storms like they see in the Great Plains. And again, looking at the radar data, there's still some pretty good rotation coming right up through the southern bypass. And again, right in that heavy rain shaft, there could be a tornado down right now. And you've got to take this thing seriously. So if you are in the southern part of the city of Montgomery, downtown Montgomery, stay sheltered. I can give you an all clear in about 15 to 20 minutes. But again, I don't like all those cars down there. Again, we don't want anybody driving. A car is a death trap during a tornado. So if you're listening to me, just pull over, go into a gas station, any business that can serve as a shelter until the storm moves on to the east of Montgomery. And again, watching the radar loops, this thing continues to just spin like a top. The question is, do we have a tornado down? And JP, you've still not seen any evidence. You can't see anything.
Yeah, and unfortunately now we just can't see anything. I mean, it's nice that this event, we've had so many of these nighttime events, at least this one's during the day, at least this part of the event. But unfortunately, just can't see anything with that rain. And again, we just don't like to see those cars down there driving by that stadium.
So far, the peak wind gust at Danley Field is 40 knots. That's under severe limits, and that's good, which is really good. But again, the concern down here in this part of the storm is the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. And rain is obviously increasing in downtown Montgomery. We can't even see the state capitol complex now. We can barely see Crampton Bowl across the street. And again, this is a very dangerous storm that is capable of producing a tornado. We have a tornado warning in effect for the city of Montgomery. The greatest danger, we believe, is from downtown Montgomery south. And again, we want everybody to stay sheltered. Nobody should be along the major highways in Montgomery, any of the bypasses, the loop around the city. We don't want anybody along Interstate 65, nobody along Interstate 85. And of course, most folks would not want to be driving in this anyway with that kind of downpour. But again, with the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado, you got to be careful. So let's go back to the triple box real quick. And again, I should mention that we do have Kevin Henderson, who is out in Montgomery County at this point. He is in the process of trying to get in a position to see something, give us a different angle. But again, he's going to have the same problem we have with the Skycam here. It's just absolutely pouring rain. Absolutely pouring rain. Drew, any word from you? Any late storm reports?
I'm not seeing anything yet. Now, and as far as Kevin is concerned, it looks like he's maybe just turning on to 31 going south. right there near the intersection with US 82 there. So it looks like he'll be crossing the river, the chute here pretty soon as he's trying to head further towards the east and the southeast. But yeah, as far as reports or anything like that, I do see, and I know you mentioned the 40-knot peak at the Montgomery airport. Looks like 45 knots now. They just got another one there, but not seeing any other reports. We'll check our Skywatcher chat here to see if we got anything else coming out of that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything other than looks like maybe some flooding from Bryan Falls. The Prattville Police Department reporting some flooding on McCrane Street and Highway 31. So we may be getting some flash flooding, or at least some standing water on roadways, it looks like, with the heavy rain.
Now let's go to the Montgomery camera full screen again, Ryan. Again, it's just a total downpour. I mean,
I'm surprised to see only the highest gust there, 21. Likely that number will go up.
Yeah, and again, that's the one great thing about the Regions Skycam network. We have the live weather data that goes with these live cameras. And again, you can see that we've got a peak wind gust of 21. That's very manageable, very manageable. And it looks, we came back, 73 with a dew point of 71. Torrential rain in downtown Montgomery as this severe storm passes through. And again, we're still seeing evidence of broad rotation. We have had no reports of any tornado damage. The tornado warning will continue in effect for the next 17 minutes until 5:15. And we'll just be watching radar trends to see if the warning is extended.
James, speaking of that, it looks like Darren Jones just mentioned downstream severe for eastern Montgomery County with a tornado possible tag. So it looks like they may opt for a severe thunderstorm warning for the extension of this for this storm.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a good call since we've all got eyeballs on this thing. We've watched it come through with our Skycam in Montgomery. We've watched with the chasers, and we've just not seen any evidence in the last 10, 15 minutes of a tornado. And the circulation is broad. So what the Weather Service is going to do, they're going to be posting a downstream severe thunderstorm warning here. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the western part of Macon County, northwestern Bullock County, the eastern part of Montgomery County, and far southern Elmore County, which is right here. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:45 for this storm that is over Montgomery right now, and that'll be coming out really trucking right down Interstate 85. Interstate 85 is right here. Again, Pike Road is here. US 231 is right here. Taylor Road, East Chase, right here. And it's just a lot of rain, but peak wind gust, JP, holding in what, 21?
Peak wind gust is still 21. I'm watching that like a hawk. You'd think it'd have been higher, but of course that's a good thing. But again, just can't see anything. Goodness, that camera is nothing but a shield of rain.
Yeah, and again, the camera is on the public television tower by Patterson Field in Montgomery, right across the street from Crampton Bowl. And that's pretty much what it looks like in a lot of the communities around Montgomery. If you've been in, again, Prattville, the rain is finally starting to taper off here. Pouring rain up at Millbrook, Wetumpka. But the heaviest rain of all is right in the middle of downtown Montgomery. It is not a good day to be driving. Let's quickly peek over at the storm that is around Hale, Marengo counties. I know that the Weather Service is watching this one as well. This one right here for any sign of this becoming severe. And again, this is down here in an environment where conditions favor some rotation. We're getting an increase in the low-level jet. And so far, no evidence of any circulation here. None whatsoever. But again, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, this storm is located where Perry, Marengo, and Dale counties all come together. Now, this is another radar view of this storm. This is from a ClimaVision radar, which is in Pine Hill. As you know, the Birmingham radar is out of service for this event. The part will not be in until tomorrow. And we're so thankful for our friends at ClimaVision for giving us access to the Pine Hill radar to supplement radar coverage. And again, we're watching the storms down here And again, no evidence of any rotation at this point, which is a good thing. So again, just something to watch for now. But again, Drew, I got to think we might have some flooding problems in Montgomery if this keeps up. I mean, look at this stuff here.
Yeah, I think so. If I can switch back over to our radar in Montgomery and kind of look at some of our rain totals that we've seen here just in the last few hours here. So yeah, this is just in the last hour, and we're seeing some pretty good totals here. We'll go ahead and put a few query points on there. So maybe over 2 inches near Autauguaville, just to the west of Prattville there. As we get into Montgomery itself, over an inch possible in kind of the northern part of the Montgomery metro. A good bit less as you move further towards the south, kind of down where the tornado warning is currently active and the rest of the severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, it looks like just in the last hour, we've dropped a good couple of inches of rain in some of those areas. So certainly could be starting to see some ponding on the roadways in some places, the typical places that as you get out and that you typically see a certain spot in the road that's lower and gets flooded. Those are going to be the kind of places you probably want to avoid here for the near term as this storm is moving through. Behind that, though, it looks like at least for the short term, you'll have a break from the rain. But again, as we mentioned, you do have more cells back off towards the west that could bring some more rain into those areas that are seeing some really heavy rain right now, James.
Yep. And again, Kevin Henderson, I know that he was telling us that he's encountering some ponding water on his feed.
Yeah, that's who we've got up right there.
Right. He says traffic lights are out at US 31 and US 82 in Prattville by the old Prattmont Drive-In Theater. And he's encountered some traffic at a standstill earlier, and he's had some water across the road. Now, the rain has tapered off at Prattville, where Kevin is located, but I do believe that Kevin is in the process of, he'll be crossing the Alabama River soon if he's not already done that, and he's on US 31, not Interstate 65, kind of coming in on the backside of this storm. But again, what you see is what you get. I mean, it is just still rough. But JP, still the good news, the peak wind gust is 26. We can handle that.
Yeah, peak wind gust is 26, nowhere near severe limits. But of course, there still could be some damage being done, just not that part of town. But yeah, it's just hard to see anything. In a few minutes, this rain should start to let up a little bit, see if anything happened down there. But unfortunately, we just can't see much till the storm passes.
All right, so it's 5:03. This is the Alabama Weather Network, and we are in the process of working severe storms. One of the feeds that we monitor is from the National Weather Service in Birmingham, and Kevin Laws, who's the Science Operations Officer. Kevin's working the warning desk, and he believes, based on the parameters that he's seeing, the main threat for the next several hours will be from straight line winds, based on the photographs he's seeing from these forecast soundings and the way things have behaved so far. It might be hard to get a tornado down for a length of time. The photographs are mostly straight with strong speed shear, but limited low-level curvature. And again, the STP value is not especially high. And again, it favors fast-moving line segments and embedded supercells capable of damaging straight-line winds and occasional rotations, although the chance of getting a long-lasting tornado looks really small in this environment, which is good. So again, that's a good observation from Kevin, is that the main threat, maybe not tornadoes, but from strong winds and flooding. And understand, there's no doubt there could be a tornado over the next couple of hours. No doubt about that. But based on the way these things are talking to us, and I tell people all this all the time, storms talk to you if you're willing to listen. And the fact that this storm tried and tried and tried to get a tornado down, and it just seemed like it couldn't do that. And the conditions are just not quite favorable for that. And that could change. Again, the low-level jet will likely increase in coming hours. But Drew, what you got? Some hail here?
Yeah, it just looks like the hail potential is maybe kind of ticking back up a little bit here. And you can see, looking at our hail product, this hail detector product is kind of the instantaneous version. What I just showed you before is kind of where potential hail has been over the last hour or so. So kind of east of Montgomery there, just to the north of I-85, is where there might be some hail falling right now. And Bill, did you see any reports of that earlier?
No, I was looking at the maximum hail on the radar product from Maxwell. It's really pushing 2.5 inches now. So the Weather Service had upped the tag on this warning to ping pong size, Drew.
Yeah, and you can see right there. So that's in the reflectivity. So it definitely looks like we're probably starting to get some hail. And I have to say, looking at the reflectivity, just as far as potential tornadic potential, it's starting to kind of produce a little bit more of a hook again. So we'll see here. We'll look at the velocity. We might be starting to see things ramp back up. I'm not sure about that for sure, but that last scan of velocity might be something we got to look at there.
Right. We're going to have these quick spin-ups, and we'll have to keep an eagle eye on these things. And again, no doubt, we've got this inflow notch and this rotation here. Again, this is Taylor Road. 231 is down here. Interstate 85 is up here. And again, broad rotation near Taylor Road and US 231.
Yeah, and James, they're going to issue another tornado warning on it.
Yeah, okay, so we got a tornado warning coming for this rotation. So a new tornado warning is coming as that we've got the rotation back. And by the way, the peak wind gust at the Montgomery Airport was 50 knots. That's 58 miles per hour. So the new tornado warning will be popping up here in just a matter of seconds on the screen. And this will include parts of northeastern Montgomery County and parts of Macon County. And again, possible rotation here is at Pike Road. Had to sneeze. Sorry. Again, this is Interstate 85 right here. Rotation at Pike Road. And there's your new tornado warning polygon right here. The tornado warning polygon is going to be mainly south of Interstate 85. And this does include Union Springs and Bullock County. So again, parts of Macon and Bullock counties and eastern Montgomery County, northeastern Montgomery County under a tornado warning. And this will be in effect until 6 o'clock for about the next hour. So again, the storm is beginning to ramp up again. And JP, maybe you can point that camera on the backside of that departing storm, looking back to the east. We'll see. And again, it's going to be hard to see much of anything because of all the rain. But we'll get our Montgomery camera looking back from Montgomery back into this direction to the southeast to see if we can see anything. And again, looks like a tower leg might be in the way. But again, that's looking in that general direction. And it's
I was taking a look at our Cherokee camera up in northwest Alabama. Temperature's down to 54.
Yeah.
So we've got temps in the 50s and low 60s in that part of the state. So the severe weather issues are over.
Yeah, again, if you're in the Tennessee Valley, we're just not concerned with severe storms there. It's cool, stable air. Temperatures are coming down behind the front. But again, the main concern, it's this one storm right here. And again, this is a tornado warning that's in effect until 6 o'clock for northeastern Montgomery County, for southern Macon County. Tuskegee is here. Tuskegee is not in this tornado warning polygon. There is a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, but again, the tornado warning polygon is in red. So again, Tuskegee not in the tornado warning polygon. Union Springs is in the tornado warning polygon. And again, that's kind of noisy. Again, we're seeing these lowered CC values in through here. And again, I wouldn't quite call that a TDS at this point. But again, clearly this rotation right at Pike Road. And again, that's going to come right on through here. Drew, what are your thoughts on that?
That'd be that little pixel right there, and that's the first scan I've seen something. Maybe it is lined up with that a very small little couplet there. I mean, that could be something small to begin with. Actually, next scan just came in. Doesn't look like it's as much of a rotation. That might have been a fairly transient little spin up, possible. But Bill, do you have something?
Definitely some little nudgers were moving into the circulation then. So yeah, it clearly was trying to wrap up right there.
But it doesn't look as quite as suspicious in the next scan. So, again, these kind of things, we still couldn't get a quick one potentially with this kind of thing.
And I'm still not seeing any damage. This has come through a densely populated part of the state, the city of Montgomery, and we've got a lot of sky watchers, a lot of them. Not seeing anything over there, not seeing anything on the Weather Service chat, not seeing anything on the open socials. Bill, you're monitoring the incoming user-generated content. Anything from you over there?
Yes, James, no damage so far. We've got power out around Vaughn Road. near Halcyon Park in that area, but no damage at all. Just lots of images of wind and rain and some hail around AUM, James, that was about the size of dimes.
And I've seen some video sent to me, again, from Montgomery, and same thing you've seen with these cameras. We have seen evidence of some flooding, no evidence of any storm-related damage anywhere, which is really good. Again, this is the rotation detector product coming from the Barron Lynx radar system here. And again, you can see that possible tornadic signature. Again, it's in the community of Pike Road, which is a very densely populated part of Montgomery. And again, if we have anything down, we should know about that pretty quickly. And that is moving to the east-southeast. And we'll just see how this thing holds together. Again, and I know a lot of you are waiting for an all clear. And let me just give an all clear to Interstate 65. Now, I'm not talking an all clear from rain. I'm talking an all clear from tornadoes from this particular storm. So again, if you need to travel Interstate 65 or US 31 through Montgomery, this storm is now east of there. So you're good. Again, it might be raining. Everybody, look, when I say bad weather, you ask 20 different people, they'll have 20 different definitions of bad weather. You'll have some rain, absolutely, but the tornado danger is now well east of I-65. So all clear from I-65 west from this. And again, if you're in downtown Montgomery, all clear for you. Any of the state government facilities, the office buildings, the State House, the state capitol, all clear for the city of Montgomery, downtown Montgomery. The concern now, it's east of Montgomery for this rotation near the community of Pike Road. And again, that will be moving on down to the east-southeast. And again, we've got Kevin Henderson's stream, who is in the process of trying to catch the backside of this thing. And if I had to guess, Drew, he's on Interstate 85.
Yep.
We've all driven that road so many times.
Looks like he's just east of Jackson Hospital.
Right. He's down there in the core of Montgomery. He's about to pass Alabama State, and he'll be coming out across Ann Street, Perry Hill Road, Eastern Bypass. And again, Kevin's ultimately most likely will be getting off maybe at Taylor Road. That's Taylor Road right here, and come down and try and catch the backside of this thing, and that's the object. JP, anything you've seen on that camera, even though it's still raining there?
Can't see anything on that camera. Went ahead and took a look at the Troy camera. We're about 30 miles away from that storm, looking north, and not much better of a perspective. But I do think that Troy camera will be increasingly useful here in the next few minutes.
All right. Again, we've got a peak wind that gets to 31 miles per hour at the Skycam site at Patterson Field. And again, we can handle that. That's good. We've heard of no damage in Montgomery, which is great. And again, watching a lot of data feeds here, and I just don't see any confirmed damage in Montgomery. So the reason we're here, it's a tornado warning that's in effect for extreme northeast Montgomery County, southern Macon, northern Bullock counties. This is for areas east and southeast of Montgomery. The tornado warning polygon really is south of Interstate 85. The danger of a tornado here is south of Interstate 85. So again, 85, it's pouring rain, as you can see. Again, that's Interstate 85 right there in downtown Montgomery. That's coming from Kevin Henderson. It's not nice weather, but there's no danger of a tornado along Interstate 85 in Montgomery. So we're not asking folks to get off Interstate 85. You're fine here. And really, the circulation is east of Highway 231. 231 is here. A lot of people are going to be going from Montgomery to Troy, and they want to know, can you go home? And at this point, yes, the tornadic circulation is east of US 231. So 231, Montgomery to Troy, you're okay. Interstate 85 to Auburn, Opelika. And not to say you're okay, it's pouring rain along Interstate 85. Maybe some hail in through here, but in terms of the tornado danger, inflow notch here, that would be the tornado right in through here. And again, that will continue moving to the east, southeast, and we'll see how that thing behaves. Union Springs down here, that's the county seat of Bullock County. The tornado warning does not include the city of Tuskegee. It does not. And there's probably some hail up here along Interstate 85 east of Montgomery around Mount Meigs, as Drew has there. But again, the tornado concern is down to the south. And I am delighted. We've had no damage reports, Drew. Delighted.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, coming through such a populated area there near the capital, it's certainly great to hear that doesn't look like so far that we've got any issues with any sort of damage. You know, we saw that little maybe transient little thing earlier that looked a little bit more interesting, but still no reports coming from it yet either. And I will say, you know, the circulation seems to kind of broaden back out again in the last few scans. So we had a few scans where it looked like it tightened back up, and then it now looks a little bit broader. It's still spinning. You know, don't get me wrong. It's still a very strong, potent thunderstorm, very severe thunderstorm that's probably producing some decent hail there, like we mentioned up there near US 80 east of Mount Meigs currently. But at least the current look at the velocity doesn't seem to scream that it's got a tornado at this point, but we'll continue to watch it. And again, there's still a tornado warning in effect here until 6. So again, we still want to respect that polygon, but at least radar trends currently looking pretty good. But as we have seen, and as is a typical theme when we do this, when we look at these kind of storms, is that they tend to kind of go up and down. And especially in a situation like this where it looks like James has mentioned, the atmospheric parameters may not be all the way, turned all the way up to level 10. So you may see a little bit more kind of cycling where it kind of is up and down. So that seems like what we're kind of trying to see here, James.
Yeah, and again, the conditions just don't seem to favor any tornado getting down and staying down for a long time. It just looks like if we get any down, it's not going to last long. And so that's good, but if it's down for 5 minutes and if that thing comes across your property during those 5 minutes, it's a big deal to you. So again, just to get your bearings straight, this is Alabama Highway 110, runs down to Union Springs out of the eastern part of Montgomery. Interstate 85 here, US 231 right here. That's the US 82 split. That's where 82 goes over to Union Springs. And again, inflow notch, broad rotation right here. But the signature at the moment is not that impressive. And again, this is a storm that's probably producing some hail, by the way, up here. But again, the rotation, there's your hail up there close to Interstate 85. But down here, the rotation is just not looking all that impressive at the moment. It could change. It could change in a heartbeat. And you know the deal. If you're in this tornado warning polygon, you stay sheltered until we give you an all clear. Again, we're giving an all clear for the city of Montgomery, an all clear for Interstate 65 and points west. The trouble is now well to the south and east of Montgomery. From the tornado, we'll give an all clear for US Highway 231. Again, it's pouring rain here, but an all clear from a tornado. Bill, what you got?
Some flooding information, James. This is US 231 on the northern side of Montgomery, right here on WEX 05.
1 second, Bill.
Yeah, we got.
I'll pop it up.
If we can take that up, Drew, for a second. And
Yeah,
there we go. This is northern side of Montgomery, US 231. We've got power out at Pike Road now, which makes sense, James. But look at this at the State House.
Wow.
This is some pretty impressive flooding that's going on at the Alabama State House in downtown Montgomery. And this is a video that shows a car trying to move through it, which we don't recommend. Please, if you see water, do not drive through it. Turn around, don't drown.
Wow. And
But anyway, that's a serious flooding situation right there in downtown Montgomery, James.
yeah, that's not good. Of course, we need this rain. You don't want it to come all at once, but the entire state is in a drought. And this obviously is some rain that we need. We just don't want 3 inches in one day here. But some folks have clearly gone over 2 inches of rain in Montgomery from this. So the reason we're still with you, we have a tornado warning in effect for areas south and east of Montgomery. And we've got broad rotation right here that's now east of Pike Road, and it's really broad. That's not a tornado signature. I mean, we've been doing this a long time, and I'll tell you that's not a tornado signature, but it could ramp right back up. And that's what the Weather Service is trying to do here. They don't want to cancel the warning, and it ramps up. They have to issue another one. you give it a few volume scans. And if the thing just stays weak and disorganized like this for the next 5-6 volume scans, they might choose to cancel that. But they're going to continue it for a while. It's 5:20. The warning is set to expire at 6 o'clock for southern Macon. This is south of Tuskegee. And again, Tuskegee, you're not in the polygon for the tornado here. It does include Union Springs. Again, the circulation would be right here, close to Highway 110, that's near Cecil. That rotation continues to move to the east-southeast. And we'll just kind of watch things carefully and see how it all plays out. This is U.S. Highway 29, runs from Union Springs up to Tuskegee to get your bearing straight. U.S. 29 here. You've got Alabama 110 right here. U.S. 231 here, and that's U.S. 82 coming back over to Union Springs. And so this is, the rotation is north of U.S. 82, south of Interstate 85, out around Cecil along Alabama Highway 110. And that broad rotation continues moving on to the east. And we've got a lot of folks that are having eyeballs on this. And again, we've had no damage. Now, I'm getting a gazillion questions about other parts of the state. And this is the only warning in the whole state. We have one warning, and it's this one. We focus on the storms that are dangerous. We have to do that. And once we get a break, we'll show the rest of the state. But again, we have rain and storms in other parts of Alabama, but nothing at severe limits. And remember, to be severe, you need 58-mile-per-hour winds, or you need hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. We see no evidence of that anywhere else except this one spot. And that's the reason we have the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning polygon in effect here. This is for extreme northeastern Montgomery County, southern Macon, northern Bullock, tornadic circulation near Cecil along Alabama Highway 110, moving to the east, southeast, and ultimately, if it stays intact, that'll be crossing over Highway 29. I think that's side low, Drew, don't you? That looks like
that looks like it's kind of out ahead of everything too.
Yeah,
so
that's garbage.
Bad data.
You have to correlate the different products oftentimes to just verify that what you're seeing is actually there. And again, back in through here, we just don't see a lot of intense rotation here. So let's go back to the Skycam network full. JP, what you got? Anything interesting?
Yeah, Montgomery Skycam can't really see much from that perspective. I took a look at the Troy Skycam in Pike County, looking to the north, but a small shower kind of moved right over campus. So it started raining, not associated with that severe storm that just moved through Montgomery, but looking north from that camera, again, I think the rain is about to increase as that non-severe storm is about to move over campus, but that's probably the closest perspective we're going to get.
All right,
rotation.
Let's go back to Kevin Henderson's live stream. Full screen. So this is at East Chase in the eastern part of Montgomery. And this is a very heavily traveled road at 523 on a Wednesday in the eastern part of Montgomery. And this is a good example of the flooding that is in progress in the city of Montgomery, the eastern part of Montgomery. And I would imagine many, many, many communities in Montgomery have gone close to 2 inches of rain here with this thing. And again, Kevin is showing the flooding in the eastern part of Montgomery. And
yeah, we're showing 1.33 inches at that Montgomery camera. Temperatures around 70. So temps have gone down about 10 degrees, close to 1.5 inches of rain at our camera location. So definitely could see some flash flooding issues for sure going forward.
Yeah, that water is up to... That's pretty high stuff right there. Again, we don't advise driving through that. The problem when you do that, you don't know if a road's been washed out. You don't know what's underneath that water, and sometimes water can move very quickly and can force you off the road. And again, you can kind of look back behind Kevin and see the traffic there. But I would imagine that's around Taylor Road and East Chase in the eastern part of the city of Montgomery. And that's a mess. They picked up a whole lot of rain in a very short amount of time, at least 1 to 2 inches of rain. Again, what was it, JP, 1.33?
1.33, and here we're sitting at the 525. In terms of the wind gusts, let's see what our maximum gust was. it was still right around 30. So I was a little surprised, thought it'd be higher. But yeah, we're sitting at 70 degrees and 1.33 so far of rain. And again, as this event goes on, some more storms might yet again move over the area.
So again, this is coming from the eastern part of the city of Montgomery. And again, looking at some of the various data coming in, we still see no damage, which is good. So let's go back to the triple box. Again, these are rain totals, by the way, over the past hour, and this is based on radar estimates, but typically the estimates are pretty good. And you can see that we're approaching 2 inches up here just off the northern bypass in the northern part of Montgomery. That's around Maxwell Air Force Base. But Montgomery, 1 to 2 inches of rain here in the last hour. That's in 1 hour. So that's what that storm delivered, and these are very efficient rain producers. And that big storm is now south and east of Montgomery. Got the kidney bean shape, which means the storm is rotating. The question is there a tornado down? We'll check the velocity, and again, probably not. Again, back in this zone right in through here, this is where we're looking for rotation, and it's not this tight classic tornado signature here. But still, having said that, the Weather Service is maintaining the polygon, and as long as the polygon is in place, you respect that and you stay sheltered. And again, this is a thunderstorm that came through Montgomery with a tornado warning. The warning was lifted. Rotation went away. Rotation came back. New warning was issued. And so far, we've just not seen any major damage from this so far. Just tremendous amounts of rain, some flooding, possibly some small hail. And again, Kevin, I think, is about to put the drone up. I get the idea. That's his plan now. So Kevin is going to go to a drone, and we should see his video popping up here in just a second with drone video coming from the flooded section in the eastern part of Montgomery. And again, that's the one thing we're trying to do here, give you different angles of the weather that you can see. You can visually experience this stuff. We've learned that a lot of folks don't do much unless they actually see it. They see the radar, and it just looks like a bunch of colors to them. But when you see the flooding in real time, then you know that we've got a real problem here. So again, here we go. This is going to be the drone. And we'll be getting that up in the air. Looks like the bandwidth is a little restricted there in Kevin's particular spot, but hopefully once he gets the drone up, the bandwidth will improve. But for those just joining us, this is flooding in the eastern part of the city of Montgomery out toward East Chase, where we've got high water. And again, 1 to 2 inches of rain in just 1 hour when that big storm came through. We're very thankful we've had no reports of damage, none, zero. But flooding, yes, that seems to be the legacy of these storms so far today. It's the flooding. We've had some reports of small hail, but not really large hail, and quite frankly, no major reports of damaging wind. JP, the peak wind was what, 31?
31. Peak wind gust was 31, and again, the temperature went down about 10 degrees. We're sitting at 70 over a dew point of 69 right now with that camera in Montgomery.
And again, at Danley Field, Montgomery Regional Airport, they had a wind gust of 50 knots. That's 58 miles per hour. But it seems like most of the wind reports were in the 30, 35, 40 mile per hour bracket, which, again, we can certainly handle that. Brett Adair is reporting that there is power out at Vaughn Road and Taylor Road in the eastern part of Montgomery, which goes with that flooding. And again, you got flooding like that and no power. That's not a good situation. But again, you can see the high water. And of course, our advice, it is to turn around, don't drown. I would not want to be driving through that, but some people always do. And again, thanks to Kevin for getting the drone up and getting us some great shots of that flooding in the eastern part of the city of Montgomery, out toward East Chase. And again, the camera here, that's our sky cam at Patterson Field. We watched the storm come in and leave and drop all that rain with that camera. And again, peak wind gust at 31. But there we go. People are swimming their way home, sloshing their way home today in Montgomery after that tremendous downpour this afternoon. We're just thankful that we do not have tornado damage to report, and that's a good thing. Drew's got the hail indicator up, and again, we've got potential for hail north of that broad circulation coming through the extreme southern part of Macon County. And again, this is US 80 is right here. This is the exit with the, what do they have, the dog races, horse races? I lose track of what that thing is now. Bill, you're an economic development guy. Is that a dog track or a horse track? What is it now?
I don't know.
I think it's Victory Land.
Just a casino now, James.
Okay. I get out a lot, but when I get out, I'm in elementary schools. But you know the exit I'm talking about here at Shorter. But again, that hail core is just south of there, and that's a pretty good core. We've not seen one that intense in a while. That might be some pretty large hail falling around the community of Cross Keys, which is south of Shorter, in the far southwestern part of Macon County.
Yeah, James, there's a report, it looks like, from Skywarn spotter of baseball-sized hail near Pike Road.
Yeah.
Weather Service was looking for pictures of it, but.
And your monitor has turned itself off back there. You might want to flip that thing back on. Yep. So it's 5:31, and we are all gathered together on a stormy Wednesday evening. So far, so good. And what I want to do real quick is let's show the whole state, Drew, and let's do a composite. Just show the whole state and show people what's happening. So we have one tornado warning over here in extreme eastern Louisiana. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of Mississippi. North Alabama, no warnings at all. The reason we've not focused on you is the fact that you have no warnings in effect here. We've just got rain falling over the Tennessee Valley, and what's it, in the 50s up there, JP, in the Tennessee Valley?
Yeah, the last time I looked at that camera in northwest Alabama, let's see, which camera? It was 54.
Yeah.
I believe it was the Cherokee camera.
Right.
A little while ago, and then I even, there were a couple other cameras I looked at. The one near the UNA campus, low 60s. So yes. 50s, low 60s is the general.
So it's cool and stable up here. So the Tennessee Valley, we're just not concerned about severe storms. We're watching this little band of storms along the front. That's the boundary of that really cool air that's moving into the Tennessee Valley. So far, they're behaving nicely. The ones to watch are the ones out ahead of that, these discrete cells, like the one that's here southeast of Montgomery. And this one, let's look at where this thing is in Mississippi, Drew. We'll kind of, if this makes it into Alabama, it's probably going to wind up coming into Sumter County. And that is near Philadelphia, Mississippi, and that looks like a pretty nasty hail shaft right there. And we'll see if that thing maintains its strength. And it looks like the one that's east of Montgomery. It's got the kidney bean shape, but there's just no evidence of any tornado here. The STP values are not especially high, and it just seems like based on the current atmospheric profile, we're just not getting the speed directional shear we need to get a tornado down and stay down, which is great. That's what you want. But so far, so good. We've had the tornado warnings around Montgomery, but we've had no reports of any damage. We've got heavier rain falling again through parts of Dallas County out here toward Browns and Marion Junction. Got a good downpour at Thomasville and Clark County. Heavy rain just east of Grove Hill in Clark County. But again, these are not severe. You don't issue severe warnings based on heavy rain, lightning, weird clouds. You just can't do that. You'd have a warning for every storm out there. The warnings, again, there's just one warning in Alabama, one, and that's the one we're focusing on. So again, let's go back to our storm that is south and east of Montgomery. And again, we've got a tornado warning for a little while longer until 6 o'clock for this storm that will be approaching US 29, which is right here, running up from Union Springs to Tuskegee. Tuskegee is not in the polygon. Union Springs, you are in the polygon. And again, you can see how this thing is just trying. It's trying, but it's having a hard time sustaining itself. The rotation is just having a really tough time. And again, these storms are talking to us. They're telling us a story. At the moment, conditions just don't favor getting a tornado down for a long time. If we get one down, it's very brief. Now, that might change over the next couple of hours. But I think really once we get past 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, that's when the air becomes more stable and things should begin to settle down. We will not be here all night. I don't expect a big problem after midnight. Storm should weaken tremendously after 10, 11 o'clock midnight tonight. So we've got this window really for the next, 5 hours where we've got the chance of tornadoes, hail, damaging wind, and flooding. And we've had a little bit of everything. The main issue, quite frankly, has been the flooding. You saw the flooding there in the eastern part of Montgomery. And again, so that's the situation. Again, I'm so encouraged that we do not have any tornado warnings at this point, or any confirmed damage at this point. Tornado warnings, yes. Confirmed damage, no. And Drew, your thoughts going forward. What are you thinking for the next few hours?
Well, just for the near term, I'll mention that it looks like National Weather Service in Birmingham has issued, or will be issuing, a downstream severe thunderstorm warning. So kind of like we saw earlier, now that it looks like the storm has lost its really tight circulation and potential tornadic feature for the time being, that they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning downstream further over towards the east. Again, as we've been mentioning, we've definitely got a big hail core with this. We've seen some hail reports starting to come in. So if you're in that part of the storm, then you certainly are probably going to see some big hail in addition to some heavy rain and lightning. But yeah, going forward into the next few hours, still feels like as we look, especially now that we look back off towards the west, and we're seeing a little bit more. I'm going to try to switch back over to a wider view, and we're starting to see activity start to tick up a little bit in Mississippi. That storm that's up there northeast of Jackson that we looked at earlier, near Philadelphia, Mississippi, that looks like one to watch. Is kind of out in the middle or out by itself, where it's got a little bit better chance to get some inflow into it. Further to the north, like we mentioned, I think we're not going to have to worry about things too much up there with the cool air starting to move in already. But yeah, looking back off towards the southwest, I think really what we see back in Mississippi here over the next couple hours could be what we have to worry about later on. And I think we've continued to focus in a similar area to where we've been focusing here in the last couple of hours. This kind of southwestern part of the state around Demopolis, Marengo County, down towards Sumter and Choctaw counties, into maybe even Washington, Monroe, Clark, places like that.
Tornado warning canceled.
Oh, they canceled tornado warning. Okay, good. They canceled it, and I guess we've got our severe thunderstorm warning downstream now. But yeah, I think that that's going to be the area that we've got to watch for some of these cells that are showing some signs of at least being severe, and that tornadic cell that's way far back. Doubt that's going to persist the entire time, but that's going to be the main area that I think we'll be looking at there, James.
Okay, so again, the good news, the tornado warning is no more, which means if you are sheltered, you can come out of your safe place. We've still got a severe thunderstorm warning down here, understand that, but the tornado warning has been canceled for Macon and Bullock and northeastern Montgomery. This is just basically a big old storm with hail, heavy rain, maybe some flooding, strong gusty winds. But the tornado, it's just not there. There's no evidence of a tornado. And again, like I said, what the Weather Service will do, they'll look at several volume scans, and if it's not there after 5 or 6 scans, they'll cancel the warning. That's the right thing to do. You don't want to cancel it just based on one volume scan, but they'll look at it, and it is totally gone. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for... See, I saw one coming across my feed here.
That may be the extension that just popped in here for this storm.
Macon, Barber, and Russell.
Right. Yeah. This goes over to Barber and Russell County. So what the Weather Service is doing, they're extending the warning onto the east. So again, this includes much of Russell County and the northern part of Barber County. This is basically the zone between Phoenix City and Eufaula. As this storm continues to move on to the east. So again, Phoenix City, Columbus, Georgia, not in this polygon. Eufaula down here, not in the polygon. Let's drag to the south. Let me show Eufaula, give you a point of reference on here. Eufaula is right here. So you can see it's between Phoenix City, Eufaula. US 431 is here. US 82 is here. The community of Hurtsboro is here. And what this thing's going to do, we've been watching it for hours and hours. It is a storm that will produce tremendous amounts of rain. Montgomery had 1 to 2 inches of rain in 1 hour, some flooding. You can expect some flooding. You might see some large hail. Got a pretty good hail core right there. It could produce some strong, gusty, straight-line winds. Winds at Danley Field in Montgomery gusted to 50 knots. That's 58 miles per hour. And that's the type of effects you can see from this as it moves into parts of northern Barber and Russell counties here. So basically, this is simply an extension of the warnings we have over to the Georgia state line and the Chattahoochee. And again, this is the only set of warnings we have in the whole state of Alabama at this point for this one storm that is located now between Union Springs and Tuskegee. Heavy rain is starting along Highway 29, US 29 south of Tuskegee, and that will continue moving to the east-southeast. And again, the core of this will stay south of Phoenix City, north of Eufaula. And we see no evidence of a tornado at this point, none whatsoever. The greatest concern is coming from hail, strong straight-line winds, and flooding. Pretty good hail core right there. That could be some pretty nasty hail that crossed US 29 here, about 8 miles north of Union Springs. But again, looking at all of the data here, I'm just still not seeing any significant damage, which is great. But again, it's 5:41 here. We've got several hours to go before we can declare this whole thing over. And I know a lot of the thing during the day today, people were trying to figure out, do I need to cancel things? And that's a hard decision. Bill, what you got?
James, I know we're not having any reports of damage, which is great news. But I've got an image that I'll share on WEX 05 here of some flooding in Montgomery. That's impressive on the Atlanta Highway near Eastdale Mall. That's right at the Crystals. There's a car that's actually parked in the parking lot there. So the serious situation right now is flooding in these areas that have seen this really, really heavy rain. So please be careful. Once the storm's passed, the flooding threat doesn't go away right away. But we are grateful that we haven't had any significant wind damage.
That is very, very true. But again, the flooding, that's been the biggest issue so far. And again, that car is totally submerged over there, as you can see. And that's not good. So back to the radar. We are at 5:42. We're working one storm that is severe over Macon County and extreme northern Bullock County. We have a hail core that's here, about to cross US 29, about 8 miles north of Union Springs, and that storm is going to roll right into Russell and northern Russell County, which is right here, northern Barber County, which is right here, and it's the main concern will be from hail, strong straight-line winds, and flooding. And again, it really seems like the biggest issue we've had has been flooding so far. And again, this has produced the flooding that you saw there in Montgomery, and that will keep on rolling to the south and east. So we are watching multiple feeds from our sky watchers and our viewers. We thank you, by the way, for all your photos, your videos. It is our window to the world. And it just seems like flooding seems to be the biggest issue so far today. And Drew, I've got to go get a power cord to plug in a doodad that's low battery. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, we'll tell you. All right. So yeah, looking at this. So again, just at this point, severe thunderstorm warning. This is the only one across the state. Which still, this has had a very persistent hail core, and so I think it's very likely, or it's basically confirmed that we're getting a good bit of hail in a fairly small area, but you can certainly see as we look at our hail product here, and we mentioned near Pike Road earlier, you can see that was where back when this was further towards the west, and then as it continues to move towards the east, it has held together pretty well. Again, we don't often see really big hailstorms with this, but it is a pretty compact area currently. But continuing to get occasional hail reports out of it. We've seen a few videos as well. And so that's kind of the main thing. And we'll just kind of keep checking our velocity and still, yes, there's still some rotation, but it's pretty broad. The storm's still kind of overall kind of moving, rotating, but it's certainly not what we were seeing earlier. So still strong thunderstorm, lots of lightning too. In addition to really heavy rain, also some hail mixed in with it as well. There's just been tons of lightning when we were looking at our camera network earlier. When the storm was approaching Montgomery, we saw tons of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, and so that was something that was a big part of it and continues to be a big part of it. And in fact, I'll just go ahead and mention, if you look out, if you're in places like Union Springs there, towards Peachburg, along Highway 82, along US 29, you may not be getting much in the way of rain right now, but there are quite a few strikes out ahead of this system. So again, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon, so we want you inside in that kind of situation anyway. But this is all the more a case of that, where we're getting lots of lightning strikes that are kind of jumping out ahead, and that can be really dangerous. So that's another reason that you want to be inside at the very minimum during a severe thunderstorm warning, is because you often do have lots of lightning. Now, let's go ahead. I'm just going to switch back to the statewide view here. And again, up in the northern part of the state, you've got some showers. You've got some heavy showers in spots, but you don't have near the intensity of storms back kind of, into the Tennessee Valley for sure. But even as we look at the storms that are north of Birmingham, we haven't really looked at these much. We'll just take a quick look at some of these. Looking off, we still have the issue with our Birmingham radar being down. And so we don't have as good of a look at these as we would normally. But yeah, there's just not too much happening here. Again, you've got some heavy rain there in between Coleman and Hanceville. You've got a shower over Jasper and southwest of there. Albertville, you've gotten some pretty heavy rain recently, a pretty good downpour recently. Gunnersville would be the same thing as well. But again, there's nothing severe with these. There's no warnings or anything along those lines. And so as we look back further towards the southwest, we'll switch back over to our Columbus radar here, and maybe even our Jackson, Mississippi radar. And this storm that's approaching Sumter County here, that is the one that we'll probably have to watch next. Still has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Looks like it has pretty good hail potential. It has lots of lightning. That'll be one we'll be watching as it moves towards places like Livingston and York. But again, it hasn't really shown major signs of rotation yet. We took a quick look at this earlier, and so far I'd say, yes, it's probably got it. The overall storm is spinning. There's a mesocyclone, but it doesn't look like anything too concerning at this point. But as it continues to move, we'll continue to monitor that one as it gets closer to the state line. But again, at this point, the only active warning is the one on the storm we've been monitoring there, just now moving east of Montgomery, James.
We've got Chris Mann. He's going to be on this storm that's coming into Sumter County. Chris, we got chasers all over the state this evening. But again, we stress, a lot of people are asking about the Birmingham Metro and Huntsville. Huntsville, you are cool and stable. Don't expect any severe storms up here across the Tennessee Valley this evening. For Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, these storms have been very well behaved. They're along a surface front, and we'll have to watch them. I understand, as long as they're south of that front, there's a chance they could try and grow stronger, but so far they have not. The biggest issue, it's been the storms out here by themselves, south of the front, like this one, this one, this one, and this one. And you can see they're fairly widely scattered. But again, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 4 severe storms across the Deep South. And other than that, what you see up here is below severe limits. This band will be coming into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden within the hour. Mostly light rain, a few heavier spots up in the Tennessee Valley, but again, you're cool and stable. In fact, let's pop up temperatures real quick, Drew. Just let me show you how we're doing with the numbers here. And you'll see why we don't expect any severe weather problems up here. We've got 63 at Florence, 66 in Huntsville and Cullman, 65 in Hamilton. That's cool, stable air. You get into the 70s down here, that's south of the front, and that's where we still have the chance of severe storms. And so back to the radar composite, this is going to be we combine all the radars. And again, a quick point about the Birmingham radar. The Birmingham NexRad is down. And radars go down. This is nothing new. It is a complicated machine with a bunch of moving parts. This big parabolic antenna rotating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they go down. It's like your car. And so while we're missing the data here, we can use the adjacent radars at High Top, Maxwell Air Force Base, and thanks to our friends at Climavision, we have access to their private sector radar that's in Pine Hill. In fact, let's look at that thing real quick. Let's go to the Pine Hill radar and check the storms out in northern Clark County. Let's go down to Clark County. We'll see what that looks like. And again, these are thunderstorms that are along US 43. The radar site is here. This is Pine Hill. That's in Wilcox County. And it gives us a good low-level slice into these. And again, nothing severe. We have no large hail, no damaging wind, no sign of any tornadoes, but just we're thankful for our friends here at Climavision for having that radar there and we having access to that radar today. This is a place where the radar beam from the Weather Service sites, even when Birmingham is working, can be 5, 6, 7, 8,000 feet off the ground, and this gives us a much better low-level slice down here. So again, if you're north of Thomasville up here toward Dixon's Mills in Marengo County, it's pouring rain on the Marengo-Clark County line. Nothing severe. But let's go back to our regular system. Again, this is going to be the composite. This composite's all the radars across the Deep South. And again, we're going to watch this one as it comes into Sumter County. We're watching this one coming into parts of Russell and Barber counties. And of course, we'll watch these. We got tornado warnings down here on the Mississippi-Louisiana state line. There's one down there south of Vicksburg, and we'll see if those things hold together for the rest of the evening. But let's look at the high top radar quickly up here, Drew. Want to look at the northern half of the state for just a moment. We'll go back to our severe storm soon. Rain is heavy in spots, no doubt about that. Places like Geraldine, down toward Albertville, Hanceville and Cullman County, south of Cullman. It's coming down. It's a good downpour, thunder, lightning, but again, we've just not seen any evidence of large hail or damaging wind. That's the reason there's no warnings here. And again, this is a cool, stable air mass up here in the Tennessee Valley. I just don't think you got any problems in Huntsville, Athens, Scottsboro, Florence. You're stable. So let's go back down to the Maxwell Air Force Base radar. We'll take a look at the storm that is southeast of Montgomery. And this is the one that dropped the tremendous amounts of rain on Montgomery, 1 to 2 inches of rain. Got that hail core right here. The hail core has crossed over US 29, and that'll be coming down into parts of, ultimately, Russell County. Most of Russell County is in the warning. Northern Barber County is in the warning. And again, the warning here, that the boundaries, Phoenix City to the north, Eufaula to the south. US 431 is right here. And we'll just see if that thing maintains its intensity. And all along, this thing has tried. It has tried to spin up and get a little tornado down, but it just has not been able to do that, as the atmospheric conditions are just not quite there yet. And we hope it stays this way through the night. But again, you can see the inflow. It's trying to rotate down in here, but again, there's no tornado there, no doubt about that. So instead of a tornado warning, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, this will be coming over into Russell, Barber, and the main issue, it's going to be flooding, I think. That's the legacy of this storm in Montgomery was flooding. And again, you saw Kevin Henderson's live drone views coming from East Chase earlier, and that flooding was very potent and very impactful. But looking at our spotters, we got Brett Adair, Chris Mann, Kevin Henderson, Chris Pitchford, John Olshoe out in the field. And we're very thankful we have not had to cover tornado damage so far. We've had no reports of any major damage. We have had some flooding, had a couple of trees blown down from straight line winds, but generally speaking, so far, most of Alabama has been unscathed from this thing. JP, what you looking at on the camera network over there? What you got?
Yeah, I've been watching the Abbeville camera down there in southeast Alabama in Barber County. You notice the temperature there, 81. Dew point of 66. Looking to the north at that severe storm, can't really see too much. We're a little too far away. But as you can see, though, with the temperature, we still have some pretty favorable air down in South Alabama. And then also, I was taking a look at our Livingston Skycam in Sumter County, looking to the west at that severe storm in Mississippi moving into Kemper County. We need to definitely keep an eye on that one as it approaches the state line.
Let's pull up Livingston. Let's take a look at that so we can see it. Because that will be the next storm to watch, is the one coming in from Philadelphia, Mississippi. And we'll pull up Livingston so we can take a look at that one together. And there we go. That's on the campus of the University of West Alabama. And the dew point, 72. That is really humid, muggy air that's come in from the Gulf. Thankfully, the temperatures are in the 70s. It's 73. If it was 83, the air would be much more unstable. But again, that is pretty ripe conditions here. So, Drew, take a look at that storm in Mississippi. It's getting close.
Yeah, James, it is. It's definitely got, just like the one that's moving closer to the state line in southeastern Alabama, moving into Bullock and counties, a place like that. This one has a good hail core on it as well. That's moved east of Philadelphia, moving towards DeKalb, Mississippi, moving towards Scuba. Eventually, as it continues to progress towards the east, places like Gainesville and Bolagie in Alabama, we'll probably start to see some of that. Livingston, it may be pretty close to you as well. Now, again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. I don't believe I've seen this particular cell have a tornado warning on it yet. Hasn't been doing much spinning to this point. As we look at the velocity, again, it's still pretty messy, not seeing major indications of major rotation at this point. But I'd say overall the storm is spinning a little bit. It's got that look to it. But it looks like at this point mainly a hail threat. But that could evolve as we continue to watch it. Like we've talked about, we do kind of expect some of the conditions to become maybe a little bit more favorable from a shear perspective in the next couple of hours. So we still could see this potentially ramp up as it continues to move towards the east. So this will definitely be one of the big ones we'll have to watch here over the next hour or two, James.
Hey, Ryan, take WEX 05 for a minute. I want to show some of Kevin Henderson's high-def video. The live version, we had the bandwidth restrictions, but this is what our friends in Montgomery, what they've been facing in the eastern part of town. This was captured about 30 minutes ago by Kevin Henderson. And again, this is just a sign of what it's looked like with these storms. And again, most of Montgomery had rain amounts between 1 and 2 inches. And JP, what was the total? 1 point something?
1.33.
Okay.
Last I checked, at that camera location, the highest wind gust was 31. Okay.
So again, 1 to 2 inches of rain in 1 hour, and that's what's going to happen, especially in these spots that don't drain very well. And again, we don't advise that. This is not the advice. You know our advice: turn around, don't drown, because you don't know the depth of that water. You don't know if some of the road has been washed away. It's never a good idea to do that. But again, that's what it's looked like in Montgomery today. And again, we thank everybody in the field for their service. What they're going to do for us with this network, it's just tremendous. We have the fixed cameras. We have this big crew here in the studio, but you can't do this right without the people in the field. And so to all of our teams that are working this evening, thank you. They're away from their families, and they're out doing their thing. And it's not, I've got easy work here. They've got the tough work out in the wild out there. So again, thanks to Kevin especially for that video that we'll leave up for just a few more moments. And this is what you can expect with these heavier storms. They are very efficient rain producers. The precipitable water values are extremely high. A moisture-laden air mass. We've got dew points advecting up here in the low 70s coming out of the Gulf. And again, it's going to be a situation where flooding is going to be a real problem with these heavier storms. And again, keep in mind there is a flash flood watch, or technically it's called an aerial flood watch, for much of central Alabama through early tomorrow morning, as additional storms will be moving through. And the ground, of course, in some cases like that, it's totally saturated, which we've not talked about here in a long time. This has been one of our drier springs in many, many years. The entire state is in drought. So, and I say this all the time, typically when a drought ends, it ends ugly with stuff like this. I have seen so many times droughts wind up with flash floods or tornadoes or something. But all droughts will end, and this is going to make a huge dent in that drought monitor that we'll see. We'll get one tomorrow, but that's not going to reflect this rain. This rain will be reflected on the one we receive next week. All right, so let's go back to our triple box. It is 6 o'clock, top of the hour. Do you know where your children are? I'm the only guy old enough to remember that. They used to have top of the hour IDs that would say, it's 10 o'clock, do you know where your children are? It was a different world back then. So these are estimated rain amounts through Montgomery, and again, you can see 1 to 2 inches. And that verifies nicely with our measured rain of 1.33. And notice that spot of 2.5 inches over here near Otaugaville. Wow, that's got flooding written all over it. So just to give you a current status situation here, we have one severe storm that is about to move into parts of Russell and northern Barber counties. We have another severe storm that is about to move into northern Sumter and Greene counties. And with this storm the main concern, large hail and flooding. We do note, Drew, I see a confirmed tornado on the Mississippi-Louisiana state line that is southwest of Hattiesburg. And that when you see the purple flashing polygon, that means that there is a confirmed tornado down here that would be southeast of Macomb, southwest of Columbia, Mississippi. And that ultimately will be moving into southwest Alabama. And again, if you've been watching my updates through the day today, we've kind of talked about this area right in through here. Tuscaloosa down to Jackson, Grove Hill, Chatham. This is where the air is most unstable, and this is where the STP values were the highest. STP is significant tornado parameter. And again, if we have a tornado threat, I think the greatest chance is going to be in through here over the next several hours. So needless to say, with a confirmed tornado, we'll have to watch that one as it moves over into southwest Alabama later this evening. And again, it's a case tonight where not everybody will see a severe storm, but for those that do, they could really pack quite a punch. And what I'm going to do is kind of look at this thing coming from the it used to be the Slidell radar. All my life it was the Slidell radar. What is it now? Where's this thing located? They moved it.
Hammond, yeah.
Hammond, Louisiana. Just gonna. I'm looking to see what it looks like from the Hammond radar, which is kind of on the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain. Kind of the best look into this thing, and it doesn't look that impressive at the moment, so hopefully it's kind of starting to fizzle a little bit. But again, that's one that we'll be watching. And again, if this thing maintains its current track, it could wind up in Washington County, Alabama later this evening. But Drew, let's check the one that is approaching Sumter. And again, this thing could be dropping Toyota-sized hail. I mean, this is huge. That's a major hail shaft right here, a hail core that ultimately is going to be crossing US 45, which is right here, and then crossing over into northern Sumter and Greene. And again, it seems to be moving a little south of due east, and most likely any minute we'll see a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Sumter and Sumter and Greene. So in a minute, you're going to see the new warning popping up here. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Sumter and Greene counties in West Alabama for this severe storm that is southwest of DeKalb County, Mississippi. So let's kind of expand this out a little bit and take a look. This includes parts of Hale County as well. Okay, you rarely see that. The entire county, all of Hale, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Most of Greene, except for the northern tip up here, and a pretty good chunk of Sumter from York, Livingston, north. And we've got a camera at Livingston. We'll be watching that camera with great interest. And Chris Mann, one of our chasers, is down in this area along Interstate 5920. We'll be watching Chris's feed to see this storm as it comes in. And again, the main concern with this thing, it's going to be large hail and heavy rain and flooding, and maybe strong straight line winds. And again, that's going to be cutting across parts of northern Sumter, parts of Greene, parts of Hale counties. And understand, this will not affect all of Hale County. I know the whole county is under a warning here, but we can narrow that down once it gets closer. And again, this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. And again, this is for much of Sumter, most of Greene, all of Hale counties for the storm that is over here near DeKalb, Mississippi. And that storm is showing evidence of producing some pretty large hail at this point. No evidence at all of a tornado here. And golf ball to baseball sized hail. And this has a destructive tag from the Weather Service in Jackson because of the size of the hail, potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, this is Kemper County, Mississippi. And there's your warning right here for parts of West Alabama, parts of Sumter, much of Greene, and all of Hale counties. And looking at the text from Birmingham, they're also putting the destructive tag on this. They're calling this a destructive storm moving into Sumter, Greene, and Hale. The concern, baseball-sized hail and winds to 60 miles per hour. Just reading off the impact statement, and this is the common wording used in a destructive tag. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows, extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles, and that's because of very large hail. So again, we've got this storm with potential for baseball-sized hail or maybe larger that is in Kemper County, Mississippi, and that will be moving up into Sumter County, then ultimately Greene County and Hale County. And again, probably we need to get back over here on the, let me pop on the Jackson, Mississippi Weather Service chat. And let's see what they have to say about this. Yeah, pretty much the same concern. It's the chance of this very, very large hail. And that's the big deal there. And there's the hail detector coming from the algorithm. I'd say the greater chance of large hail initially will be north of Interstate 5920 in Sumter County. Emell, places like that. Just be aware, this hail means business if it stays that size. And then from there, it's going to, this is Highway 17 right here, by the way. And from there, it could be close to Gainesville. This is the Tombigbee River right here. This is the Warrior River here. The Warrior and the Tombigbee kind of make up the boundaries of Greene County. So just if you're in Utah, Bolagie, Pleasant Ridge, North Greene, Emell, just keep an eye on that thing. That's a nasty looking storm. And Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, the flashing polygons, that's a destructive tag? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing there. That they've indicated it's a potential destructive. Yeah, again, it looks like the hail is the main reason for that. The velocity part of it doesn't look quite as threatening as the hail at this point. So yeah, I think that's why they've got that destructive tag on there, James.
All right. So let's go back to our storm that is well to the southeast of Montgomery. We've got two warnings we're working now. We've got the storm in Kemper County, Mississippi, and we've got this storm that is crossing over into Russell County, Alabama, coming out of Macon and Bullock counties. And again, the intensity seems to have gone downhill a little bit. I'm not so sure that we have the super large hail that we have over in Kemper County, Mississippi, but there could be some small hail in here. No sign of any tornado activity, none whatsoever, and it seems like the intensities are just decreasing, which is good news if you're along Highway 431, Seal, Pittsview, places like that. But still, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 7 o'clock. And again, this is for much of Russell, northern Barber counties. And again, this is for the areas between Phoenix City and Eufaula. And while the weakening trend we hope continues, just be aware that storm could produce some gusty winds, some small hail, tremendous amounts of rain. I would say that probably is the biggest issue. It's the rain potential with that storm. All right, looking at our, whose video do we have up here in the top box? Let me get this. Brett. Okay, Brett Adair. And Drew, do we know Brett's location? I think we've got him all on there.
I know I believe he was having to head back north. I'll verify that real quick. And
okay, I see now. Yeah, he was going to head north to change vehicles.
231.
Okay.
I know we also have Chris Mann up in the other source.
But can we go to Chris Mann?
Yeah, he's the one near the Livingston, I think.
Yeah, so Chris is going to be working the storm that is coming into Sumter County, ultimately affecting Greene and Hale. So again, Chris is on this storm. Storm over here again is weakening in Russell and Barber counties. This clearly is the storm of the day, if you will. This is the most intense storm we have at the moment based on large hail. And as Drew confirmed here, when you see the polygons flashing, and again, these are severe thunderstorm warning polygons, when you see the boundaries flashing, that means that this is a destructive storm. It has a destructive tag because of that very large hail. This could be baseballs or larger. And this is the kind of thing, it'll crack your windshield in a heartbeat. It could damage your roof in a heartbeat, cause a lot of damage to this. And just be aware of that. I would not want your car outside. If possible, try and get it in somewhere, a garage, a carport or something, because that could be pretty nasty. Best possible case is that it weakens, but there's certainly no guarantee and, quite frankly, no real reason for that to happen as it moves over into West Alabama. So, JP, you got that camera at Livingston. What you seeing there?
Yeah, taking a look at some of the environmental conditions. It's mid-70s there at our Livingston camera in Sumter County. I noticed for the Abbeville camera down there in Barber County, we're still in the low 80s down there. So I guess it's kind of a good sign. Temps are not quite as high over there in West Alabama, but we'll keep an eye peeled on that Livingston camera in Sumter County.
All right. And again, that will give us a view up into the storm once it gets in here. And again, other than that, I want to stress the storms in the rest of the state are under severe limits. In fact, let's look at the storms that are between Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Huntsville. That line of storms on the actual boundary, Drew, probably high top giving us a better view of this thing. Again, right in through here, you can see we've got some heavy rain, some thunder, and some lightning, but that doesn't make a storm severe. Heavy rain falling over the southern part of Smith Lake. It's pouring. We've got heavy rain falling along the Mulberry Fork, the county line between Cullman and Blunt, pouring up here in Bluntsville. I was in Bluntsville yesterday, driving right up that road. I spoke in Arab right here yesterday. Heavy rain falling in northern Etowah County, Duck Springs, back up toward Tigers for tomorrow. Heavy rain falling in DeKalb County, right along Interstate 59 up here toward Collinsville. But again, there's just nothing severe, no large hail, no damaging wind. We'll watch these storms carefully, but it just seems like they're having a really hard time getting to that severe criteria, which is good. The better chance of severe storms, most likely it's going to be south of this line over the next few hours, these discrete storms that are out there.
So if you'll notice the temp there at our Coleman camera, only 66.
Yeah, and a north wind. There's a north wind at 10, which means the front in Cullman is come on by. Surface boundary is about right here. So north winds north of this boundary. So again, if you're in Cullman, you got a north wind, you won't have any severe storms tonight. The air is cooling, stabilizing, no problems. When the wind shifts to the north, your risk of severe weather is ended. If you're in Morgan County, Marshall County, don't expect any severe storms. You got a wind shift, north wind, stable air. The main concern, it's going to be south of this boundary, especially with any discrete isolated storms that form, like the one that came through Montgomery and the one we're watching in Kemper County, Mississippi, about to cross into Sumter County, Alabama. So let's go back to the storm in Kemper County, and we'll watch it as it moves into Sumter County. We'll get a good look at this coming from the Columbus Air Force Base radar. And possibility of very large hail that is approaching U.S. Highway 45. There's the state line. And it will be moving on to the east. And it just maybe, Drew, not quite as intense, maybe?
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, if you just look at the last few scans of the hail core, it has those really big, dark. When you see the black there, you're getting up close to 70, what's called DBZ, which is a really high part of the reflectivity palette there. But you can see as we get further to the east, it starts to drop back down a little bit. So yeah, I think we're seeing, well, what's probably happening, honestly, is that you're probably going to start getting more hail reports out of that area where that occurred there near DeKalb. So good chance that you're starting to see the hail start to fall out after building up like that. But yeah, I'd say overall the intensity has come down. And as far as looking at the velocity, this storm still really hasn't ever produced anything that looked too concerning from the perspective of rotation or anything like that. And like we've talked about before, hasn't had a tornado warning on it to this point. It's really just been the severe thunderstorm warning, and now that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the hail potential. But yeah, I think things are looking a little bit less intense. I'm switching back to we were originally looking at it from the Jackson radar too, and you can see the same kind of trend from the Jackson radar where the hail core looks like it's starting to broaden out a little bit. But just to see if we can see any sort of trend with this in the velocity. Sometimes when you see those hail cores come down, you will see kind of a burst of wind as you get a downburst. But there might be a little bit of that going on there. You see a few little spots of some of the lighter green. I'm sure there's some gusty winds with this, but still not looking like that's the major part of this. I think the hail still is the main threat, but lessening a little bit currently, James.
All right, so we are at 6:16, and so far we've had no tornado damage in Alabama. We've had a couple of tornado warnings, one that included the city of Montgomery, but thankfully we've had no reports of damage. The concern in Montgomery was flooding, 1 to 2 inches of rain in a very short amount of time. We have no active tornado warnings anywhere in Alabama at this point, none, zero. We have severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is one of them. This is for a storm that is in Kemper County, Mississippi, that will be crossing over into Sumter County and Greene County, ultimately Hale County in Alabama. The storm seems to have weakened a little bit past couple of volume scans, but still it's capable of producing very large hail, strong winds, maybe exceeding 50, 60 miles per hour, and the leading edge of that thing is crossing into Sumter County as we speak. And again, the core of this will be passing north of York, north of Livingston, north of the campus of the University of West Alabama. It could be pretty close to the community of Gainesville. And again, this is the river right here. This is the Tombigbee. The community of Epps is right up here. This is Bolagie in Greene County. And if that thing holds together, it could be fairly close to Utah. That's the county seat of Greene County in about 1 hour or so. We hope it weakens. It might not. But for the status of the storm now, we've got these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, again, for much of Sumter, much of Greene, and all of Hale County in West Alabama. I think it's safe to say the better chance of this thing impacting Hale, it's going to be north of Greensboro, between Greensboro and Moundville, if this thing holds together and stays in that current trajectory. So let's go back to our other storm that is in southeast Alabama. This is the other storm that is prompting a warning. A severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect for parts of Russell, northern Barber, and that storm really looks sub-severe. Now understand it's pouring rain. You've got thunder, you've got lightning, there could be some flooding, but we just don't see any evidence of strong damaging winds or large hail. Might be some small hail, which is a good thing. This is the same storm that came through Montgomery earlier that dropped all that rain and the flooding here. So again, it looks like it is sub-severe, and that will be moving out of Alabama, crossing the Chattahoochee in about 30, 45 minutes. But again, until 7, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of Russell County and northern Barber County. This is all north of Eufaula. This is south of Phoenix City in East Alabama. And again, this is the storm that did produce all that flooding in Montgomery, and it did prompt a tornado warning. But the conditions over here are not nearly as favorable for tornadoes. So we don't expect a tornado problem here. But again, flooding would be the main concern. So I just we're going to bounce back between these two storms. This one that is in Russell and the other one that is over in Kemper County, Mississippi. And again, this one will be in Georgia relatively soon. So let's go back to the other storm as we'll bounce back between the two. And again, you can see, again, a lot of tornado warnings in South Mississippi. We'll take a look at that in a second. But very large hail could be falling along US 45, south of Scuba, Mississippi. That'll be crossing into Sumter along Highway 17, places like Emil, and then crossing the Tombigbee into Greene, northern hail. And within that, the main concern, large hail and strong straight line winds. And again, for the moment, the Weather Service continues that destructive tag, meaning this is a destructive storm mainly because of the very large hail. And that's the reason the polygons here are flashing yellow. They don't do that for the baseline severe thunderstorm warnings. So just be aware this could produce some pretty nasty sized hail coming up through parts of Sumter, Greene, and Hale counties in West Alabama. And Again, looking at the latest data, I think based on the analysis we're seeing, it just seems as if the main concern for the rest of this evening will be from hail, strong winds, and flooding. The tornado threat is still there, no doubt about that, but it just seems like these storms, they're talking to us, and we have not had tornadoes, at least in the last hour. We've had tornado warnings, but no tornado damage, and just maybe we'll get through the evening without one. We still got to watch these things, and we'll see if they hold together down here in South Mississippi. That's where the air is really unstable. And the better instability is down here across southwest Alabama, so if they do hold together, we'll keep a close eye on them. But again, mostly a rainmaker here for Russell County, and a chance we could see some large hail for Sumter, Greene, and Hale. And again, places like Geiger, Panola, Emell, in Sumter County, north of York and Livingston, that's where the greatest chance of hail will be. All right, JP, you got the Livingston cam up. What you got over there?
Yeah, still looking at temp of 73, dew point of 72. We're still about 10 miles or so away from that severe thunderstorm that's about to cross the state line. Getting a little bit darker. You see a couple flashes of lightning there as that's increasing. But this will certainly tell quite a story here in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Okie doke. And again, watching a lot of images and reports coming in. And again, the big picture. This is your front right here. That's your cold front. North of that front, north wind, cool, stable air, no severe storms. Tennessee Valley, no severe storms tonight. Ahead of the front, we'll watch and see how these storms behave. These storms are basically along the boundary, and so far they have been very well behaved. Thunder, lightning, yes. Heavy rain, yes. Tornadoes, no. Damaging wind, no. But that will be slowly sagging southward, ultimately coming into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden in the next hour or two. But again, so far so good. Notice all of the severe storms ahead of that line, like this one and that one, and this one, and that one. 2 in South Mississippi and 2 in South Central Alabama. And this is where the air is relatively unstable. And I think if we're going to have a tornado problem, if we're going to see one of these things try and rotate, it's going to happen in the next hour or two. That window, based on modeling, seemed most favorable between about 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. That's where the instability and the wind profiles were maximized, where the STP values were the greatest down here. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll just see how that storm behaves that's kind of hugging the Mississippi-Louisiana state line down toward Columbia, Mississippi. And that one is hanging in there. I'm watching it from the Jackson radar site. And it's still spinning away, no doubt about that. You peek at it from Hammond, HDC. I would say it's not as impressive as it was about 30 minutes ago. And that's good. And again, I don't think we have these long-track tornadoes. One concern is that SPC issued that enhanced risk, and they had this hatched area. And in their scheme, when you've got that SIG-1, a hatched area, they're telling us there might be a strong tornado. By definition, that's EF2. We have not had that so far, at least in Alabama, which is good. But I think a lot of flags kind of went up when the enhanced risk went up yesterday. Again, based on what the storms are telling us, I think the main threat will be in Alabama from hail, strong straight-line winds, and mainly flooding with these heavier downpours. We've also got heavy rain falling in northern Wilcox County. And again, with this, we see nothing severe. North of Camden up toward Gee's Bend, Catherine, places like that. It's just pouring rain. And the heavy rain extends into Dallas County. But again, we just don't see any evidence of severe here. And that would be a flood advisory, Drew? Is that what that polygon is?
Flash flood warning.
Oh, a flash flood warning. Okay. Is that new? I think
it's been up for a little bit, but
okay.
Yeah, I think they issued it because of the rain that you see here starting to move into that polygon. I think they went ahead because of the previous heavy rain with the previous storm. They issued this because they anticipated this starting to move into the area again. So more heavy rain heading into the Montgomery area.
So again, this is a flash flood warning in effect for southern Autauga. This includes Autaugaville and Prattville. For northern Montgomery County, extreme southern Elmore, and northern Lowndes. And that's basically the path of that first storm that dropped 1 to 2 inches of rain. The ground is saturated, nowhere for the water to go. And so that's the reason for this new flash flood warning. So again, that is until 9:15 for southern Autauga, extreme southern Elmore, northern Montgomery, northern Lowndes. So let's bounce back to the storm over here in Russell County and Barber County. We've got still technically warnings in effect here, but quite frankly, these storms are just not severe the way they look on radar now. Having said that, the Weather Service in is this Peachtree City or Tallahassee? I'm not quite sure which office has responsibility here, but they've issued a warning for those counties across the Chattahoochee and Georgia. But again, this is nothing like what this looked like about 1 hour ago when it was producing some pretty strong winds, some hail. It was trying to rotate. No sign of that whatsoever. And again, this is US 431, US 82 down here. This is all between Phoenix City and Eufaula. And it just looks, to me at this point, sub-severe. And that'll be crossing the Chattahoochee. But again, we stress we see no evidence of large hail, no evidence of a tornado, and quite frankly, no evidence of really strong winds here. And that's why I'm saying it looks sub-severe, which is great news. Pouring rain, that's some rain that people need. And there could be some flooding issues. And I think if there's any issues here, the main issue, it's going to be flooding. So again, technically for a while longer, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Russell and northern Barber for this rain and thunderstorm activity here. But again, it just doesn't look that overly impressive on radar. So let's bounce back to the other storm coming into Sumter County. And let's see. And again, we got a location on Chris Mann. Drew, let's...
He is sitting basically at the exit on I-20 that looks like it's the main Livingston exit. Looks like Alabama 28 intersects there. It looks like he's sitting right there. There's a Comfort Inn right there, Burger King at that exit on I-20. All right, northwest
so
Livingston. We
have two views of this storm, three if you count the radar. We have, of course, the radar, but up here, this is coming from Chris Mann, who is at the, that'd be the Alabama 28 intersection at just near Livingston. And then we have our Skycam, the region Skycam, on the campus of the University of West Alabama. JP, what you got there? What you seeing?
Yeah, we're pointing the camera toward the northwest, looking right into where some of that hail is likely falling. Increase in lightning past couple of minutes, definitely getting a lot darker. We're still at a temperature of 73, dew point is 72. So definitely, the storm's definitely getting closer, and it's getting dark out there. But this is a pretty good vantage point from where we're looking at toward the northwest from our camera in Livingston there in central Sumter County.
Yeah, and you can see that he's looking basically back up into the hail core. So it'll be interesting to see. Sometimes when you get the large hail cores like that and some good hail falling, you start to see almost like a greenish tint to the sky. So there might be some of that we might be able to see on whether it be from our Livingston Skycam or from Chris Mann's feed, because we still have a pretty good. Again, it doesn't look as rough as it did back probably 15 or 20 minutes ago, but you still got some pretty high values here. And if we turn on our hail product, it still is detecting some just instantaneously right now, starting to cross over the state line. So near Sumterville, looks like near Alabama 17, there could be some hail. There's lots of lightning again, like we mentioned earlier with the storm further towards the east. These things are producing lots of lightning. So even if you're not right there underneath it, you need to be inside just for the purpose of not being out where there's a good bit of lightning there, James.
All right. So again, can we talk with Chris by any chance? Is that do we have his audio?
We should.
Chris, can you hear us by any chance?
Yeah, I'm here, James.
Okay. Well, tell us where you are. Let's take his shot full. What you got?
Basically, just like you said, I am sitting off of 28 and 2059 facing northwest, just across 2059 toward the storm right now. I do see a little bit of that green sky hail shaft that you were talking about. I'm kind of positioned near where the inflow would be at the moment.
Okay, well, good deal. We appreciate you being out tonight, and we're watching that camera feed very carefully. Again, Chris is at the Livingston exit. That's the Alabama 28 exit to Interstate 5920, which is a bit north of Livingston, north of the campus of the University of West Alabama. And again, the sky cam down below, that is the sky cam on campus at UWA. And again, both Chris and the JP's got the cameras looking north up into this thing. But clearly, we still could see some hail in here, but we don't have the intensity that we had about 30 minutes ago. This thing was producing some huge hailstones in Kemper County, Mississippi, and while the intensities have gone downhill, they still might be producing some pretty large hail, as you can see here north of Livingston, up toward Emell and Geiger and Boyd, places like that. Emell would be the closest community right here. Geiger's up here, and that's Alabama Highway 17. And of course, what's going to happen? It's going to move across the Tombigbee and come over here into Greene County, and that'll be crossing Interstate 5920. So, you know, it's a choice you have to make. We have no tornado warning here, and I don't think we have especially damaging winds, but we could see some pretty decent-sized hail. And I really don't know if you want to be driving when you've got large hail falling here. So if you're driving or planning on driving along Interstate 5920, anywhere from Livingston to Utah, you might want to just hold off and let this storm pass. I think that's pretty solid advice. And most likely that hail core is going to be coming in around Epps, Bologee. Epps is here on the Sumter County side. Bologee is here on the Greene County side. And the historic White Bluffs, that Selma chalk. Always a gorgeous scene there on the Tombigbee. But again, and it could wind up close to Utah, the county seat here of Greene County. And again, we think the intensities have weakened a little bit, but still, we could see some pretty decent-sized hail falling here. No sign of any tornado, no sign of any really super damaging wind. The main concern, it is coming from hail, potentially large hail, maybe the size of baseballs. And it was producing baseball-sized hail earlier in Kemper County, Mississippi. So looking at all the reports, and I'm still not seeing any major damage across Alabama, which is good. I see just not many, and that's a really good thing. Wow, okay. So far, so good. Of course, we're not done. It's 6:32, and again, we'll be here for a while, and we will stay with you until the danger is over. How long it takes. I think the storms start to really weaken later tonight after 10 or 11 o'clock. The models have suggested that. JP, how are we looking on that camera? Did I see some lightning there?
You did, yeah. The last 30 minutes or so, the lightning is definitely ramping up as that storm continues to approach. It might pass a little bit to the north of that Livingston camera, but you can see it's getting pretty dark out there. Temperature still holding at 73. Slight south-southeast wind, but definitely the light show is getting better as that storm approaches.
I think I might be seeing some of those greenish hues there, JP, on the left-hand side of the screen, too, as far as the hail is concerned.
Yeah, that's a common occurrence when you've got very large hail in a storm. You can see the shades of green giving the sky that eerie appearance. And again, we believe the large hail, it's going to be passing north of Livingston.
Ooh, whoa, you see that one?
Wow.
Yeah.
Goodness. It'll be passing north of Livingston, north of the UWA campus. But again, if you're up there toward Emell, Geiger, Boyd, up Highway 17, just be aware that that storm is cutting right across your path, and you could see some very large hail, tremendous amounts of rain, strong gusty winds. And again, that's a pretty impressive view. We'll go back to the triple box, and again, we've got up in the top box up here. This is coming from Chris Mann, who is at the Livingston exit on Interstate 5920, Alabama Highway 28 and Interstate 5920 at that McDonald's, looking back up into it. And again, he's got the green hue, if you will, and pretty much the same. Wow, the sky cam there on the campus of the University of West Alabama, the lightning is wicked. And again, you can see all the lightning strikes on here. And again, that's the hail swath coming in, crossing Highway 17 up here. And again, this is near Emil. And from there, it's going to be crossing the Tom Bigby near or south of Gainesville. And then next in line would be Bolagie in Greene County. But again, that's a look at the reflectivity.
And we certainly don't like seeing those cars driving. Yet again, I know this is not a tornado warning, but try and stay home if you can. Severe thunderstorms can do a lot of damage themselves. Sometimes people don't quite take as much action, but this is a very dangerous thunderstorm.
If anything, you don't want to get that hail damage on your car if you can avoid it.
That will ruin your day. And again, you can see Chris looks like he's going to probably take off and maybe try and approach up into the south side of this thing. And yeah, I just would not want to be on Interstate 5920, which is this road right here. That's the Tom Bigby right here. And again, this is Bolagie in Greene County. Highway 17, Sumter County. Gainesville is right here. Epps on the banks of the Tom Bigby is right here. And that hail core is going to be crossing Interstate 5920, really pretty close to Bolagie. And from there, it could be pretty close to Utah. So if you have a car that is outside, and if you have a way of getting it under a carport or some type of garage, that might not be a bad idea. That would be a really good idea, in that we've seen hail damage is just not good with vehicles. It is not good at all. So severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Sumter, Greene, hail, until 7:15. Let's go back to our storm in Russell and Barber. We're going to bounce back and forth between the two. And again, quite frankly, this thing does not look to be severe based on radar. Remember, to be severe, you need 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater, or 1-inch diameter hail or larger. And we're just having a hard time seeing any evidence of anything like that here. Those storms are looking sub-severe, as they will be crossing the Chattahoochee into Georgia soon. That's the same thunderstorm that came through Montgomery earlier this evening, producing flooding. And there was a tornado warning for a while, but again, we stress there is no evidence of really high wind, no evidence of a tornado, just rain with thunder and lightning. So again, 14 lightning strikes. The lightning count has gone down. And again, that's good. JP, you got that Henry County Abbeville camera pointed north into it, and probably too far away to see much, right?
Too far away to see anything, and of course the good news is that storm is weakening as it moves toward the state line to cross over into Georgia, but definitely a trend that we want to see with that storm.
Okay, 6:37, and the Weather Service is canceling that warning. This is going away. So Darren Jones at the Weather Service is canceling this severe thunderstorm warning, so it's gone. And like we say, the storm is clearly not severe. So the warning for Russell and for Barber, it's gone, off the board. So we're down basically to two warnings. We have the flash flood warning in effect for the Montgomery Metro for another batch of rain coming in. And keep in mind, Montgomery had 1 to 2 inches of rain earlier with some flooding, and they have more rain coming in, and that could produce more flooding problems. And whose shot is this up here?
Kevin's got his drone up again. He's still in the Montgomery area. Of course, we've got more rain coming in with that flash flood warning. So he's, I'll try to confirm exactly where he is, but he's in the Montgomery area.
Let's see, Ryan, can he talk with us? Kevin, are you there to tell us where you are? Yo, Kevin. And he might not be able to hear us. Let me jump on the chat session with all these guys. He's in Montgomery. And
Taylor Road.
Yeah, I can see the AUM campus over there. That's AUM, and that's in the eastern part of Montgomery. Yep, that's AUM. Had a chance to speak at AUM not that long ago. And again, that's the new batch of rain coming into Montgomery. And these storms are not severe. What the Weather Service has done, they've issued a flash flood warning. Not a severe thunderstorm warning, but a flash flood warning for Montgomery, as this new batch of rain is going to be coming in over a part of the state that's received 1 to 2 inches of rain. Montgomery got inundated, and the rain is pouring right now at Prattville. The rain is pouring at Autaugaville. Heavy rain falling down to Whitehall in Lowndes County, and that is about to come into Montgomery. And again, nothing severe. Thankfully, that first storm kind of worked over the atmosphere, so I'd say the chance of this one becoming severe would be relatively low. The main concern, it's simply flooding. But that is the shelf cloud that is on the leading edge of the storm coming into Montgomery. As only we can show you here, thanks to Kevin and his drone, thanks to all of our chasers. They've done such a great job today. Brett Adair, John Olshu. John is down around Thomasville. We got Chris Pitchford out. We've got Chris Mann, Kevin Henderson, and the videos have been just outstanding. And as I always say, they've got the tough job. We've got the easy job. We're sitting in a safe, dry studio. But again, that's the new batch of rain coming into the capital city of Montgomery. And again, that's overlooking AUM's campus, Auburn University, Montgomery. And that heavy rain will be starting again fairly soon. So again, just be aware that if you're considering driving, you might not want to do that. All right, so let's go back. Again, the warning is gone. Again, the warning is gone. Russell, Barber, it's been canceled. The storm not severe. So let's take a look at the storm that is coming into Sumter and Greene. And again, the intensities continue to slowly go downhill. This is not the same hail core we saw 30 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, back in Kemper County, Mississippi. This still producing hail, no doubt about that, but it just does not look as bad. JP, what you get? You're looking at that thing. What do you see?
Yeah, I think the storm is definitely slowly weakening. The sky isn't quite as dark as it was a few minutes ago. Even the lightning seems to have gone down just a little bit, but that storm is passing to the north of the Skycam location, but not really seeing much. The wind has been light, very, very little rain. Only looks like a 1/4 inch of rain has fallen at that location in Livingston. So good sign so far, but the lightning again seems to be decreasing just a little bit.
Yeah, we were watching that thing not that long ago, and the lightning was really popping. Still, though, we've got 105 lightning strikes here in the last 10 minutes or so, so it's still producing a lot of lightning in the core of this.
Yeah, and I think, James, that Chris Mann's feed up there, I pulled it up, and I think we just missed there was a bunch of lightning there for a second before I moved over to his feed again, and so I think he is driving through kind of like right through the core of that along 5920 right now.
Yeah, I would imagine Chris is near the Tom Bigby. Well, I see a stop sign.
He's west of White Cliffs, looks like.
What highway? What road is he on?
It's supposed to be. It looks like he's on 5920. Chris. Oh, he just got off.
Yeah, he's right. He's on an exit.
Okay.
I see there.
My tracking may be a little bit behind.
Yeah, Chris, can you hear us? Where are you exactly?
I just exited 2059 and on County Road 20. So the corner of 2059 and 20.
All right. Any hail where you are?
Would be the Epps exit.
Yeah, and again.
Negative. I haven't seen any hail yet, but a lot of heavy rain.
Okay, good deal. And again, for those that are aware of Interstate 5920, that is the exit by Epps near the Tom Bigby, and that's pretty much near the Sumter-Greene County line. So we've got Chris right in here, and that's we'll find out if we got any hail from him here as we watch that live feed. So again, we've got Chris in the storm here, and we've got the Skycam from UWA pointed north up into this thing, kind of watching both perspectives to see how it goes. And again, we've kind of lost a lot of the hail detector returned.
Yeah, I think
Drew?
so, James. It's come down a little bit. You can see as we move it back a few minutes, we had a little bit more of a signature right as it was crossing the state line. And so looking at the reflectivity, looking at our hail detector product, looks like it's starting to come back down, at least in that northern part of it. Now, further back to the southwest, looks like another little core might be trying to pulse up. Switch back to the reflectivity. So we'll watch that part of it. It could be that some of it's shifting down to that area. But you still see, at least at a minimum, very heavy rain. Maybe some small hail might be mixed in with it at this point. Lots of lightning, as we're seeing looking at Chris's feed. But overall, looks like, again, the hail, compared to what we saw, half hour ago or so, it certainly looks like to be a little bit lower threat at this point.
Okay, so again, on your screen, we're watching a live feed from our chaser Chris Mann, who is at the Epps on Interstate 5920 right here. And he is in the core of this thing. And we're also watching our region Skycam on the campus of the University of West Alabama, where the storm is passing north of there. We've got a shelf cloud. Again, that's on the leading edge of a storm. And what's that thing trying to do? Spin up a little bit back there?
That's what I'm a little worried about. We may be starting to see the first indication of some decent rotation with this one. We hadn't seen much of that lately, or really for the entire lifetime of the storm. But last couple of scans, a little interesting there.
Yeah, we'll see if that holds up. And again, evidence of some rotation near Boyd. That's on Highway 17. And that's on the right rear flank of the storm. And conditions don't favor long track tornadoes. They favor the tornadoes that would be short-lived, but they're all dangerous. The times we've seen a good couplet, they've been there, they are there for a couple of volume scans, and they go away. And again, there's something to watch. And again, you can't just issue a warning immediately when you see that. You give it a couple of scans, and if it stays there, they might consider a warning. So again, we're kind of watching the backside of this. And if you're in Livingston, needless to say, kind of keep a close eye on that. This is where we have the greatest hail potential. And again, Chris Mann is up in the middle of that storm, right up here, where we could have hail falling. He's on Interstate 5920, and I would imagine that he is, he might be coming back down toward Livingston based on that radar signature. But whatever, he's clearly in the rain shaft here. So, JP, what's that thing looking like? We've got the storm kind of building southward down toward Livingston.
Yeah, it looks like it. I went ahead and pointed the camera looking pretty much due west. Kind of hard to see there. There's some trees there in the shot, so it's kind of hampering our visibility a little bit. But where that storm's kind of back building a little bit, we went ahead and moved the camera looking toward the west. Seeing a few strikes of lightning there. Again, our rainfall total is still around 1/4 of an inch at our camera location. But the next few minutes will definitely be interesting from this perspective.
Yeah, again, we now got one of these skits, the shear markers here, indicating that this thing is trying to spin in Sumter County.
Yeah, and I will say, James, I mean, we're hitting this thing 7,000 feet off right off the ground. So it's a little bit harder to know for sure what's happening closer to the surface, but it definitely looks like it's rotating a little bit more, at least at the higher levels.
Right, and that is true. We years ago, we had a radar at Meridian, the old WSR 74, and it went away when NexRad came into play in the 1990s, 30 years ago. But we don't have the radar at Meridian anymore, and with radar, you want to be working with a lower slice. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, if you want to look at the flooding in the Alabama State House, there's some pretty significant flooding. D. Whetstone sent us on WEX 05. And then when Drew gets back to the radar, when we get a second, you may want to look at that TDS in southwestern Mississippi on the Jackson radar that is to the southwest of Brookhaven. There's a big TDS on that tornado that is there as we see the activity over southern Mississippi beginning to ramp up. The helicity in those areas is much more substantial than what we've been dealing with in Alabama, and I'm afraid that could move into our state later tonight as the low-level jet increases over our area.
So, Bill, first off, you say this is the State House. Let's go back to that video real quick. This is the State House?
Yes, sir. This is in the Alabama House of Representatives in Montgomery from D. Whetstone.
Wow. That's a sign of how much rain's been coming down in Montgomery. And again, that's in the State House. Goodness gracious. All right, so let's go back to the triple box. And Drew's got the storm that is in South Mississippi. And let's see, this is the one that is in the southwest. Drew, describe what you got there. That's the one in southwest Mississippi.
Yeah, that's in southwest. Look, just to the southeast of Natchez, Mississippi, just to the east of the Mississippi River there. So it's Adams County, Mississippi, Wilkinson County, Franklin County. And this area right here is what Bill was talking about. That looks like that might be the debris signature. So again, this is still a ways back, just for context. We zoom out a little bit. This is, southwestern Mississippi. It's still got a long way to go before it would get into southwestern Alabama. But we'll have to kind of see how the environment looks in the next few hours. But at least back towards our west now, things are kind of performing a little bit more. So that'll kind of keep us watching things closely as they move further towards the east, Jan.
All right, so let's go back at our Sumter County storm and let's look at the velocity coming off of the Columbus Air Force Base radar to see what that looks like. Again, this thing right here, and let's put the velocity on, and it's still broad. I don't think that warrants a tornado warning at this point. You see it flared for a couple of volume scans, and notice how the colors get real bright, and then the colors darken again, which is a sign that it kind of went away. But again, that's an area to watch. And JP, you're on that storm. What you got on your camera there at Livingston?
Yeah, we're pointing it toward the west, southwest. Don't really see anything yet. And unfortunately, those trees are kind of blocking our view there in the distance. But you can see part of campus down there, University of West Alabama. But we're pointing more toward the southwest. Let's try and pan it a little bit more toward the west. But again, those trees are kind of hampering our visibility a little bit. But nothing really substantial at this point.
You just got to see that siren. That thing looked like a World War II air raid siren there. Wow. Most people know that I'm not a big fan of those things. You can never ever rely on a siren to tell you a tornado's coming. You can't hear them in a house or a business or a car. They reach a limited number of people outdoors, and that's it. But again, we've got Chris Mann, who is in this storm, driving along Interstate 5920, and again, the hail potential has gone downhill a little bit. Still, no doubt we probably have some hail, but it's not this gargantuan hail we had back in Kemper County, Mississippi. So again, the hail potential is decreased a little bit. However, the rotation is increased a little bit back here on the southwestern flank near the Livingston campus. And again, JP is going through that camera looking at the base of this thing, trying to see if we see any evidence of rotation. And if we do, we're going to see it off that camera. So let's go full screen with Livingston. This is our Skycam on the UWA campus. And JP, you've seen no wall cloud, no tornado, right?
No wall cloud, no tornado, but check just the speed, those clouds just racing. But yeah, so far, just a lot of lightning, some scud clouds there, and nothing that would suggest any sort of lowering or anything like that. But as the rain moves in, it's going to be hard to see anything.
Yeah, and again, the peak wind gust is 29 at our camera site. And again, this is right on the campus of the University of West Alabama in Livingston. And we have just some broad rotation that is coming through Livingston and the campus. And we don't see an evidence of a tornado. That's the reason there's no tornado warning. But again, it's just something to watch carefully, which is what we're doing. And again, you can see the rain's going to be increasing. And the storm has been building southward. Initially, it looked like the core of this was going to stay north of Livingston, but now we've got the heavy rain coming into the campus, and it's going to be pouring there in just a second, but we just don't see any big wind. Again, the peak wind gust is 30 so far, 30 miles per hour at our Skycam there on the campus of the University of West Alabama, and the rain is increasing. And as JP's going through the progressions, we just don't see a wall cloud. We don't see a tornado. We see a lot of rain. So again, I think that's a good sign. And again, we've had a couple of volume scans look kind of suspicious, but the latest volume scan just shows broad rotation now near or northeast of the campus of the University of West Alabama. So again, this is the only warning in the state, the only severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that warning was canceled earlier for Russell and Barber. It's off the board. This is the only warning we have now in terms of severe thunderstorms. And we've got just broad rotation, just north of Livingston. And again, we've got cameras. We've got Chris Mann on this storm. In the top box, we've got our Region Skycam on the campus of the University of West Alabama looking into this thing. And we've not seen any evidence of tornado or rotation.
A gust of 31 there about a few seconds ago. Nothing that would approach severe limits, but definitely as that rain shield moves in, the gusts are going to continue to increase.
Right, and really the hail, the part of the storm that's producing hail is north of Livingston, and thankfully the core has gone way down. It doesn't look like it did 1 hour ago. So that is good news. But again, let's put the reflectivity up here real quick, Drew. And again, you can see evidence we might see some small hail in Greene and Sumter, but not the large hail that we saw earlier. And again, that storm is approaching Utah and Forkland here in Greene County, and that will be crossing of course, it's crossing the Tombigbee now. It'll be crossing the Warrior soon, coming into Hale County. And again, we'll just keep a close eye on this thing. These can slip up on you, and sometimes we're getting close to dark. At 6:55, we'll be losing the daylight soon, and occasionally around sunset, you can see the low-level jet ramping up. And when the low-level jet ramps up, occasionally that gives you better directional shear, and sometimes you can see a little tornado that tries to spin up in the evening. All right, so if we can, let's flip back over to Kevin in the top box because he's putting the drone up, and we've got a batch of heavier rain coming into Montgomery. Kevin is in the eastern part of Montgomery, and we have a flash flood warning in effect for northern Montgomery County, northern Lowndes, southern Autauga, and southern Elmore for this new batch of rain coming in. And that, quite frankly, is one of our bigger concerns here. It's flooding with these storms. These are very, very efficient rain producers. And we've had some pretty significant flooding. You saw that video coming from the State House in Montgomery earlier this evening. Bill just showed a few minutes ago. And again, we've had some very meaningful flooding, and that storm is coming into an area that experienced that flooding earlier today in Montgomery. So again, Kevin's about there. There we go. That's Kevin's drone shot. And it'll be right back here in just a second. In fact, to tell you what, Ryan, let's go quickly to WEX 05, and this is what it looked like earlier. If you missed it, this was Montgomery about 90 minutes ago after that big storm came through. And again, all of Montgomery had 1 to 2 inches of rain, and we've had that kind of flooding. And with this new batch of rain coming in, that's only going to create more problems. So let's go back to our triple box, and there's Kevin's drone shot. Kevin is located in the eastern part of Montgomery. And let's see, Kevin, can you hear me by any chance? And if so, where are you? And I don't think Kevin can hear us, but based on the reports we're seeing here, I do believe that he is in the eastern part of Montgomery. That could be Taylor Road down below. And we're watching the new batch of rain coming in. And again, this has prompted a flash flood warning for the Montgomery Metro. The flash flood warning includes northern Lowndes, northern Montgomery, southern Autauga, southern Elmore. He's at 231 and 82. Okay, so Kevin is at Highway 231 and US 82 based on the information he just gave us. And that's a look at the rain that is incoming. So a flash flood warning in effect. And again, you can see some lightning. Now, these storms are not severe. Remember, lightning does not make a storm severe. The only way a storm can be severe, large hail, damaging wind. And this is just a big rainmaker with some loud thunder and lightning coming in that could create some flooding problems. We had flooding problems earlier, and with more heavy rain on the way, that could certainly not help. That heavy rain is falling pretty much over downtown Montgomery now. So just be aware of that. Flash flood warning for the Montgomery Metro. So let's go back to our triple box, and we're going to leave Kevin's drone shot up along with our Skycam at Livingston. And again, there's a look at our flood warning with that heavier rain coming into downtown Montgomery. It's been raining very heavily again at Prattville. Heavy rain falling at Wetumpka, Millbrook. And again, that's coming right into Montgomery. Heavy rain right on the Alabama River back over to Selma. So flash flood warning here. Let's go back over to Sumter County for our severe thunderstorm warning, a storm that could be producing some pretty decent-sized hail right on the Tombigbee, on the Greene-Sumter County line. And again, this is a high angle from MXX. Let's go to a lower angle from GWX, the Columbus radar.
This is Columbus.
Oh, it is? Okay, so this thing's ramped up again.
Yeah, it's come
Whoa.
back.
Yeah, because and that's the case. That could be some really large hail. This thing is really kicked up again on the last couple of volume scans. Wow. So again, we've got potential for very large hail falling out here at near Epps. That's on the Tombigbee on the Sumter County side, and that's going to be crossing over into Greene County. Let's peek at the velocity real quick, and again, evidence of a little inflow notch here. But again, that's just that's broad. That's not indicative of a tornado. You can't warn for that. So the main concern, it's large hail. And it seems like it's building a little to the south, closer to the instability axis down here. And that large hail will likely be coming out across US 43, probably south of Utah, crossing the Warrior River, which is this one, and then crossing over into Hale County, and this thing might be close to Greensboro. And again, the main concern here, large hail, maybe really large hail. It came down in intensity, but it's gone back up. Do we have any confirmed reports of hail size with this thing, Drew?
Not so far. Just seeing that the Weather Service in Birmingham has commented on the hail core increasing on the storm, getting continuous lightning and getting some really high reflectivity values like we're seeing here, and seeing it really high, kind of lofted up in the storm there. So that's what I'm seeing from them. Let me just make sure our sky watchers are not mentioning anything in their reports. Yeah, I don't see anything as far as hail with this storm quite yet, but I would think you got to have some there at this point. And it does look like that Chris Mann, I think he's closer to Livingston at this point, so it doesn't look like he would be in that area that you've got that largest hail core, but it certainly looks like in that area near where he was earlier that you've got decent sized hail, most likely in between Epps and Braggville. They're kind of crossing over the river, but no official reports that I'm seeing quite yet.
All right, so again, we're watching this storm. This is the one severe storm in Alabama that is capable of producing very large hail that's sitting right on top of the Tombigbee, a little south of Epps, south of Interstate 5920, US 11 here, Interstate 5920 here, and that hail shaft, that hail core is moving over into Greene County. And again, this is US 43 right here. Forkland is right here. And again, that will be crossing Highway 43. So now that it's ramped back up, same call to action here. You don't want your car out in the middle of this. This could be hailstones the size of baseballs. You do not want a car in the middle of this. So I would not want to be driving along US 43 between Demopolis and Utah in the next hour. I'll just put it that way. We can pretty much give an all clear to Interstate 5920. The hail core is now south and east of Interstate 5920. So again, driving from Livingston to Tuscaloosa, you'll have rain, yes, but the hail core is now east of that route. And again, this, if it stays together, that'll be coming over into Hale County, and that could be affecting Greensboro here. So again, that's a pretty nasty looking storm with potential for very large hail. And with each volume scan I'm seeing, the hail parameters continue to go up. Seeing some VIL values that are really impressive here. Almost maxed out. Looking at 70 kilograms per cubic meter. And that's typically representing some really, really large hail within that storm. So here at 7:04, we are working one severe storm in the state, and that is this one that is in the process of moving through Greene County. It is moving out of Sumter. It's basically into Greene. And these hailstones could be huge if this holds up coming into Forkland. So be aware of that. This could affect Alabama Power Company's plant here on the river, and this could be affecting Greensboro and maybe places like New Bern. So just be aware that if you're in Hale County, if that thing holds together, you could see some very large hail. And watching the other storms, again, what product is this, VIL?
That's VIL. I don't have a banner on it, but just you mentioned it, so yeah, you can definitely see those really high values.
Yeah, it is really, really maxed out. And So the other thing we're watching too, those storms down in South Mississippi, that one near Purvis, that looks nasty. This thing that is to the south of Hattiesburg, watching the velocity, I would suggest that might be the best looking signature for a tornado that I've seen for this entire event. Let's see, Ryan, pull up WEX 05 real quick. Yeah, you can see right there, that is the reflectivity coming, or the velocity coming off the Jackson, Mississippi radar. And let me pull up the correlation coefficient. Really, that's kind of noisy, but these are storms that are in South Mississippi. And again, just to get your bearings straight, you've got Hattiesburg up here. You've got Purvis, Mississippi, which is pretty close to that rotation. And then Columbia, Mississippi is back here behind this thing. And if this were to hold together, it would be moving in the direction of Choctaw County, or I'm sorry, Washington County, Alabama. There's Chatham right there. Citronell's in Mobile County. Silas is in Choctaw County, but that storm certainly bears watching. So again, that one right there is nasty. And again, that's south of Hattiesburg. So let's go back to our triple box. And
that's Drew, the one over further to the west.
Yeah, explain where that one is, because this is another one.
Yeah, this is the one that we looked at earlier. That's moving further east from Natchez. It's just south of US 84, kind of heading towards. Looks like it'll be going south of Brookhaven, but heading towards the east. It's in Franklin County and Amite County, Mississippi. But it's had a pretty persistent debris signature showing up in the correlation coefficient. And that little gray kind of cylinder thing you see right there, that is our Baird software basically detecting that debris signature and putting a little extra marker on there. So lots of confirmation that that's a tornado on the ground. And in fact, it is a just like the one that James showed further to the east that's getting closer to Alabama right now. This one is a confirmed tornado warning. So this was looks like a potentially strong tornado over here. So again, that one is a lot further to the west. We're going to have to worry about the one near Hattiesburg a lot sooner than that one. They've still got a lot of time for them to potentially weaken as they move to the east, but this is definitely something we'll have to watch, especially the one that's near Hattiesburg right now, James.
Okay, so 7:07, and we've got a severe storm here, large hail in Greene County, Alabama, a severe storm south of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, with a confirmed tornado, a severe storm with a confirmed tornado west of Interstate 55 in South Mississippi. So again, we've got 3 storms to watch. And of course, the one that's close to home is the one we have to keep a really good eye on here. And that's just, that's not good. Look at the hail core really blowing up.
Yeah, got a hail spike out of the reflectivity there showing up.
Yeah, this is called a 3-body scatter strike. And again, that's a sign this is really, really, really large hail that's coming right into Forkland and US 43. I mean, do not drive between Utah and Demopolis. Yes, sir, JP.
Yeah, just very concerning, with all that street flooding in Montgomery. If you'll notice now, just the heavy rain has continued again. They're just getting pounded with extremely heavy rainfalls. This is going to make a bad situation even worse, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's not good. Again, pouring in Montgomery, where there's a flash flood warning in effect here. So again, flash flood warning, the Montgomery Metro, pouring rain there. But JP, if you could, pull up Demopolis and look north. Very curious to see what that looks like.
See, I tried to look north from that camera. There were a couple of things blocking our view. Let me pull that Demopolis camera back up again, and give me just 1 second.
Yeah, that's looking west toward the river. I can see the water tank and the Tom Bigby, and we'll be turning that thing around to the north. And just, again, this camera's right here. Just curious to see what it looks like looking north into that thing.
If you notice, it's kind of hard to see as we turn the camera toward the north there. Some things blocking our view. But that's looking due north from that camera in Demopolis.
All right, let's maybe pan it a little bit more to the right and get away from the leg of that tower there and see if we can, well, we still got we're We're going to get Drew up there and fix that. Drew,
And that's looking due east, which does not help us at all.
That's the cement plant over there. So we don't have a good view to the north on that camera, but again, we'll go back to the triple box, and that's nasty. Look at that spike, hail spike. That's, goodness gracious, that's Cadillac-sized hail, and it's coming right into US 43 at Forkland. And this is destructive hail. This is bad. This is not good. This can tear a roof up. This can tear a car up. This can hurt people if you're out in this. So again, nobody between Demopolis and Utah and 43, don't even think about it. Trust me, that's the greatest favor I can tell you. If you are thinking about getting on US 43 right now, don't do that. I'll give you an all clear in about 15 minutes. Just wait on it. But again, that incredibly large hail will likely be crossing the Warrior, moving in the direction of Greensboro, if it holds together. And again, also, we should mention, while we have this incredibly large hail falling in southern Greene, we've got the flooding problem in Montgomery. And again, the Montgomery camera has no visibility with heavy rain falling here. We've had flooding with the first storm that came through, and now we have a flash flood warning for this second storm. And JP, can you even see Madison Avenue? Have you tried to point it down to see if we can see anything down there? I mean, we probably can't.
Yeah, you can't really see much at all. You can see a couple of the treetops there looking down. But the radar trends are not good. I think more rain's going to be moving in to the Montgomery area for the next couple of hours. So this is just going to make a bad problem even worse, I'm afraid.
Yep. Again,
but it is good to see, that there's a car driving there. You see that water down there. That's concerning. Hopefully, people will stay home and not get in the car and drive around like what we just saw there. That's not good.
Yeah, you've got a full-blown flash flood warning in effect for Montgomery, and again, the idea is to not drive during a flash flood warning. I mean, not much good will come out of that. Not much good at all. So again, we are in the process of watching more reports coming in. And by the way, that is Upper Wetumpka Road in that shot, and that is Oakwood Cemetery. That's kind of looking north from the top of the tower. That's where Hank Williams Sr. and his wife are buried there. Many of you know Oakwood Cemetery, but again, that's a pretty tough situation there in Montgomery. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this hailer right here. So this is going to include extreme northern Marengo. It will include southern Perry, and that does include Marion and Uniontown. So the Weather Service in Birmingham issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern hail. This is basically from Greensboro south. That would include New Bern. This does include Marion and Perry County. It includes Uniontown in Perry County. This includes the city of Demopolis, Galion. And again, you can see that incredibly large hail that is falling at Forkland. And Bill, if you get any photos of that hail, let me know. I mean, we don't want you to go out there and take photographs while it's falling. We don't want you to do that. That's dangerous. But after it's over, if you've got some large hail, and if you're in southern Greene, just send us a shot of that. And again, this will be coming out across southern hail, probably a little south of Greensboro. And if you're in Greensboro, you don't want this thing near you. You really don't. And then cutting into Perry County and maybe near or maybe a bit south of Marion here. That's Highway 5. This is US 80 down here. So again, this is that thing really ramped up. It looked like it was weakening, and it did for about 30 minutes, but it just came right back in a heartbeat. So extremely large hail. This could be softball-sized hail near Forkland. And again, that's going to be cutting across the river into southern Hale and Perry County. And the polygons include Greensboro, Marion, Uniontown, Demopolis, obviously Forkland. You're in the middle of it now. Galion and Faunsdale. So just be aware, hail is the concern here. Large, large, large hail. And this is a destructive type situation where the hail can be very destructive.
Hey, James, going to mention the feed we got in the top right now. That is Krista Pitchford, and she is just to the north of Greensboro at this point. It looks like she is on Alabama 69 north of Greensboro, and can't tell exactly which direction. I'm assuming she's going south, but that's where she is at currently. So she's getting pretty close to that hail core.
Okay, so we've got Krista, who is coming down in this direction, and obviously, and again, these are trained spotters, professional meteorologists. They know how to stay safe. We would never, ever put anybody right in this hail core unless you've got a tank. And again, that hail core is going to be crossing over into hail soon. And again, back in the back, this could be some large hail falling right here in Sumter County. And that'll be crossing over the Tom Bigby, maybe close to Demopolis. So that's the reason Demopolis is in that warning. But the greatest concern here, it's for this potential for very large hail. And again, this could be the size of softballs. And you do not want softball-sized hail on your car or on your roof. Nothing good will come out of that. So if you're in Perry County here in Marion, New Bern here, which is in Hale County, Uniontown, just be watching this thing very carefully. And if you can, try to get your car in a carport, some type of shelter to get it out of this, because you certainly do not want that. So this is our one severe storm in Alabama, in southern green. We have no other severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a flash flood warning around Montgomery, but we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings except this one. We are watching severe storms over South Mississippi. This one south of Hattiesburg, this one near Macomb, Mississippi. And if those hold together, they could enter parts of southwest Alabama later tonight. We'll see how they behave. But the main concern around Montgomery is flooding. And again, the storms along the front just not doing anything, which is good. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, we've got this batch of showers. And there's some thunder and lightning, sure. But in terms of severe, no. Risk of severe storms all over for the Tennessee Valley. Anywhere north of this line, there's no chance of severe storms for the rest of tonight. You're done with it. And the front will be slowly sagging southward. So the main concern, it's not the actual front itself, it's these storms in advance of the front out there by themselves, like this one, and that one. And again, these will be ones to watch over the next few hours. We think a weakening trend should begin a little later tonight. We're optimistic that will be the case, but for the next hour or two, conditions seem to be optimized for the chance of severe storms, and in some cases, possibly producing a tornado. Both that and that, these two in South Mississippi, those are confirmed tornadoes. In Alabama, the problem, it's very large hail. So let's go back to our storm that's moving through Forkland in Greene County. It'll be crossing over the Warrior soon, moving into hail. And this is big-time hail. This is, you don't want to get tangled up with this. And I would imagine at some point soon we'll be getting some images, but we don't want you to do that when it's not safe. When it's over, we want you to do that, but not when it's falling. But again, this is the hail detector product, and clearly it is maxed out right here just north of the Alabama Power Plant or close to it. It's pretty close to the Alabama Power Facility right here. And again, that'll be crossing over into hail, probably passing maybe a little south of Greensboro. Coming south out of Greensboro, you got the three roads. You got 69, 25, 61. 25 goes down to Faunsdale. 69 goes down to Gallion. 61 goes down to New Bern. I would not want to be on any of those three. There's no good choice here. The best thing to do is just to hang tight. So again, we've got Krista, who is headed south, I think, into Greensboro, Drew?
Yep. Yeah, she's getting pretty close to Greensboro at this point on 69.
All right. And again, we'll see if she can perhaps get down in here and find out the size of this hail. And of course, she'll do it safely after it's all over, but this is the largest hail core we've seen of the day and the night. And this is big. Very large hail that will be in the process of crossing over out of Greene into Hale counties. And JP, we can see through that tower. You can still see that shelf cloud.
You can still see it zoomed in a little bit, trying to get a little better clarification what we're looking at there. But yeah, just tough. Looking north, northwest, that general vicinity with this camera, it's just really hard to see anything. The Jefferson camera might be a better viewpoint. I looked at the Centerville camera for a minute, just a little too far away. Maybe we could zoom in a little bit on this Demopolis camera looking to the northwest. But yeah, it's just kind of tough to see anything with all that in the way.
Yeah, we're going to get Drew to fix that camera. He's going to climb that pole and get that camera mounted in a better spot there.
And I got to get certified or something like that?
No, you're a strong guy. You got that all day. Just put on a belt and you're good to go. So Krista, Drew, she's, I think, on 14. Is that right? Alabama 14 at Greensboro.
Let's see if that's...
Can she hear us, Ryan? Krista, can you hear us? Don't.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Tell us where you are.
I am at the Valero gas station just off of 14 in Greensboro.
Okay. So that's probably a pretty wise choice. We don't want you getting your car trashed with this stuff. So what we're going to do, Krista, is just kind of keep your shot up in the boxes here, and we'll take a look and see what it looks like as it passes south of you, and then maybe you can go check and see if we have some of this large hail down. Again, we're seeing evidence that we might have softball-sized hail in this thing. But Krista, thank you for being out there tonight. Bill Murray, what you got?
Yeah, James, this is from Mickey Murphy. Her father-in-law in Bology in Greene County sent this video of what appears to be at least quarter, maybe $half size hail falling. Could be some ping pong ball size hail, even as high as 1.5 inches there, falling in great quantities in Bology in Greene County, which would be on the northern side of that storm. It wouldn't have even been in the main core, James.
Yeah, let's leave that up for just a second. This is a great video, and again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send this to us safely, and that it's our window to the world. Despite the fact that we have multiple teams out in the field, we've got dozens and dozens of cameras, we still can't have cameras everywhere, and by what you send us really helps us confirm what we're seeing. So again, this is Bology in Greene County, and that is hail falling. That is not the big hail core that we're seeing that came through Forkland. That's north of there. So you can imagine if they've got hail that size up in Bology, it's going to be a lot larger than that down in Forkland. And again, that hail is about to cross over into Hale County. So again, that is clearly the largest hail we have seen with the event here. It's been a pretty rough ride. So it's 7:22. This is James Spann, and we've got the entire team gathered together here, and we are watching severe storms that are in progress across parts of West Alabama. The most severe is this one. And where you see the black shades in here, that's extremely high reflectivity. The radar beam coming back to the radar antenna with very strong returns, which represents the fact that there's solid material, and that would be hail. And that large hail core is north of Demopolis, south of Forkland. And again, it's near the Alabama power plant down here, and that's about to cross the river. And the next highway will be Highway 69, south of Greensboro. And from there, it'll be crossing 25 and then 61. And this is just not good. Very large hail, most likely is falling from that. And again, we've got Chris Pitchford, who is in Greensboro. That is a live shot from Greensboro that you see here, and she's going to stay in a fairly safe place until this storm passes. And again, the hail core should pass south of her, and then we might get her to run down 69 or 25, one of these two roads here, or three roads, to see what it looks like, see the size of the hail. And if you've got something in here. I'm allergic to something in here. I don't know what it is. I'm allergic to something in here.
Hopefully it's not one of us.
Is anybody using Axe in here? I hope not. Ryan? No? All right. But again, in all seriousness, this is a storm that could bring destructive hail through Hale County, H-A-L-E County. And again, the greatest chance of this really, really big hail is going to be south of Greensboro. And this thing really flared. But we've seen no rotation, no evidence of any tornado here. There's no tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, notice the polygon is flashing, meaning this is a destructive tag and that this could be destructive hail. So again, watching more reports coming in. Report of a garden destroyed in Forkland. I would certainly believe that. And I hate that. Some people work so hard on these gardens, and for one hailstorm like this to come through, it can take out all that work in no time at all. So anyway, here we go. Severe storm warning, Hale County. Let's look at those Mississippi storms, Drew. Kind of walk us through those things.
Yeah, we can, and one thing to mention with that is we've got a tornado warning that the Weather Service in Mobile has issued for the one that's closest by to Alabama at this point, that's moving towards the state line, towards Washington County, it looks like most likely. So yeah, that one is still maintaining intensity. Looks like it's got some large hail with it as well. But yeah, it's now moving into the Mobile Weather Service Office area of responsibility, so that they just issued a new tornado warning for Perry County, Mississippi. So we're just basically got one more county in between us and getting to the state line of Alabama, getting into potentially Washington County. It's looking like at this point, kind of projecting it further off towards the east. So again, looks like it has a big hail core. Has been a confirmed tornado warning earlier in its life cycle. They have not gone with the confirmed tag with the warning for Mobile. Still seeing pretty good rotation, but I think it may be a little bit broader than it was previously. We'll kind of back it up a little bit. Yeah, certainly earlier, about 20 minutes ago, you had a much stronger looking rotation as it was moving further towards the east, and has now broadened a little bit, but still enough of a rotation to continue a tornado warning further towards the east. So again, it's not in Alabama quite yet, but this is the one that we'll really have to watch with eagle eyes here to make sure and see whether a warning actually does make it into Alabama. Further back off towards the southwest, I'll switch back over to the Jackson radar. This was one that had that really persistent debris signature earlier. Does look a little bit less menacing at this point. Looks like it might be starting to cycle down, but let's take a look at the velocity here. It still has a decent velocity signature. Don't think it's what it once was, but it's kind of going in a good direction. But I think we still have enough of a circulation here. They're continuing a tornado warning on it. And as far as that debris signature, yeah, you don't see the same type of debris signature. We had a really prominent, really big debris signature earlier. Don't see that as much now, so that's a good sign with this storm as well. So hopefully maybe both these storms will trend in that direction, but as we've talked about, they could certainly cycle down and then cycle back up. So we still have to watch those with a lot of care as we move into the next few hours. Storms further towards the north, heavy rain, lots of lightning. They don't look as threatening. Again, as you get further to the north, you're not getting as good of inflow. You got these storms to the south that are kind of robbing a lot of that. Eventually, you'll get north of that boundary, but not quite yet in this part of the southern part of the state. So, but good thing at this point, these just look like mainly heavy rain producers and lightning. But again, like we've talked about, like we've seen in Montgomery, heavy rain and flash flooding is certainly a big part of the threat with these storms as we move into the nighttime period. Any places that have already had good heavy rain and then have more coming through, that could exacerbate things. So that'll be something we'll have to watch as well, James.
Okie doke, 7:28 on Wednesday night, May 6th. And we are watching one severe storm and one flash flood issue. The severe storm is over Greene County, moving into Hale County in West Alabama, and a flash flood situation around Montgomery. And just to get your bearing straight up here, this is Chris Pitchford. She is in Greensboro. She's looking south into the storm, and you can see that the rain is increasing there. Let's take her as full, Ryan, real quick if we can. This is live in Greensboro, and the hail core is going to be passing south of there, but it's pouring rain. She's in the midst of the northern part of the storm, where I don't think we'll have any hail. And again, that's good. We don't want to get any of these chasers in danger. That's not the point here. Safety first. That's always the rule. But after it's over, we'll see if we can get Krista to run down Highway 69 and take a quick peek and see if she can determine the size of the hail. The reflectivity is down slightly, not much, but slightly with this. So again, we probably got golf ball sized hail falling now just south of Greensboro, maybe by 5 miles, just 5 miles south of her particular location there. She's on Highway 14 in downtown Greensboro. So again, that is a live look at the storm that is coming through Hale County in Greensboro. And from there, it's going to be moving over into Perry County if it holds together, and it probably will. And we could see some large hail falling near or south of Marion, perhaps as far south as Uniontown in Marion County. So back to our triple box. And again, this is the intense hail core right here. Greensboro here, Krista's right here, her live shot. And again, the better chance of that large hail coming right down through central Hale County, south of Greensboro. It came through Forkland, and again, if you are in Forkland, the hail danger is over. It's all east of you now. It's all east of the Warrior River. But if you got any photographs or any reports, just drop that into us, because we're curious to know the exact size of the hail for that. As it came through Forkland, it looked huge, maybe softball-sized hail. But maybe golf ball-sized hail coming through Hale County. And then this is the county line here. This is Hale. This is Perry. The town of Marion is right here. And that will continue moving on to the east, and we'll see how that holds together. And again, this is the only severe storm in the whole state. But we have a flash flood concern in Montgomery, so let's go down to Montgomery with the radar and take a look at that. Maybe JP can pull up our Montgomery sky cam. It's been pouring in Montgomery. That heavy rain has now shifted a little east of downtown. And again, what's the rain total, JP, on that Montgomery camera, just out of curiosity?
Last time I looked, it was pushing 2 inches. Let me take another look at it. It would not surprise me if it's over 2 inches. Yeah, 2.12.
Wow. So at our Skycam at Patterson Field, on the Alabama Public Television Tower there, over 2 inches of rain, 2.12, and you can see the radar estimates have just really ballooned here. Taugaville on Highway 14, that's 4.1 inches, 4 inches over the past 6 hours. Tremendous amounts of rain here, and that's the reason we have this flash flood warning in effect for the city of Montgomery, southern Autauga, southern Elmore. The rains have been tremendous, and again, we've seen videos of flooding in the State House in Montgomery, flooding in the parking lot surrounding the State House, and I would imagine it's not gotten any better. And so again, that's the flooding situation in Montgomery. Let's go back to the storm that is coming through Hale County, and we've got a live view up here in the top box. That's Chris Pitchford, who is live in Greensboro. And by the way, we have Duncan Hope in Independence in Autauga County is 2.61. Bill, what you got?
No, that's
okay.
what I was going to say, James. You beat me to it.
I just saw the report popping up here, and again, Independence is right off US 82 northwest of Prattville. So we've got very large hail falling on Highway 69, about 5 miles south of Greensboro. That will be crossing, it's crossing 69 now. It'll be crossing Highway 25 and then crossing Highway 61 and then moving into Perry County. And so let's take Krista's video full screen again, Ryan. Again, this is what it looks like in Greensboro right now. And thankfully for those of you in Greensboro, that the big hail core is south of there. Not where you are. The big hail core is just to the south by about 5 miles. And again, rains are tremendous, obviously. And that hail core is going to stay just south of Greensboro. So let's go back to the triple box. And if we can, Drew, let's show just kind of a big picture. Again, many questions about different parts of the state. So we have non-severe showers and storms coming into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. Non-severe. There has been no trouble here with this and it looks like we'll have no trouble with that line along the boundary. That's dropping south. Rain's about to start in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, Anniston. Nothing severe. The big issues are to the south of that boundary, where the air is more unstable, and we've got flash flooding problems around Montgomery. We've got huge hail south of Greensboro. And in Mississippi, we have 2 tornado warnings in effect. The one south of Hattiesburg, the one near Macomb. And those are the ones that we'll be watching as they approach southwest Alabama. So again, if you're in Washington County, Choctaw County, just watch these storms. And again, we will be here with you as they move in our direction. Best possible case is that they weaken, but they look pretty good. Again, you can see the storm there that's off to the southeast of Hattiesburg. And if that keeps on that track, that will be in Washington County in about 1 hour. So again, if you're in Milry, Chatham, anywhere in Washington County, watch out for that thing. And again, one of the things we want to do here with this network is to start our coverage one county deep into Mississippi, to give you a heads up. For years and years, for folks that have lived over here in these western counties, they get really no heads up. We want to do that. We'll come on and start our coverage before it gets in there, so give you some time to prepare. And that's what we're doing right now. Just be aware, if you're in Washington County, that storm is producing a tornado, or it could. And if that thing holds together, it's going to be coming right through here in about 1 hour. So you got 1 hour. We hope it weakens and fizzles, but I sure can't promise that. I'd say odds are that's not going to happen. And so again, that's the hailer south of Greensboro. Possible tornado southeast of Hattiesburg. Possible tornado near Interstate 55 north of Macomb, Mississippi. And again, those are the ones to watch, the 3 storms to watch. Got the flash flood warning around Montgomery. So let's go back to Hale County. And again, you're watching it live. That's Krista Pitchford and her camera on Highway 14 in Greensboro. So she is here looking south down into this. And again, we've got evidence of large hail, maybe golf ball sized hail, that is coming through Hale County about 5 miles south of Greensboro. Not far at all. And again, these storms are moving to the east. And if they hold together, they'll be crossing into Perry County, and they could be affecting the city of Marion. So MMI, heads up, love MMI. That is an amazing ACCS school. We spent some time there not that long ago, and just love being on campus. And they're good. They are really good at so many different things, and so many programs they have there. And they've got their preparedness plan, and if there's any severe weather going on, they'll certainly be ready for that. Bill, you got one over there?
Yeah, James, from Vicki Colburn, who spoke to a friend in Forkland, they said that the hail was bigger than a golf ball, but not as large as a softball. So one thing that's helped us today is the warm profiles in the atmosphere, for sure.
Yeah, so again, larger than golf ball size, but not softball size. When looking at the radar core, when this thing came through Forkland, it looked huge. So still, that's big. That's going to cause a lot of damage, that type hail. But softball-sized hail is very destructive. So again, based on that report, the hail that came through Forkland and the hail in this storm right here was a little larger than the size of golf balls, which is still not good. So again, we've got the hail shaft that's falling just to the south of Greensboro. And again, this is Krista Pitchford's live shot here, looking south from Greensboro. And these chasers are good. Krista's a professional meteorologist, degreed meteorologist. She knows what she's doing. We're not going to put anybody out there that doesn't know what they're doing. The ones in the field, they've got the hard work. We've got the easy job here, and they know how to stay safe, and we don't ask them to do anything that's not safe. And that's one of the key things here. It's safety first. And looks like, JP, another storm coming into Sumter County, it looks like. Livingston.
Yeah, these storms are not severe, but the storm about to cross over into Sumter County near the Meridian area. A lot of lightning with it. It looks pretty noisy, but it's definitely below severe limits, but interesting shot there.
All right, so again, we've got another storm coming into Sumter County. Livingston here, York here. And again, these are considered sub-severe in that there's probably some small hail, but not the 1-inch diameter hail that triggers a severe thunderstorm warning. So new storms coming into York, Livingston, Sumter County. And again, the main concern with that's flooding. With all the rain we've seen earlier today, that's a concern. And again, you can see the water ponding on the roads in Greensboro in Chris's shot there. And again, the rains, these are very efficient rain producers. So let's go back to hail, the hail in Hale County. And you can't miss it. Is this MXX or is this Columbus or?
This is Columbus.
Okay, let's look at Maxwell just for the fun of it. We'll flip it over to MXX. And I think the beam is a little lower here coming from Maxwell. And again, I think you can see that there's no doubt the hail size should be not quite as high. Bill, what you got?
James, this is the first video we've had of destruction from the hail in Forkland. And you can see the car windshields, back windshields are knocked out. So this indicates some really destructive hail. That's from Davalon Green in Forkland.
We had great concern that was going to be the case. And, sometimes you just can't get your car in anything. You just can't. I mean, we can say it all day, but you don't have that option. So, again, this is what we were concerned about. That is indeed destructive hail, causing severe damage to those cars. You can see the back window, the sunroof. That is just not good. And again, this is all in Forkland as that storm came through. And this is the same storm that's passing south of Greensboro. So again, thanks to all of you for the videos and the images. It is tremendous, and it helps us see what's happened down there. So let's go back to in the storm that did that damage. It's right here, and just south of Greensboro by about 5 miles. 5 miles, and that's it. And I think it's safe to say, there's the Forkland. Look at Forkland, okay? Watch what happens as it comes on into Hale County. And you can see, Drew, it looks like clearly we've got some weakening here.
Yeah, I think for sure that it's definitely, the core has come down a little bit. So got a lot of lightning, but thankfully you can certainly tell that although there is still some hail in there, probably still some small hail potentially reaching the ground, that it's not quite what we had been seeing back in Forkland where we had the actual damaging hail there. So not to say that it couldn't ramp back up. We've seen some of these storms kind of cycle up and down as far as the hail potential is concerned. So there's still some high reflectivity in there. There's still lots of lightning. Still, Marion, it's kind of heading generally in your direction, might go a little south, but you're in that polygon there. So if you're in Marion, just be aware that there could be some hail coming here in the next 30 minutes or so probably.
All right, 7:42 on Wednesday night. We'll be here for a little while longer. We think the storm should begin to weaken after 9 or 10 o'clock. Can't guarantee that. But again, the storm is slowly beginning to pulse down in Hale and Perry right here. The indication of hail is not nearly as strong as it was earlier when it came through southern Greene County at Forkland. And again, you saw the destruction to some of the cars in Forkland. And again, that strong storm is approaching Marion. That's Highway 5 right here. Heiberger, Marion, Uniontown right here. So there could be some decent-sized hail still coming into Marion, even though the storm has weakened a little bit over the past 15 minutes or so. And again, that's been a tough one. But again, clearly, as indicated by everybody watching this, the hail core has slowly come down. And we hope that trend continues. And the other thing, too, keep in mind, this is going to produce a tremendous amount of rain. You've been watching the live shot from Greensboro, which is up in the top box up here. And again, you saw how heavy the rain was falling there. Rain rates are starting to decrease in Greensboro. And maybe Krista, if she can hear us, can drive down Highway 69, which is safe to do now, and check and see if we have any hail that's still on the ground right here. You can drive down 69 from Greensboro, come down right just 5 miles south of town, and see if we have any hail. So if one of you guys maybe can communicate with her and see if she can run down the road about 5 miles and look for any hail that might be accumulated, and we can see the size of that. And again, the reports from Forkland, it was larger than golf ball sized hail, but not quite the size of softballs. And again, it caused a lot of damage, I'm afraid. The videos we've seen, they don't look good. Storm slowly pulsing down, coming through New Bern right now, down Highway 61, and it's crossing over into Perry County, and that'll be coming up into Marion relatively soon. And once again, looking for additional reports. Don't see a lot. I want to quickly go back to Montgomery, look at that flash flood situation. And again, we're also watching Livingston here. I should mention they've got heavy rain moving in, nothing severe, but wanted to point out in Montgomery, the rain rates have decreased. That really heavy rain has moved on to the east, coming into Macon County. There's another batch of heavier rain out here in Lowndes County, and that will likely be moving into Montgomery soon. So still a flash flood warning for the Montgomery Metro, northern Montgomery, northern Lowndes, southern Autauga, extreme southern Elmore, and a small part of Macon County here. And this storm that is coming through Marion, if that thing holds together, most likely that could stay maybe a little north of Montgomery. The last thing they need is more rain. What's the rain total in Montgomery, JP? What you got?
Just checked, 2.32, and would not surprise me to see some totals of 3, maybe even 4 inches close to that location.
Yeah, it's been rough, and we've had a lot of major flooding around the State House, in the State House, in the parking lot, and we had the flooding over on the eastern side of town. So again, plenty of a lot of water here, and we don't need any more. But again, I think if this thing holds together, most likely it might pass a little north of Montgomery through Autauga and Elmore. Of course, they've had a lot of rain too, but we'll see. Now, the one thing about this air mass, it's been worked over. I mean, it has been worked over by multiple rounds of rain and storms. So we're fairly optimistic this will weaken as it moves into this rain-cooled air over here, and the environment is not as favorable for that really large hail that we saw back in Greene and Sumter and parts of Hale counties. Yes, sir, Bill.
James, this is from earlier from Pike Road from Austin Michael, about 5:15. This was when the storm came through that area. It really intensified on the eastern side of Montgomery. You see the wind and some hail there, but here's some tree damage, James, that happened in their yard. And you can see a pretty large tree came down there in the Michaels family's yard. And here's their junior storm chaser. I predict this person will be in a meteorology school in about 15 years, James, studying weather.
We'll be working for her one day. We better be nice to her now. Again, that's a very large tree. And again, this was earlier. This was a couple of hours ago at Pike Road, southeast of, or just east-southeast of Montgomery. And at the time, there was a tornado warning in effect, and we saw pretty good circulation ramped up right over Pike Road, and that's a sign that that storm certainly meant business. So let's go back to the radar. We're going to get a new warning here, downstream warning, for this storm that will probably cover parts of northern Dallas and Autauga counties, maybe clipping Chilton County. We got a sky cam at Maplesville here, where we might be able to take a look at that thing. But again, even though the storm has ramped down a little bit, it's still capable of producing some pretty good-sized hail a little to the east of New Bern in the far western part of Perry County. That'll be crossing Highway 5 near, maybe just south of Marion, and then cutting into northern Dallas County. Valley Grande is here, Plantersville is here, and then crossing over into Autauga County. Billingsley is right here. And again, that is Mulberry Creek that represents the border between Dallas and Autauga counties. And we'll see what that warning looks like in just a second. We've got reports from Forkland of now baseball-sized hail. This was earlier from this storm when it came through Forkland, reports of baseball-sized hail. And this will be our new warning we're hearing now, and this will be the extension of the warning for Perry that will extend it over into parts of Dallas County and Autauga County and maybe a small part of Chilton. We'll watch that warning kind of pop up here together. And again, we got Krista that is driving down Highway 69, And we'll just look to see if she's got any hail that's accumulated. And let's see if we can talk to her, put my ears back on. Chris, this is James. Chance, can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So have you seen any evidence of large hail so far?
Not so far, no. Everything looks normal to me.
Okay, that's a good sign because, again, just keep going maybe for a few more miles down the road just to see if you see any evidence that hail came down. I do believe the core continues to weaken, and again, that's a sign. Again, Krista's driving down Highway 69 south of Greensboro where we saw that hail core on radar. And I'm sure hail did fall, but it probably was not enough to accumulate or stay down, which is a good thing. So, again, so far, so good. And we see no evidence of hail accumulating on Highway 69. And again, this is just south of Greensboro, and that's from this storm that is continuing to move over into Perry County. Now, whose shot is this one, Drew?
That's Chris Mann. He's actually in York with that next cell coming behind. It doesn't have a warning on it, but it's still it's the one we looked at briefly earlier. That looks like it may have a little bit of hail with it. And got plenty of lightning, seen a lot of lightning on a shot. I think Chris said he took cover at a Marathon gas station.
Okay.
Just in case with the hail shaft.
So again, this is a storm that is no warning here, but this is a noisy, obnoxious storm coming into York. And again, this is producing very heavy amounts of rain, very frequent lightning, maybe some small hail. And Darren down at the Weather Service, as the hail jumped on that storm, he's considering a warning for that. Let's go back to the triple box. And again, let's look at our new warning first off. We got this warning extension. And so the extension is basically, looks like just a small part of Dallas County.
Yeah, it looks like that's only new part of it that I see popping on here recently, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I thought that might extend over here into northern Dallas.
Right.
But I guess he's considering the southern part of this thing, and he just added western Dallas into this thing. So, and again, the reflectivity values still continue to come slowly down. And you can see that trend in the radar here, and it's kind of morphing into more of a heavy rain flood threat. So the heavy rain is starting in Marion. And again, there could be some hail in here, but it certainly does not look like the large hail we saw earlier coming through southern Greene and southern Hale County, south of Greensboro. So again, that's good. And again, this thing will be coming out across ultimately northern Dallas, maybe clipping southwestern Chilton County down here towards Stanton, Ryderville, then down into Dallas County around Plantersville. But it just seems like the weakening trend continues. The core is kind of ramping down at this point, which is good. Let's jump back over to Sumter real quick. We've got JP is watching our camera at Livingston. JP, what you got on that thing?
You know, this storm might have some of the best lightning I've seen all night. Definitely illuminating the shot there. It's been pretty much frequent. The storm is, of course, below severe limits, but it's definitely putting on a good show there. As it approaches, it might actually pass a little bit to the south of that camera there in central Sumter County, but it's definitely putting on a heck of a light show. I think it's the best one I've seen tonight.
Yeah, that's quite a strobe show. And again, you can see this is what's responsible for the lightning we're seeing off the Livingston camera. And again, Chris Mann up in the top box, he's it was in York, Drew?
He's
down here somewhere.
He's in York.
Okay.
So maybe a little north of there. I think he's maybe right at the exit off 20.
Okay, so the top box is York, bottom box is Livingston. And again, there's probably some small hail falling in here. But remember, to be severe, the hail has to be 1 inch in diameter. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, and piggybacking on what you just said, here is an example of severe hail from Keisha Burrell in Forkland. And she's been watching you for a while, obviously, James, because she put a quarter in the picture with it. And this hail was larger than a quarter, which is the definition of severe hail. And you can see several examples of it there. But thank you very much, Keisha, for sending that. And James, here's some of your fans. This is what it means to live in Alabama and be a kid. You have to pull the mattress into the living room and watch this like it's the finale of The Bachelor or something. You know, this is what you do in Alabama.
It is what it is. And we had nothing like this in April. We had not one single tornado warning in April. Wow. But thanks, everybody, for watching. Thank you. It warms my heart, especially to see the kids watching this. So again, boy, that lightning is ferocious, JP. Goodness gracious. I think you're right.
Yeah, it looks like the storm might be ramping up a little bit as it moves into central Sumter, which is a bit surprising considering the atmosphere's been kind of worked over in that part of the state. But yeah, the storm seems to be maintaining strength, if not strengthening.
All right. So again, that's the camera at UWA in Livingston. Again, Chris is up is in York, which is just south of there. Both of these views are coming from Sumter County. And again, that is the storm that is coming through here with small hail, not severe sized. So let's go back to our Perry County storm. And again, we do have a warning with this one. This is a storm that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Perry County. But again, the intensities have really gone downhill. And quite frankly, I'm not so sure we have this at severe criteria. It's pouring, I understand that, pouring rain, thunder, lightning, there could be some flooding, but we don't see any evidence of large hail or damaging wind. Hail detector showing nothing. So again, that's encouraging news, and I really don't think we're going to need a downstream warning based on that. That looks like just a routine storm with tremendous amounts of rain. And again, the main issue is going to be flooding most likely with this storm. But real quick, let's go to a statewide view. All these questions about different parts of the state. I would say the chance of severe storms for Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, low. Not zero, but low. Surface boundary dropping into the region, and we just have not seen any action. It seems like these storms down here have kind of cut off that good inflow into these storms, and there's just not much happening here. So again, for Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, the risk of severe storms is quite low for the rest of tonight. The main concern it's going to be for the southern half of the state. And again, we're watching these two storms both in South Mississippi that have prompted tornado warnings. And we have one of those approaching Washington County, Alabama. We'll watch that. We'll go to that in just a second. But again, you can see that storm here that is weakening near Marion. Mainly a heavy rain producer at this point. It really doesn't look severe by classic definition. And again, we've had some flooding issues again around Montgomery where they picked up over 2 inches of rain. And that storm over York and Livingston, that's where you see in the videos here. That seems to be the lightning display of the evening, JP. That's got to be the best lightning you've seen. I'm watching it from here. It looks like a strobe show going on here.
It might be. That storm looks like it might be just about as strong as that one that just moved into Perry County. Surprising to see it maintain the strength like it has. It might have something to do with that low-level jet that Bill mentioned earlier, kind of kicking in as the night moves on. But yeah, definitely quite a show from that camera. Hopefully there's not any severe damage being done that we can't see, especially with the reports of that hail earlier. Hopefully none of that's going on in the core of that storm.
All right. And again, this storm is this one right here that you're seeing. And again, that's coming into an area that's been worked over. So I'm not so sure we can get the really large hail from that one. But again, we've got the storm over Marion, the storm over York and Livingston. Both of these are producing probably some small hail. But the Marion storm has been weakening, and the York-Livingston storm, it's strong. It's probably producing some small hail, but again, no evidence of 1 inch hail or damaging winds at this point. And we'll see if these warnings just go away, which probably they will. Another heavy rain, little cell here in Lowndes County approaching Montgomery, and again, that's the last thing they need is more rain. Parts of Montgomery with well over 2 inches of rain, and that new little heavier showers coming into the city from the southwest. But let's go down to our storm approaching Washington County. Drew, this is the radar coming out of Mobile, and that looks kind of nasty. The configuration sure looks like a tornadic type storm. Again, you can see the rotation here back on the back edge of this thing. And again, if that holds together, that will be coming into Washington County. Again, that's Highway 45 coming out of Citronelle. Chatham is right here. That's Highway 17. And it looks like this storm will be coming into the southern half of Washington County. So again, just heads up, all right, if you're down here below Chatham, the community of Tibby is right here. And again, this is Alabama Highway 17 right here. That runs all the way to Florence. That's on the far western side of the state. And that could very well impact this county, Washington County, here pretty soon. Over here, this is U.S. Highway 43 coming up out of Mobile County. Jackson is right here. This might affect the southern part of Clark County. That would be Jackson. So just a heads up in that we've got a potential problem down here, and this is where the air is unstable. The air has not been worked over down here, and that certainly looks very suspicious. So again, tornado warning in effect for Perry and Greene counties in southeast Mississippi, not the Greene County in Alabama, and that tornadic circulation is moving in the direction of Washington County. And if you're in anywhere south of Chatham, watch that thing carefully. Now, if you're up in Milry, which is up here, I don't think you'll have a problem from this. The greatest chance of a problem will likely be south of Chatham, southern half of Washington County. So again, Drew, that thing, it's hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit.
Yeah, James, I was looking at some of the other radar products. I don't see an active, what I would say for sure is a debris signature at this point, so that's good. But the other parameters we look at, the reflectivity, got the pretty well-defined hook there and some inflow going in. And also the velocity is not the strongest signature we've seen in Mississippi tonight. This storm had stronger signature earlier. There's one back to the west right now that's got actually, I believe, a tornado emergency, the one that we were looking at further west. So there's definitely been stronger velocity signatures, but it's still rotating enough that it warrants a tornado warning. And so, so yeah, we'll have to continue to watch this one closely to see if it tries to ramp back up any as it continues further towards the east. But yeah, I don't like the look of it right now for sure as it's heading towards southern Washington County.
Yeah, that I do believe that is a Tor-E. That's the tornado that's passing just south of Brookhaven, Mississippi. And again, that looks nasty. Looks real nasty, in fact. And that's just south of US 84 and east of Interstate 55 in Mississippi. And very strong evidence of what the Weather Service in Jackson, they're saying this is a large, confirmed, dangerous tornado. And that's not good. Now, understand it's got plenty of time to weaken before it gets into Alabama. But if by chance it holds together, it could wind up in either Choctaw or Washington. I would say in Alabama, the conditions really don't favor a major, violent, long-track tornado. But again, what the atmosphere delivers, you never know. We'll watch this thing carefully. But we believe in Alabama, if we have tornado issues tonight, it's going to be the shorter-lived ones, and those are dangerous as well. And again, we've got very good circulation on both this one, south of Brookhaven, Mississippi, and this one, that is located just north of McLean, Mississippi. And that's moving in the direction of Leakesville and ultimately moving into southern Washington County, Alabama, well to the south of Chatham, probably to the south of Tibby, north of Citronelle perhaps. But again, this zone right in through here is what we're going to have to watch for. So again, we're just giving you a heads up, Washington County, you might have some issues here. So again, we're still watching this amazing lightning show. Goodness gracious, JP, that thing's not giving up, is it?
It's not. Also, the rainfall's creeping up there. We're showing 1.41 inches in Livingston. If you look at the radar trends there, we could go over 2 inches easily at that camera location.
Yeah, and again, this is what's producing the lightning you're seeing on the two live streams, Chris Mann and our Skycam at Livingston. And again, that's beginning to move away from these two cities, so that the conditions should slowly improve there. And again, we've got this storm, which is located over South Perry County, south of Marion, that's prompted these warnings. And there still could be some hail. Let's go to MXX on this one. I think that'll give us a better low-level slice into this thing, Drew. And yeah, again, this just looks like basically a rainmaker here. Maybe a little small hail, but probably not much. And this is the same one that brought destructive hail to Forkland in Greene County, but nothing on the hail detector, and it just looks at this point sub-severe. So I just don't see really a need to extend the warnings on out beyond that. But again, you'll have heavy rain, thunder, lightning, maybe some small hail. But this one is clearly continuing to ramp down in Perry County, and that'll be crossing over into northern Dallas, again around Plantersville and Valley Grande, maybe as far south as Selma, the Highway 22 stretch right here, and maybe clipping southwestern Chilton down toward Ryderville. But no evidence of a tornado whatsoever. We have no tornado warnings anywhere in Alabama. Just a bunch of loud, obnoxious, noisy storms with heavy rain. And again, the greatest chance of severe storms for the rest of the night should be over the southern half of the state. If you are in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, the chance of any severe weather is quite small. So Drew's trying to cook up some trouble right here.
Well, actually, and I'll have to give credit to Chris Manns, who's sitting there near York. I was going to mention, first of all, that he had seen pea-sized hail about 10 minutes ago in the storm as it moved past him. But then he had noticed possible rotation near Bellamy, which is what I was looking at there. And it does look like it tripped that shear marker algorithm that we've talked about just in the last 10 minutes or so. And again, we're seeing this at about 8,000 feet off the ground, so it's harder to say exactly what's happening right there at the surface. But at least it's trying to spin a little bit, so that one bears watching. But it's moving into the back edge of the previous polygon. You know, that polygon you see there really isn't issued for that particular storm. But I know Birmingham has been considering whether they needed to potentially warn on this one, but they just haven't yet.
All right. Now, you start talking about Bellamy and Belmont down here, you know what I think about? It's the chicken drop, and that's a story for another day. Goes back 40 years ago, but anyway, those are communities in Sumter County on the west side of the Tom Bigby. But again, that's the storm producing all of the lightning you're seeing on the Livingston Skycam, and that's moving away from York and Livingston, moving in the direction of Demopolis. And again, there could be a little small hail in here, but I'm not totally convinced we have large hail at this point. And again, the storm in Perry County seems to be ramping down, which is good news. And I think in the next hour, our attention is going to be shifting from these storms down into the storm coming into southwest Alabama, where the air is much more unstable. The main concern through here is going to be heavy rain and flooding over the next several hours. But again, as far north as Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Interstate 20 north, the chance of severe storms very low, I think, with this event for the rest of the evening. The main concern, the southern half of the state, where the air is still unstable. And again, let's go back to our storm that's approaching Washington County. And we probably need to, or at least I need to start. And by the way, the Weather Service will allow all their warnings to expire. And I think that's clearly the right call. So let me take a look at the Mobile Weather Service chat. And so again, the atmosphere is still favorable for this thing to stay together. And again, you can see the circulation that is right here. This will likely pass near or north of Leakesville, Mississippi, and then ultimately crossing into southwest Alabama. And again, this is US 45 right here. That's Highway 17, where it curves off of 45, going up toward Tibby and Chatham. And this rotation still looks pretty robust at this point. And we've got two rotations in South Mississippi. And those things could hold together for another hour or two. And so we've got to be on guard. Again, if you're in southern Clark County, around Jackson, if you're in southern Washington County, south of Chatham, be thinking about what you're going to do if there's a warning. And if you live in a trailer, as a course of least regret, what you might want to do is just go to a shelter now if you can, if there's an open shelter. If you're in South Washington County, you're around Jackson, this thing is still maintaining its strength. And there's a chance you'll be under a tornado warning soon. And the one thing we have to do is be better at helping people that live in trailers. We have to be better. We have to give you more time to get to a safe place, and we need to get you a safe place where you can go. And a lot of that's a complicated problem, but you cannot stay in a mobile home, a trailer, during a tornado warning. You can't do it. There's no safe place. And you have to know the location of the nearest shelter, how to get there, have transportation arranged, and whether it's 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon. And we've just had too much loss of life from folks that live in manufactured housing here. And again, a lot of it's on us. We have to do better. So I'm just saying, if you live in a trailer, and if you're in the southern part of Washington County or the southern tip of Clark County around Jackson, now's the time to think about going to a shelter and being sheltered in some type of community shelter, maybe a business that's open 24/7 that can serve as a shelter. I think that would be a good call and a good thing to do. So just be thinking about that. Best possible scenario, this thing weakens and it fizzles out. Could that happen? Yes. But will it happen? We don't know that. Again, I think we've still got a couple of hours left. I think we'll start to begin to see things winding down about 10 o'clock in less than 2 hours. I don't think we have a major problem after midnight tonight. Still, we'll be watching it, whatever. But I think after about 10 o'clock, we'll begin to see a weakening trend here. But as it is, we'll have to pay close attention to these things. So let's go back up to our storms in Sumter and Perry. And again, these warnings will be expiring. And I think they expire at what, 8:15?
New warning, James, for Marengo, Perry, Green, hail, and Sumter.
Oh, that's for this one.
I think. Let me make sure.
Yes,
Yep,
okay.
it just popped in there.
Yeah.
Right. So the warning that expired is this one, that old one. It's going away. The storm that is in Perry County has expired, and what they've done with the storm ramping up, that's over here near Bellamy, Belmont, Coatopa, they're going to issue a warning that includes Demopolis. So, JP, if you can find an opening in that Demopolis camera looking west, we'll try and get a shot of that as it comes into Demopolis.
Yeah, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and do that here in a second. I can show the Jefferson camera looking to the northeast, and you can see some good lightning there. But let me go ahead and work on that Demopolis camera. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Jefferson, by the way, is right here. That's the Jefferson camera. That's southwest of Demopolis. And we've got a sky cam in Demopolis. Both of those are going to have a tremendous amount of lightning with this thing. But there's some concern that there could be maybe 1 inch hail right in through here. That is in the far southeastern part of Sumter County. The radar presentation, not overly impressive. But again, that's going to be coming into the city of Demopolis in about 15 minutes. So same thing. I don't think we have the super large hail, but just be aware that there could be some hail. You might want to get your car in a carport, a garage, or something. And Drew, we've seen that rotation. It doesn't look overly impressive at this point, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, James. It looked a little bit more interesting earlier when Chris mentioned it. When it was closer to Bellamy, it's now moved further towards the east. And right now, it doesn't look to be as interesting as it looked just, probably in the last 10 minutes or so. So yeah, it definitely looks like the threat with this severe thunderstorm warning still is, as has been the case with a lot of these here recently, is potentially the hail with that. And even with that, though, it does look like it might have come down in intensity a little bit from where it was earlier when it crossed over where Chris was in York and where he was able to see that, I believe it was pea-sized hail. I did want to also mention, this I think was from earlier, some of the stuff there near Forkland, but I saw a report come in on the Weather Service chat of it was a local storm report from Hale County EMA, mentioned many trees down, a lot of power outages, and some power poles snapped in addition to the hail. So it looks like there might have been more than just hail in that area potentially.
I was going to say, unfortunately, another storm has developed, but to move into downtown Montgomery with some heavy rain, and that's I think that's the third round they've had of really heavy rain. So we don't want to see that with that flash flooding event in Montgomery.
It's been rough. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, this is probably the largest photo I've seen of hail on WEX 05 here. This is just south of Jim Bird's place in Forkland in Greene County on Highway 43. And this is from Elizabeth Gale Smith Day. And that's certainly larger than a hen's egg. And I think it's probably, James, approaching a baseball-size hail there.
Yeah. That's got to be the biggest photograph we've seen of hail. And again, Jim Bird's, his place is where they have the hay animals. If you drive down 43 out of Forkland going to Demopolis, his place is on the right. And again, that's what our friends have been dealing with these storms tonight in parts of west central and central Alabama. So it's been a pretty rough ride. And again, the hail was very destructive. We saw some video earlier from Forkland where many cars were severely damaged with cracked windows. The whole thing was just not good. So again, let's go back to the big picture, and it's kind of confusing here in that we've got one polygon that's going to be going away. The flashing one, that's about to go away. That was originally issued for this storm that's over Perry County, and that's weakened. This storm prompted a new warning, and the new polygon is this one right here. Okay, good. It just went away. 8:15, it's gone. So now it's nice and clean. It is for this storm that's approaching Demopolis. And again, the concern, hail and strong straight line winds, no evidence of any rotation here. So we've got a camera at Demopolis pointed west, JP. What you got?
Well, another concern, we've already got 1.45 inches at that location. Before this severe storm moves into the city, I don't want to see the same type of flooding issues in Demopolis and northern Marengo that we saw in Montgomery. So flash flooding, again, is a major concern and has been with this event. Hopefully it won't be too bad of a problem in Demopolis. But again, we're approaching 2 inches already.
Wow. And again, that lightning is pretty much nonstop. That's awfully impressive. Again, this camera is in downtown Demopolis. And that might be on top of the Robertson Bank building. I'm not sure which one that's on, but again, it's near there, looking back off to the west, and that lightning is just almost nonstop, and a very impressive light show. Who's in that top box, Drew?
I believe that is still Chris.
Chris, okay.
Yep.
And again, we're going to work on getting a little super where you can see who it is and where they are. That's coming. But again, we've got one warning in the state, and it's a severe thunderstorm warning for extreme southeastern Sumter, northern Marengo, north of Linden. This would include Demopolis, southern Greene, south of Forkland, southern Hale, south of Greensboro, and the far western part of Perry County. That would include Uniontown. So we're down to one polygon for the entire state in terms of severe thunderstorms, and it's this one. For this storm that is approaching Demopolis, we see no evidence of tornadoes, none, zero. The concern, hail and strong winds. And again, that will be coming right down this Highway 80 corridor toward Gallion and Uniontown, and we'll watch it together. Hopefully it's going to ramp down, kind of like this one did. The storm in Perry County really ramped down considerably, and there might be some small hail here, but no evidence of large hail. But the Weather Service believes there could be some strong gusty winds and some larger hail coming into Demopolis. And so while we watch that, we're still watching our storm down in Greene County, Mississippi, near Leakesville, that has prompted a tornado warning. And again, I would imagine at any minute, the Weather Service in Mobile will be issuing a tornado warning for southern Washington County, for areas south of Chatham. And just maybe the signature is weakening a little bit, but man, on what I'm seeing here, it looks pretty hot. I'm looking at the, is that Mobile, Drew?
Yeah, this is Mobile.
Yeah, let's see here. I'll show you my perspective. Let's go to WEX 05. and you know, it just ramped. Literally, I got a new volume scan, and it kind of came down.
Oh yeah, previous one looked better. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see how it's come down, and that's good. Like you can kind of watch it frame by frame. Like that frame is the one that I saw, and that's the most current volume scan. So we went from that to this. So the wind velocities have come down, and let's just pray that that keeps happening. Hopefully it'll fizzle, and we don't have to worry about a tornado warning for southwest Alabama. But again, we might. The Weather Service in Mobile will have to make that decision. Let me just say, one of the hardest things in the weather enterprise, it's sitting at a warning desk at a Weather Service office. We don't issue the warnings. The Weather Service does that. And it's really easy to criticize these guys. You sit at that desk for 8 hours and you make these decisions. It's tough. You don't want to overwarn and do false alarms. That's horrible. But at the same time, you don't want to miss one. You want to keep your POD high. That's the probability of detection, and keep the false alarm ratio low. And that's tough to do. So they'll have to make that decision in a matter of minutes from Mobile if they are going to issue a new tornado warning for Washington County down here in southwest Alabama. All right, so let's go back to our storm that is approaching Demopolis. We're watching it, of course, with a camera here. That's our sky cam in downtown Demopolis. And again, it looks more like a really heavy rain flooding kind of problem instead of a severe problem, but still we've got this severe thunderstorm warning for the storm coming into Demopolis until 9 o'clock for the next 40 minutes or 39 minutes. And maybe some small hail, a lot of lightning, tremendous amounts of rain, flooding a concern. And again, that's... Again, we just don't see any evidence of really big hail at this point. I would almost suggest it's sub-severe. Wind velocities are not especially high. Again, there's a little broad rotation down here, but nothing that just grabs your attention seriously. So I think for Demopolis, this is going to be just a bunch of rain, obnoxious thunder, lightning, maybe some small hail and gusty winds, unless it tries to ramp up again. Let's go over to the other side of the state quickly. Let's check on Macon County. Just wanted to look for areas east of Montgomery. And of course, one problem, again, look at Montgomery. It's pouring. Again, JP called it. And here's the storm that's over in Macon County. And again, we're watching this little kink right here. No evidence of a tornado. Again, this is Hurtsboro down here. That's US 80 up here, Society Hill. Little kink. But again, the atmosphere over here is not as conducive for tornado formation as it is over southwest Alabama. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, I just don't think we need to issue a tornado warning here at this point. But let's go back to the city of Montgomery. And it is pouring. Goodness gracious. You can't win. I mean, what happens when you break a drought? You get a flash flood. JP, what's the rain total in Montgomery?
Yeah, let me go work on pulling that up really quick. This might just be the story of the day. Of course, we had that horrible hail damage, but this flash flooding in Montgomery has been significant. We're showing 2.47 inches right now, and again, that could easily go over 3 inches at our Skycam location, but approaching 2.5 inches as we speak.
Wow. So again, it's just pouring in Montgomery again. And these are estimated rain totals from NexRad, 3 inches, Montgomery, Prattville, 3.4, Autaugaville, 4.1 on the northern bank of the Alabama River. Wow. So we've got John Oldshoe. John is going to be intercepting our storm that's coming into Washington County, and we'll get his stream a little bit later. But again, the greatest concern, it's just heavy rain and flooding. Again, downtown Montgomery, heavy rain over here in eastern Macon County, over toward Beauregard, heavy rain over much of Russell County, heavy rain falling around Plantersville, back into Perry County, Valley Grande, and again, heavy rain at Demopolis. And I know that technically we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here, but really and truly, the Demopolis storm at the moment not showing any sign of damaging wind, no sign of a tornado, no sign of excessively large hail. It's just a strong storm with tremendous amounts of rain. And I would suggest with all of this, the greatest concern is flooding. Eastern Macon, city of Montgomery, northern Dallas, parts of Perry, North Marengo, South Greene County. Just tremendous amounts of rain and flooding. That would be the primary concern here. And of course, I know that everybody in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, they're saying, we didn't get anything. Well, you're going to see some rain tonight and might hear some thunder, but again, I just don't have any, I'm not thinking we're going to have any severe weather problems. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, all the problems are down here to the south. And again, with time, I think what you're going to see along US 80, this corridor right here, that's morphing into a heavy rain problem and flooding problem. I think the main threat of severe storms for the next hour or two, it's going to be in the southwestern part of the state, specifically in Washington County, where we have a rotating storm that is coming out of Mississippi. But I'll tell you, Drew, that thing's just gone away. The rotation has just died. Looking at it here, it has just gone away. I don't see a tornado signature. I mean, it has just gone away. So somebody down here prayed that thing off. I mean, it looked really good. You see that thing? I mean, watch it just go away. So there's really no need for a tornado warning down here at this point, which is a really good thing. They might consider a severe thunderstorm warning for sure, but tornado warning, not really. Yeah, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County. And again, you'll see the new polygon popping up on the screen here. But again, the good news, the tornado signature is gone. So if you're in Tibby, anywhere down here below 56, southern Washington County, we don't see any sign of a tornado at this point. That's good. You know what happens? Old shoe goes into these things and the tornadoes go away. We need to send John into every storm, and that way the tornadoes will go away. So let's put the reflectivity back on. And again, I think the main thing here is going to be heavy rain and maybe some flooding. But again, there could be some gusty winds and that the storm is kind of spinning down. Maybe some smaller hail. And there's your new warning right there. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southern Washington County. This is for areas south of Chatham. Chatham is here. There's the northern extent of the polygon, and that's for southern Washington. This does not include any part of Mobile County, does not include any part of Clark County at this point. We'll just see how the thing behaves. But the storm is basically fizzled as it's moved into the southwestern part of the state in terms of the tornado threat. So 9:15, that is the expiration time for that warning for this storm. And that is a good thing. It didn't look good 30 minutes ago. It looked like we had a tornado-producing storm coming right at southwest Alabama, but the tornado rotation has simply gone away. So real quick, Drew, look at that other storm. Tell us what's happening with the one down, the one west of this one.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. It still looks definitely a little bit rougher over there. One thing I'll mention with the one coming into Mobile, I don't know if this was maybe it's right, but it mentioned that it's moving east at 70 miles per hour. It's really booking. If that's the case, that would potentially help us with any sort of flooding. But yeah, looking back further towards the west, this one still doesn't look good, and it looks like there still may be a tornado emergency on that as it's near Monticello, Mississippi. So along U.S. Highway 84 there, near the intersection of looks like Mississippi 27. Looks like the velocity signature is still pretty good, but maybe not quite what it once was. What I see back there just in the last 15 or 20 minutes, that's really kind of extreme looking. So it certainly looks like it's cycled down a little bit. So that's good. Obviously, they're going because of having a history of this being what certainly looks like a very strong tornado. They probably are going to be a little bit cautious on ramping things down on the warning with it. But at least for right now, it looks a little bit less menacing. However, just looking at the reflectivity, you still see things kind of wrapping up in there. So I think it's still spinning pretty good, but it may not be quite to the level that it was before. I'll take a look at the correlation coefficient, and it was still looking pretty apparent there near Harmony, but as it moves further towards the east, it's getting a little bit more diffuse, and I'm not as sure that we're seeing it currently. And what we honestly might be seeing with some of the stuff up towards the northwest could be some of the debris that's been kind of pulled up into the storm that is not actively being pulled up right now. So that's something that you might be seeing there. But hopefully this thing might have lifted, but it's definitely one that looks like a very dangerous storm still that we'll have to continue to watch as it moves further to the east.
Bill, what you got?
Yeah, and piggybacking on what Drew just said, some of the bunkers values on the forecast soundings today were in that 70 knot range, Drew. So, you know, storms could be moving that fast. They're going to produce, you know, significant wind damage threat. James, if we can take WEXO 5, let's see if it is up there. And I think it is.
You're up.
And it is. All right, this is damage from Livingston, Alabama, courtesy of Neil Stimpson via Tom Emmons. But some trees were damaged in that area earlier, and we've got some at least nickel-sized hail there, might be approaching quarters. And that's some other damage. It means that you're going to break the drought. That's going to be my new piece of weather folklore, and so that's what I'm sticking. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm here.
That looks actually very appealing right now. That looks good. But we thank everybody for watching. We are honored that you have chosen us. We have worked really hard to put together something special with the right people, resources, to make it all work for you so that we will give you and your family the information you need to stay safe. That's why we're here. That's what I've done this for 48 years, and I'm just getting started. And we've got an amazing team here in the studio. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the studio. We've got at least 8 in the field. All right, I'm getting a report now from Krista Pitchford of a lot of trees down in the Lot 5 community, County Road 16, Hale County. The road is closed off. She can't get to it. She says it's way too messy. And this is the storm that came through Forkland into Hale County. So again, reports of many trees down. And this was earlier tonight. This is not anything to do with the current storm. In the Lot 5 community on the Warrior River, County Road 16 is closed off. She can't get there. So again, the storm earlier, this was about, 90 minutes ago, that came through Forkland, produced huge hail and really strong winds. In fact, you can see it right there. That's the one that caused the damage. That's the storm that knocked down all the trees, produced that large hail. So that was a rough ride. But again, currently it's just a lot of rain here. I mean, I just don't see any evidence of severe storm criteria here. No evidence of large hail, no evidence of damaging wind. JP, you ever seen anything that caught your interest over there? It looks like the peak wind gust at Demopolis is 6 miles per hour. That's not bad.
Yeah, just mostly a lot of heavy rain. We're at 1.6 right now for the total rainfall for the event for Demopolis. Again, it could easily go over 2 inches. I think it will. But heavy rain is definitely the headline for this storm. I don't see anything that would approach anything that would be considered severe from this vantage point.
Yeah, I am very confident that the rain at Demopolis, that's just sub-severe. I know technically there's a warning here, but again, that looks just like a bunch of rain with loud, obnoxious thunder and lightning. And the same thing for what's happening in Perry and northern Dallas, up toward Plantersville. It's pouring rain, but again, the main concern is heavy rain and flooding. Still pouring in Montgomery. Goodness gracious. I would imagine some folks in the Montgomery Metro, they're going to wind up with 4 inches of rain here, by the way, at the rate we're going. And also some heavy rain falling over here to the east, Drew. We'll go a little farther east and look at Lee, Russell counties. Just good old-fashioned rain. There's no evidence of anything severe, just rain with thunder and lightning. So really, for that US 80 stretch from Demopolis to Montgomery to Auburn, Opelika, just these bucket loads of heavy rain falling. And the main concern, it's from flooding. So again, that's the situation there. In terms of severe storms, the greatest concern for the next couple of hours, southwest Alabama. But the good news, the storm that is coming into Washington County, not producing a tornado. The tornado signature just went away as it approached. So the good news, we have a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. So let's take a closer look at our storm coming into Washington from Mobile, and we'll see what that thing looks like. Probably some hail falling here, probably small hail. And again, that's near the split. That's 45 here, 17 here. Wind velocity, again, there's no tornado, none. No evidence of that. No evidence of really strong winds, just a little broad rotation in here. And again, that's going to keep on moving to the east. That'll be coming out across Highway 43. And again, to get your bearings straight, Malcolm, McIntosh, Sunflower, Tombigbee River. Jackson is right here. But that's the good news. So a severe thunderstorm warning here, no tornado warning. So let's go back to our storm in South Mississippi and see how that thing's behaving. Drew, talk to us. How's it looking?
It's still looking, like it could have a tornado potential. Just looking at the reflectivity here. Although we'll say that the shear marker that had been on it pretty persistently for a while, that looks like that's now gone away. So I'll take a look at the velocity here, and it still looks like it at least could have some decent straight line winds potentially. There probably are still some gusty winds with it, but you don't see anything there that just screams current tornado. And again, you can see the trend there is a pretty sharp trend downward after a big peak earlier. So that looks better. Again, if we do a few queries here, you're still potentially getting some gusts up around 60, 70 miles per hour in some of those areas to the south of US 84, kind of near Progress, Mississippi, and south of Silver Creek. But the trends are looking better right now. Still, not seeing anything that indicates that maybe it's a current tornado, but I haven't gone back and looked at the Jackson office comments on it yet, but it certainly looks like it's starting to ramp down a little bit. Let's hope it continues that trend there, James.
I will fully agree. I've been watching that storm as well over here, and no doubt it still looks suspicious, but it doesn't look as bad as it did, say, 10, 15, 30 minutes ago, back when there was a tornado emergency here. And again, that storm is coming out toward Prentiss, Mississippi, and we'll watch that. If it holds together, and we hope it doesn't, if it holds together, it would come into Choctaw or Washington here, one of these two counties. And again, that's the storm in Washington that has weakened the tornado signature away, which is great. And again, up here on US 80, just a lot of rain. So let's look at a big picture. Let's kind of do a reset here at 8:37, talk about what's to come. This is the radar composite. And again, the showers around Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden just fizzling out. They're not doing anything. So again, I don't expect any severe storms. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, north. The front is moved on down to the south. For the US 80 corridor, all this stuff you see in here, that's just a bunch of heavy rain. And that warning's gone away for Demopolis, right? The Marengo warning, I think that's gone.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's gone. So we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't need any. These are just heavy rain producers. So again, that US 80 stretch, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika, down into Russell County here. These are just big old rainmakers. The main problem, flooding. Again, there's a flash flood warning for the Montgomery Metro, but again, the tornado potential here is very, very low. The severe weather potential is decreasing for US 80. If we have a problem with severe storms for the next couple of hours, it's going to be down and through here, the southwest corner of the state. And the good news, the first storm that came into Alabama, it's weakened. This had a tornado signature, and it's basically gone away. Now this one, showing signs of weakening. And again, I think after 9 o'clock, we'll see a pretty decent weakening trend, everything just kind of shifting into a heavy rain problem, a flash flood issue. But again, that's the only tornado warning in the whole deep south, that one that is down near Prentiss, Mississippi. And we'll watch that very carefully. But again, down here in Washington County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And that's the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect statewide. We're down to just some big old rainmakers. Let's look at the Demopolis storm real quick. And again, you're watching the camera here. It's obnoxious. It's pouring rain. You probably got some flooding, but this is not a severe storm. No large hail, no damaging wind, nothing like that. There's no reason for any warning for any of this stuff. If we're going to have any kind of warning, it's going to be a flash flood warning. Sumter, Marengo, Southern Greene, Perry, just pouring rain in through here, which again is rain that we really do need. Now, some of you have been shortchanged. Let's look at Birmingham. How much rain has Birmingham seen, JP? Let's look at the Birmingham camera.
Yeah, I took a look at that earlier. Very little.
Probably not much. And people are thinking, what's the deal? That's the way it works sometimes. That's looking north from Region Center. Peak wind gust 34. And again, up on top of that big building, that's pretty common. How much rain do we know?
A trace at the airport, James.
A trace at the airport. Not even enough rain to measure.
0.01 inches at our Region Center sky cam.
1/100th of an inch.
1/100th of an inch.
Which basically means nothing. So the rain has been very insignificant for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden. I mean, just insignificant. Had some decent rain this morning over the Tennessee Valley, but that's all gone. And as the front pushes southward, there's just no concern for severe storms. Now, I do think we'll see some stratiform type rain in here over the next few hours. But again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, risk of severe storms has ended. And really along US 80, the chance is much lower now than it was. If you're in Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika, the chance is much lower. The big deal down here is just a lot of rain, just soaking rain, and maybe some flooding. If we have severe storms for the next couple of hours, it is going to be down here in the southwestern part of the state. And we have one warning in effect, one for Washington County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's look at that. This is south of Chatham, well south of Milry. And again, that's down around Tibby. And of course, Chatham, it's raining, but in terms of the chance of some hail or gusty winds, that's south of Chatham. Let's look at the velocity. Again, nothing there, no sign of any really strong winds, no sign of any tornado, which is good. And let's look at the hail detector, maybe nothing. So really and truly, I'm not so sure this storm is quite at severe limits. And remember, to be severe, you need 1-inch diameter hail or larger, or 58 mile per hour winds or greater. And we just don't see any evidence of that at this point. And really the good news is that we just have not seen much damage across the state. There's been some in Greene County with that thing near Forkland over into Hale County across the river. That seems to be the storm of the day in terms of wind damage and large hail. But for everybody else, the main problem has been flooding. It's been rough in Montgomery. We've had flooding in the State House. We've had flooding around the parking lot there. We've had flooding out at East Chase. And again, the flash flood warning remains in effect here. So the one storm that's prompted a warning is this one right down in here in Washington County, south of Chatham, south of Milry. And again, I know it's raining in Chatham, but remember, rain doesn't make a storm severe. The chance of any hail or stronger winds down here to the south of Chatham. And again, it's pretty iffy. It'll be coming out across US 43. Jackson is here. That's Highway 43 crossing the Tom Bigby right there. And that will be ultimately moving over into maybe parts of Clark or Monroe counties. And we'll see what we have here. Mail's in. What you got over there, Bill?
New flash flood warning, James, for southern Perry, Dallas, Marengo, Greene, Hale, and Sumter.
That makes perfect sense. That's basically what we're trying to communicate. The problem is shifting into flooding, not severe thunderstorms, but flooding. So let's look at our new flash flood warning, Drew. This will be for parts of west central Alabama. No severe storms, it's flooding. That's the main concern. So there you go. That's a very long flash flood warning, but I think that's very appropriate. The flash flood warning includes York, Livingston, Forkland, Demopolis, Uniontown. It includes Selma, Valley Grande. It includes Montgomery, Prattville, Otaugaville, over into extreme western Macon County, this long, long, long little stretch right here. This is where we've seen some rain amounts probably in 3 to 4 inch range. So flash flood warnings in effect now for York, Livingston, Demopolis, Forkland, Galion, Uniontown, for Marion, for Selma, Orrville, Valley Grande, Plantersville, Autaugaville, Prattville, Montgomery. And again, this is rain over the past 6 hours, and the numbers are big. Again, around Autaugaville, 4.2 inches. Montgomery, 3.5. Plantersville, 3.4. Between Marion and Uniontown, 3.5. Demopolis, almost 3 inches. So the problem is shifting from hail and strong winds to flooding. So again, that's your flash flood warning, and that's in effect until almost midnight tonight, until 11:45. So heavy rain and flooding. So the best thing to do, if you can just stay home, stay home. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, you called it a few minutes ago. You said we're going to see some 4 and 5 inch amounts, and on WEX 05, that's exactly what we've got. Jennifer Robert Shell off Highway 181 in Prattville, showing 4.5 inches right there. And Bonnie Dudley in Montgomery near Ann Street says they've got flooding in their home now, James.
Oh,
so
goodness.
This is not good news. We need the rain, but we don't need it all at one time, unfortunately. And that's kind of bad. That's really bad news right there. But hopefully, we can get through this tonight without a lot more flooding reports.
Yeah, that is certainly not good. When you start hearing water getting into homes and producing water damage, that's not good. But again, if you're just joining us here, we have a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Sumter, Marengo, Green, Hale, Perry, Dallas, Autauga, Lowndes, Montgomery, southern Elmore, and western Macon counties. This whole stretch right here, that's in effect until 11:45 tonight. And the rain continues to fall. Of course, there's some breaks in the rain in here, but just waves of rain will continue for the next few hours. But on the positive side, I really don't expect any more severe storms in through here. In terms of hail, damaging wind, tornadoes, I don't expect that. I don't. The main issue is just heavy rain and flooding. The greatest chance of severe storms for the next hour or two down in southwest Alabama. And even there, the threat seems to be fading, which is good. Again, we didn't expect to have an all-nighter tonight, and we won't, and that this thing's going to be winding down. But let's go back to southwest Alabama. Again, there's the flooding. Now we'll take a look at our severe storm in Washington County. And again, it's just, it could be some hail in here. And again, there's a little notch. Let's check the velocity and see if anything tries to ramp up here. Nope, not really. No evidence of a tornado here, none whatsoever. So again, maybe some hail, gusty winds. Wind velocities don't look that impressive. The heaviest rain is falling around the community of Tibby. That's the hail detector showing nothing. The community of Tibby, which is right here, that's Highway 17. Chatham is right here. Again, 45, US 45 is down here. And that'll be crossing out into southern Clark County, south of Jackson most likely. So really the most dangerous storm still on the board is this thing in Mississippi. Drew, give us a look at that.
Yeah, James, it still has a tornado warning on it. We'll go ahead and switch back over to the Jackson radar. But it is not, the new warning that they have issued on it is a standard tornado warning, not the tornado emergency that it had for quite some time when it looked like a large, dangerous, confirmed tornado. So that's good. We've been seeing a weakening trend with it. Glad to see that that's the case. Now, it's still a tornado warning. We're still going to take that seriously, obviously. That tornado warning goes until 9:45 for, this is Covington County, Mississippi here that you can see. And it's still showing the shear marker there, which means that there is still rotation being detected by the computer algorithm that we have. Looking at the velocity signature here, and I'll turn off those just so we can see that a little bit better. It still looks like maybe not a huge rotational component, but more just a straight line wind possibility with this, because that still looks like a decent amount of that. Now, we could be also seeing a little bit of contamination, some side looping maybe, but it's trying to show maybe some 50, 60 mile per hour winds are still possible on the leading edge of the storm there. But, still the rotation itself does not look quite the same, but it's still enough to warrant that tornado warning for Covington County. Again, it's still got a little ways to go. We've still got a good 3 or 4 counties before this particular storm would be getting to the state line. But if we can continue to see that weakening trend, obviously, as we watched the storm move into Washington County, we saw that same kind of trend. And so I think we can expect that that's certainly possible as this moves further towards the east. You've also got a few showers out ahead of it here. You've got the fact that this storm has moved through this area to the south of where this would be moving. That may help to kind of disrupt the environment a little bit as well. So again, good trend at this point, but still have a tornado warning on it there, James.
Okay, good deal. So we'll keep an eye on that. And that storm is approaching Collins, Mississippi. Again, US 49 right here. And if it holds together, just maybe it could affect Choctaw or Washington. But that's a big if. We'll see. It's got to cross Interstate 59. And really, the next sizable town is Laurel, Mississippi, which is right here. And then Waynesboro, Mississippi is here. And then you cross over into west and southwest Alabama. But again, our storm down here is not showing any evidence of a tornado, which is great news in southern Washington County. Maybe a little bit of hail, gusty winds, certainly heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. And again, that'll be crossing over into Clark and Monroe counties, if that holds together. Again, Jackson is up here. Community of Carlton is here. Chrysler here. You rise back over here. Again, we'll just keep a close eye on this thing. Now, if you're in Mobile, people in Mobile are asking, what about us? Well, you've had no issues tonight, and the chance of severe weather is very low. Odds of severe storms as far south as Mobile, very low. Same thing for Baldwin County. The better dynamics are north of there, so we don't really expect any major problems in Mobile or Baldwin counties tonight. Still, we'll watch things as always, but the better chance of any severe storms most likely will be north of there over the next couple of hours. And again, the whole thing just seems to be slowly shifting into a flood type threat as opposed to a severe storm type threat, and especially along that US 80 corridor. And again, up here, there's that long flash flood warning in effect, all the way from near Tuskegee to Montgomery, Prattville, Autaugaville, down here around Whitehall, Plantersville, Valley Grande, Selma, Orrville, Marion, Uniontown, Newbern, Galion, Demopolis, Forkland, York, Livingston, Coatopa, Bellamy, Belmont, all these places under a flash flood warning. That's one of the longer flash flood warnings you'll ever see. And the flash flood warning in effect until about 11:45, almost midnight tonight, as waves of heavy rain continue. But these are not severe storms. These are just big rain producers. No large hail, no damaging wind. The risk of severe storms is basically winding down for US 80. And like we've talked about, the main risk of severe storms for the next couple of hours south of there. And again, if you're north of this heavy rain band, no severe storms. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, no severe storms. Some rain tonight, thunder, but not severe. And again, the severe chance low down here, just mainly flooding. Southwest Alabama is the main chance of getting some type of severe storm for the next couple of hours. And again, you can see the two problems. That's the one over here in southeast Mississippi that will be approaching Laurel, and the one down here, which is in southern Washington County, Alabama. No tornado evidence here, none whatsoever. Some small hail, gusty winds, very heavy rain. And really, in terms of a tornado, that's it. The storm that we see there, that is in Mississippi near Prentiss. And again, that'll be coming over toward Collins, Mississippi. And then ultimately Laurel, if it holds together. And again, if that thing keeps on going, we'll have to watch it as it approaches the Alabama-Mississippi border a little later this evening. But our hope is that it weakens and fizzles out, kind of like this one down here. And we'll get away without any major tornado damage in the state. We've had some trees down tonight. We've had a lot of large hail reports, a lot of flooding reports. But again, in terms of tornado damage, we just have not had a problem with that, which is good. We're very thankful for that. JP, what you got on that? First off, let's go to Bill, then we go to JP. Go, Bill.
Yeah, James, this video on WEX-05 right now is probably the most impressive video of the hail as it was in progress This was from Jamie Lynn from his mom's cabin in Forkland on near the Tombigbee River. And the hail was really ripping it up. So they had some damaged powers out there. And going to be a lot of folks in that area that are going to have roof issues for sure.
Yeah, this is not good. We've seen cars beat to a pulp when this storm came through Forkland and southern Greene County earlier tonight. This is a couple of hours ago, but that's just not good. I'm afraid there's going to be a lot of roof damage. There's going to be a lot of blue tarps. We're going to see a lot of cars that need major repair. That's why there was a destructive tag on that storm, because of the large destructive nature of that hail. And again, this is video coming in from right pretty much on the Tombigbee River, not too far from Forkland, north of Demopolis earlier tonight. All right, JP, let's go to your camera. What you got over there in Demopolis?
Yeah, we're taking a look at our Demopolis Skycam here in northern Marengo County. Got it pointed to the southeast toward that heavier thunderstorm that just moved over the city. 2.66 inches, the total rainfall. We should easily surpass 3 inches there as the night goes on. If you see some of the radar trends, the heavy rain will continue. And as you said, I think this event is starting to develop more into a flash flooding event, is what is the storms kind of slowly continue to weaken. But again, we're approaching 3 inches of rain there at our Demopolis Skycam, so definitely been a significant prolific rain producer.
Indeed. And I'm seeing some more of these damage pictures, Bill. Bill gathers in these photographs you're sending us, but I'm seeing some more hail damage, and it's been rough. It's been a rough night tonight. So we are at 8:55, and we are watching one severe storm in the state, one, and it's this one. This is in far southwest Alabama. Again, for the northern half of the state, no severe storms. For the central part, along US 80, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery, Auburn, flooding the main concern. If we have severe storms, it's going to be down here. And this one is in southern Washington County. And this did prompt tornado warnings back in Mississippi, but the tornado signature just went away. It's not there. Let's check the velocity. And no tornado, really no strong winds. Probably some small hail. I would suggest this is probably sub-severe at this point. The warning technically goes until 9:15, but again, this is a good trend. We like to see those storms weakening as they move into Alabama. The storms in South Mississippi have been nasty. And again, that one that's near Prentiss, Mississippi is still packing a punch. And really, we'll see if that one can hold together and move into Choctaw or Washington County in an hour or so. It's got to come through Collins, Mississippi. It's got to come through Laurel, Mississippi. And if it holds together, it's got to pass north of Waynesboro, Mississippi, and then either into Choctaw or Washington. And it's still hanging in there, but again, it doesn't look as ferocious as it did maybe 30 minutes ago. In fact, there was a Tor-E with this thing, a tornado emergency. Notice the purple here. That would be the tornado emergency, but again, that has been downgraded to the standard tornado warning as that approaches Collins, Mississippi. And again, the one storm in Washington, heavy rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. And up here, this is all flooding. York, Livingston, Demopolis, Galion, Uniontown, Selma, Browns, Otaugaville, Montgomery, Whitehall, over into far western Macon County. And again, flooding is a definite possibility there. And again, just watching some of the reports coming in. And the one good thing, I think there's a chance we get away, Drew, with no tornado damage in the state tonight. I mean, that's a win.
That's what you want. Yeah,
we've had some trees down, but not tornado related.
Yeah, I think at this point, I haven't seen anything that seems to indicate that we've had any actual tornadoes yet. Obviously, we had quite a bit of hail, but yeah, I think given the fact that the storm moving into Washington County that had the tornado warning is not looking like it's trying to do much at this point, and the fact that the one further to the west is is heading in the right direction, at least currently. I do think the Weather Service in Jackson still has concerns that it could ramp back up. But I do think as it's moving further to the east that it seems like the environment's certainly not as good over here in Alabama. So, I mean, obviously that the flooding has been an issue and not great for those who've had to deal with that. But if we can not end up with actually any tornadoes being confirmed in the state, that's what you're always trying to do. So if we could kind of continue that'd be great, James.
Yeah, and I think the tornado of this event is the one that passed south of Brookhaven, Mississippi. And again, we're just seeing the radar signatures looked horrible. Apparently there's been horrible damage there. And again, that's in South Mississippi, well to the south of Jackson. And again, that clearly is the storm of the event in terms of the most severe damage that we have seen here. And again, that storm is now between Prentiss and Collins, Mississippi. It's this one you see right here. And again, if it continues, it could affect Laurel, Waynesboro, and then crossing into Alabama. And again, it's something we'll be watching carefully with time. And again, if you back that thing up, it's the signatures just look terrifying. And we did have a tornado warning in Alabama. We had one for Montgomery, the city of Montgomery. We had another one a little east of Montgomery, but we just had a hard time getting them down, which is a really good thing. We're glad that's the case. And again, the Weather Service continues to cancel a bunch of counties out of the tornado watch, which we've kind of described that. Again, there's just Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, you're done with it. And really and truly, the chance of any severe weather down in here is very, very low. Montgomery, US 80 north, again, in here, the chance of severe storms very low for the rest of the night. The main concern, it's basically down here. Is this a newer watch, Drew? When did this thing, the Georgia thing?
Yeah, I guess that must be. I haven't been looking at their chats.
I'm kind of surprised to see one that far north.
Yeah, I agree.
Not so sure we have any issues up there. And even in Alabama, again, right in here, the chance of severe storms very low. If we have any, it's going to be down here. Clark, Washington, Choctaw. That's the three main counties we'll have to watch. And we've seen evidence in the high-resolution modeling today that might be the greatest chance of some supercell coming out of Mississippi, some type of rotating type storm. And again, thankfully, our storm in Washington is trending down. There could be some small hail in here, some gusty winds, but again, we just don't see any evidence of circulation, no evidence of really strong wind, no really strong evidence of large hail, just small hail. So quite frankly, I think this thing is really sub-severe. And again, that's going to cross the Tombigbee into Clark, and then cross the Alabama into Monroe. And as always, we'll watch that, but just don't believe that storm is sincere at this point. Did I say sincere or severe? It's been a long day. It's like, it's been a really long day. I did 2 programs today.
What time did you start this morning, James? 4:50 or
First
so?
program, yeah, I started at like 3:30 to get the production done. I did a school in Hoover, and then went to Children's of Alabama, which is one of my favorite days of the year. It's Weather Wednesday. We do 2 programs at Children's for patients and their families, and we do it on the internal closed-circuit television system there. So we were able to do that this morning before all this started. And then you hop in here, try and get the production done, and you hop right on the live stream. But thank you for watching. We are honored that you chose us as your source. Flash flood warnings in effect from western Macon County all the way to Sumter County. This is all one long flash flood warning. This includes Montgomery. It includes Selma, Valley Grande, Plantersville, Orrville, Browns, Uniontown, Marion, Demopolis, New Bern, Forkland, York, Livingston, all under a flash flood warning for these waves of heavy rain that will be coming through that zone. I don't expect any severe storms in here for the rest of tonight. Just flooding is the main concern. And thankfully, rain rates have decreased a little bit in Montgomery. And again, the main chance of severe storms, southwest Alabama. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, report of Demopolis Fire responding to a home with a person trapped by flooding, James, which is not good news, but in that same area. And on WEX 05, we've got imagery from Lock 5. You can really see all the vegetation shredded by the hail that is obviously at least golf ball size there, James. So quite incredible. This beautiful picture, I mean, in the middle of all this, lightning is very frightening and very dangerous, but a stunning image that Erica Palmore captured, and Storm Ingram sent it to us, but that is a stunning lightning photograph. And here's some of that, I think, imagery that you were talking about earlier, James. This is damage tonight to a truck that was a little bit earlier tonight when that big hailstorm was coming through that area down there through hail and in that area. And now, James, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service in Mobile for east central Washington and southeastern Clark.
Okay. Again, the storm, quite frankly, doesn't look to be severe, but again, they've seen things where they believe that we might have larger hail or strong winds. So the extension of this warning covers southern Clark, and again, this is going to be south of Jackson over to the Alabama River, which is right here. So Weather Service in Mobile extending a severe thunderstorm warning into southern Clark County. Again, this has nothing to do with Grove Hill, Thomasville. No, this is far southern Clark County. This is south of Jackson. Again, the community of Carlton is right here. This is in that zone down here between the Tom-Bigby and the Alabama. And again, that storm is in the process of crossing the Tom-Bigby south of Jackson and then crossing over into southern Clark County. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 for southern Clark County in southwest Alabama. And again, we're looking at this thing carefully. Let's look at the velocity real quick, Drew, and again, just to see if anything has changed down here. And not really. No evidence of really strong winds. Let's do the hail detector. Let's see if we see any sign of hail. Not really. Nothing showing up there. So again, it's just a strong storm. And of course, we'll watch these. But again, it's not the greatest indicator of a severe storm. But still, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for extreme southern Clark, south of Jackson, until 9:45. And this thing, mainly, the main thing is going to be heavy rain and maybe some flooding. And again, we've had reports from Demopolis of, was it water rescues, Bill, that you had down there?
Yes, a person trapped in their home, Demopolis Fire responding.
Wow. So again, that's the biggest issue, I think. It's heavy rain and maybe some flooding potential with these storms. They're very, very efficient rain producers. And I know that some of you have not had much rain at all tonight, especially the Birmingham Metro. I think we had 1/100th of an inch, JP. Is that right, at our Skycam location?
Just a trace.
A trace.
Not a lot at all. Yeah.
So you're thinking, what? What flooding? What? But remember, this is a state that's pretty big. It's not just your backyard. We've had some major flooding problems with these things. Now, Old Shoe is out in this mess. Is that John's stream up here?
Yeah, that's John.
So John is, let's see, let me pull up.
Southwest of Jackson. He's on US 43.
Yeah, he's down here somewhere, I think. Yeah, he's north of McIntosh. So John is down here. And again, that's his, and of course, we can't see much. But again, John is looking north into this thunderstorm complex here. And again, that's John Olshew, one of our many chasers in the field tonight. To all of them, thank you. We appreciate your work. Your work has been tremendous. But OSHA is looking into this, and we just can't see much except lightning. And again, there might be some small hail, a few gusty winds, but the overall situation is just not suggesting major problems. Bill, mail's in.
Yeah, new flash flood warning, James. It's going to replace that flash flood warning that was issued several hours ago. This one's going to include Autauga, Elmore, Lowndes, Montgomery, Bullock, Macon, and Russell, and go until 12:15.
Yeah, I think that that makes perfect sense. So, again, the new flash flood warning is over here. And again, this includes parts of Russell, Macon, Bullock, and that kind of adjoins the earlier flash flood warning that starts over here in western Macon. So the bottom line is we've got a flash flood warning almost all the way from the Chattahoochee, the Georgia state line, to the Mississippi state line in Sumter County. This would include, again, Montgomery. It includes Selma, Demopolis, York, Livingston. This whole stretch right here, that's one long flash flood warning. And again, the rains have been tremendous amounts of rain down here. So again, those are flash flood warnings, and that's the main concern here. Don't expect any severe storms for the rest of the night except the flooding problem. That's the main concern for US 80. And again, if you're north, no severe storms at all. You're good. North of Montgomery, north of US 80, you're good. The main issue, it's going to be southwest Alabama. And again, we had that one strong storm that's on the Tom Bigby, south of Jackson, in the process of moving from Washington into southern Clark counties. And again, zero evidence, none. No evidence of any tornado or really strong damaging straight line winds. If we're going to have a tornado problem, it's going to be this thing over here. And Drew, how we doing? Let's do an update on that storm that's approaching. It's around Collins, Mississippi. Give us an update.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it now. Just at first glance, that's not a good sign because that's actually a debris signature indicator. So we'll take a look and see if we see the same kind of thing. So I'm going to first of all switch to velocity. That may be erroneous. I'm just looking at the velocity. I don't really believe that. So I'll go ahead and switch back. Yeah, I think that's likely triggered. You know, of course, computer algorithms are great, but they occasionally are wrong. And so I think in that situation, that's probably not a real debris signature, and it's just kind of, excuse me, sticking on there a little bit longer. So I think with that being said, things are looking about the same. I don't see a huge change. I mean, I think the velocity signature, the couplet probably is still broad or broader. You've still got some, it looks like some gusty winds along the, maybe it's the RFD, but you know, definitely some straight line winds possible out ahead of that could be up to 50, 60 miles per hour. Still got a hook evident there, not extremely well defined or anything like that, but you've got a little bit of a hook shape to it. So it's still got a tornado warning on it for now. That still extends for the next 30 minutes or so, but still haven't seen any big sign that it's going to go back in the other direction and go back and ramp back up. So that's good that it hasn't immediately cycled back up. Not to say that it can't, but as it moves further to the east and as we've continued to see where it looks like we're moving into an environment that'll be a little bit less conducive, that will hopefully continue to be the trend there, James.
All right, 9:12. Bill, what you got?
Yeah, James, unfortunately, the flooding continues to be the story in a lot of ways. This is from Wetumpka on WEX 05, and we don't want you driving through floodwaters because you don't know what's there. But this is a large truck hood, James, with the water coming up to the top of it there. But this is in Wetumpka, and look here, James, it's right up to the middle of that fire hydrant. So that is not good news. But this is in the Emerald Mountain section of Wetumpka in Elmore County. And James, just a piece of, you know, these are your folks. The cats are your folks.
So you guys can't stand cats. I like cats.
No, we love cats. We love cats. But Morgan Lowry says that she is teaching her feline to trust the polygon. That term is getting a lot of traction, James.
It's outstanding. That's good. Yeah, that's good. We love cats. I love cats. Did y'all ever seen the movie Meet the Parents? Dogs are emotionally shallow animals. You have to. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. All right, and I do love dogs, by the way, but we're at our house, we're allergic to them, so we can't have them. So flash flood warnings in effect from Russell County all the way to Sumter County. That's a long flash flood warning. And again, normally we don't stay on live wall to wall for just that. We're going to stay on here for a little bit longer, and we're just kind of monitor this storm coming into southern Jackson. And again, that storm is just, I don't know if it's severe by classic definition. We're not seeing any evidence of really strong winds, large hail, maybe some small hail in here. Wind velocities don't look that impressive. We'll check the hail tracker to see if there's anything there. And probably not. Nope, nothing there. So again, maybe a little small hail, gusty winds, main thing just heavy rain. And again, that's coming into southern Clark County here. And this is all south of Jackson. The community of Carlton is right here between the Alabama and the Tombigbee. And that will be crossing the Alabama over into Monroe County. Monroeville is here, Frisco City, Uri down here. And again, we'll just see how that thing behaves. But really and truly, I've had no reports, none, of anything severe. JP, what you got on that Maplesville camera? We got a light show there, don't we?
Yeah, a bit of a light show, just in the middle of that big, pretty much massive rain at this point. Just a lot of heavy rain that definitely needed, but we certainly don't need enough to cause any flooding problems like we've seen. But a lot of frequent lightning, just some heavy rain. Again, we're just looking south into that basically big rain mass.
Yep, and again, big rain mass it is. And it's raining in Tuscaloosa. And again, a lot of people are in Birmingham. Where's the rain? Some people have had 4 inches of rain today. Birmingham, a trace. But again, the rain is expanding north, and again, rain will be falling in the Birmingham metro, but nothing severe, nothing severe. This is the cool sector behind the front. You might hear some thunder, but again, nothing severe, which is good news. For those that have weather anxiety and they stay up all night, they can't sleep, just go to bed. You're good. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, points north, just rain for the rest of the night. But again, we're still watching southwest Alabama and that central part of the state where there's some flooding going on. So again, and that one pesky storm that is over South Mississippi near Collins, Mississippi, and that thing still it's spinning like a top. This has been just, it does not look like what it did earlier. And again, apparently there's been some major damage in South Mississippi, down below Brookhaven. Have we heard of any injuries or loss of life in Mississippi? Do we know, fellas?
I have not seen anything of injuries or anything like that yet, but definitely plenty of damage reports. I don't know, Bill, if you've noticed anything.
Brian Falls had said he saw on WLBT from Jackson that there hadn't been any reports of any, but you can't hardly imagine with debris signatures like that we'll get away without some casualties tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been very rough in South Mississippi, and they were in the enhanced risk as we were here, and it looks like Mississippi is taking the brunt of the tornado problems with this. Alabama getting the biggest issue here, flooding with these storms tonight. And again, we'll stay with it for a little longer here. Again, we're just going to watch the Clark County storm, southern Clark County. And again, I don't expect that to be tornadic. It's moving into a region here soon where conditions are not as favorable for any rotation, but there's no evidence, zero evidence of a tornado here or this thing trying to spin up at all. There's just not. It's mainly a big heavy rain producer like the ones up to the north. And the only one that really bears watching, it's that one, which is located at Collins, Mississippi, and that's moving in the direction of Laurel, Mississippi. So again, our friends there, we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Next is Wayne County, Mississippi, and then comes Choctaw and Washington counties in Alabama. And the question is, can this thing hold together for 2 more counties before it gets into Alabama? And we will find out here shortly. So We're at 9:19. We'll hold this here for just a little longer. We thank you for watching, by the way. If you're new here, this is what we do. We have chasers in the field. We've had 6 chase teams out tonight. We have a large group in the studio. We're in Studio A. We've got 5 of us in here tonight, which is amazing. Having JP handling the cameras, Bill handling your content, Drew handling the radar. It is so good for me. I've never had this many people or resources, and we're very thankful for them, everybody that's been in the field and here in the studio tonight. We thank them, and we thank you for watching. Again, for most of you, it's about time to go to bed. We're going to stay up a little bit, and of course, in the weather business, you don't sleep. You learn that. But this storm in southern Jackson is just, I'm going to see if they extend the warning into Monroe. And then we might go back to regular programming, because I know that some of you want to see the regular forecast elements that we have here that we've not been able to show for the last, 5 hours or so. But again, this is still a couple of hours away. And if we see this maintaining its strength, we'll come back on the air when it gets into Wayne County, Mississippi. We want to get into this 1 hour or one county before it gets into Alabama. So again, we'll see how it behaves. Hopefully the tornado signature goes away and it becomes like this one. This thing had a pretty good tornado signature back in Mississippi, but it just went away as it crossed into Alabama. And now it's basically just a rainmaker. But look at that thing. That's nasty. I mean, that is a really rough-looking tornadic signature, and it just goes away. And what's left of it is in South Clark, south of Jackson, down toward Carlton. That'll be crossing the Alabama over here toward Frisco City, Monroeville, Uri, places like that. And again, I just don't see that as being severe in the classic sense, in that we don't have large hail and we don't have damaging winds. And this is the last one really to watch over here at Collins, Mississippi. So we'll give it a couple of more minutes, and we'll see if the warning is extended into Monroe. And again, I just don't see a need for that at this point. But again, I'm not the guy working the warning desk, and I don't like to double guess anybody. I really don't. It is very hard for anybody to work a warning desk at a Weather Service office. It's tough. No matter what happens, somebody's going to be mad one way or the other. And it is what it is. But I admire my friends with the Weather Service that do that. So we'll probably plan on taking a little break here around 9:25, 9:30, and then we'll wait and watch. And if our storm near Collins, Mississippi holds together into Wayne County, we'll come back with a new live stream when it gets into Wayne County, and then, of course, we'll follow it into Choctaw or Washington County, Alabama. And that'll be in about an hour or so. So 9:22. Let's look at our velocity, Drew, real quick. Nope, nothing there of interest. Nope. Hail tracker. Nope, nothing there. So that's good. Again, I really do think this storm is subsevere. The main issue, flooding, and that's been our biggest issue. Ooh, look at what you got, JP. How cool is it up there in the Tennessee Valley?
Yeah, upper 50s there, looking at the Decatur and the Huntsville Skycam, then over at the Cherokee, upper 50s for the most part.
Wow.
Definitely a pleasant weather up there. The rain is about to start, some light to moderate rain, but of course the severe weather risk has long since ended for Tennessee Valley.
Yep. So again, just good old-fashioned rain. And again, some good rain coming into Birmingham. I know that there's been hardly any, but again, we'll see some good rain coming in from Tuscaloosa County coming up into Birmingham, and that'll be, that's what the doctor ordered. We just need good old-fashioned rain. That's all this is. There could be some loud thunder, but again, nothing severe, nothing severe. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, your risk of severe weather ended a while back. And really, I don't think we have any additional severe weather in Montgomery or Selma, Demopolis. The main concern down here, that flash flood warning, the long green polygon. That is a long, skinny flash flood warning in effect until almost midnight tonight for those waves of rain coming through there. And the best instability left, it's down in the southwestern corner of the state. And again, we've got a strong storm that is in southern Clark County that just doesn't show signs of classic severe characteristics, in that we don't have large hail or damaging wind. Maybe some small hail here near Carlton, but again, that'll be crossing the Alabama into Monroe. That's US 84 right here. Monroeville is right here. Wind velocity not looking that bad. Hail tracker basically showing nothing. So the one storm to watch is that one near Collins, Mississippi. And the question is, can it survive for a couple of hours and get into Choctaw or Washington County? We'll find out. But again, one of the things we don't want to do here is just keep flapping our lips when things are calmed down, and they really have calmed down. We've been on the air since about, maybe 6 hours of this. And again, we're so thankful for you choosing us. And I'm going to sit here and hold it for one more memento and watch the Weather Service in Mobile just to see if they try to extend this thing over into Monroe County. I don't think they need to, but we'll see. Mobile, Baldwin County, you're in good shape. Gulf Shores, everything looking good. Demopolis, still, hello, I'm throwing things at myself. You know it's bad when you're throwing things at yourself. JP, still raining in Demopolis, right?
Still raining in Demopolis.
More heavy rain coming in.
Yeah, up to 3.38 at our Skycam location in Demopolis. So easily amounts of 4 inches, maybe even 5 inches there in northern Marengo, central western parts of the state. So it's definitely been quite a heavy rain event for that corridor.
Yeah, York, Livingston, Demopolis. Again, this new batch of heavier rain coming into Demopolis now. Again, heavy rain in Perry County, Marion South, down toward Browns, down Highway 5. And again, these batches of heavier rain coming through these places where the ground is absolutely saturated. There's nowhere for this water to go. And again, that's the reason for that flash flood warning that's in effect there.
Yeah, pretty soon some light to moderate rain will finally start here in the Birmingham metro. I know they haven't gotten quite as much as we thought at first, but the rain is starting to increase in the northern part of the state.
Rain coming up into Birmingham, which is rain that we need. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a little pause here. We're going to take a break, and that things have really calmed down, and we're watching the storm in Mississippi near Collins. Notice there's no other warnings in Mississippi, no other warnings. One, that. And again, that's been a violent tornado in its history. It's ramped down to some degree. But if this thing gets into Wayne County, Mississippi, and it's still producing a tornado, we're going to come back with a new live stream for those of you in Choctaw and Washington. And again, the other concern in the state is simply the flash flood warnings right in through here, right along US 80. Where we've had tremendous amounts of rain, in excess of 4 inches in some spots. So at this time, we are going to wrap up this live coverage. We will be back if we need to very shortly. But again, we thank you for choosing the Alabama Weather Network.